Hello, everybody, and welcome to CRL Saturday. That's right, Juicy. It's June. We're here at the Dragon League Gold Edition to give away our very first golden ticket of 2025 here in CRL. I'm so excited. Hello, everybody. I'm Andrew Guy, joined, as always, by Jackson, Juicy J, Wall, Juice. My goodness, what an exciting year. We did Boomers and Zoomers. We did the warm-up, and now here we are at CRL. Finally, are you as hyped as I am?
I am so hyped. I mean, this is our first monthly finals. We're going to figure out today and tomorrow the first person to make it to the World Finals for the Clash Royale League. And I'm so excited to see so many old returning faces in the professional community here, Andrew.
That's right, man. We got old faces, we got new faces, we got people we've never even heard before. I mean, I guess that's what a new face is. And of course, we have points. We got golden tickets. We've got everything. So let's get into the action, guys. It's CRL here in 2025. You know, Juicy, in the comments, we always see a handful of questions. You know, I could beat these guys. How do I join this competition? Shut up and show the game. Well, we're only going to answer one of those questions today, which is, how do I get here? If I'm a person that plays Clash Royale on my phone, how do I get to be on the biggest stage in the world, fighting for $50,000, competing in these massive tournaments? How do I get to right here today, Juice?
Yeah, let's go over the format. Number one, we have the 1,000 players making it from Path of Legends, stage one. So, you know, switch to Path of Legends game mode, get to Ultimate Champion. If you make it a top 1,000 in the world, that's stage one. Next stage is the event qualifiers through different group stages, you know, brackets, stuff like that. We get to the 12 players that we have today through those event qualifiers, and that is what stage 3 is. Event finals, monthly finals, Dragon League Golden Edition. Andrew, talk to us about the format for today's matches.
Yeah, that's such a good point you make. I didn't realize how many people didn't even play in the Path of Legends. But guys, get off of Trophy Road, get off of 2v2. I mean, you can go back to them, but Path of Legends is where you need to be if you want to be in that top 1,000. As Juicy said, we have 12 players here for a double elimination bracket. What I love about having 12 players instead of 8 is we have 4 players that get a first round bye based off of how well they did in the previous stages, which is a really, really great benefit that you get for showing up the prior couple weeks. BO3 and BO5 matches. That's right, it's BO3 and best of 5. Lower finals, upper finals, and grand finals will all be in the best of 5 format. Juicy and I saw that during the CRL warm-up. We've seen it in previous events in the past, kind of trying it out. It worked great. There's so many good cards in the game. There's so many strong evolutions. And of course, the champion gets the coveted golden ticket. No more talking about it. No more asking about it. The golden ticket is here. And that means you will be wherever we have world finals. And of course, there's a lot of other things to give away other than the golden ticket. There's a lot of money. $50,000 given away every single monthly final. How does this money break down, brother?
So first place, we have $15,000 of that total $50,000 prize pool. That is what every single player here is going for today. And you see that golden outline in the number 1. They will also win the golden ticket to qualify for the World Finals. Everyone today will be going home with at least $1,000, but every single match that you win is going to increase the amount of percent you can get from that overall prize pool.
That's right. We will be saying goodbye to 4 of our players today, 9th through 12th, as Juicy just said, walking away with $1,000 apiece. But it's not just about the money. The points are back, and the points are so important, as you guys saw in previous World Finals. Same as this year, the top 6 players on that leaderboard at the end of the season that do not have golden tickets, they will be going to World Finals. So this is a big deal, right? There's players that get there off of consistency, and there's players that get there off of golden tickets, and then there's players like Mohamed who gets there off of both. But as you guys can see, the top player here, 100 points given away. And as you guys can see, during the group stage, there was a lot of points given away for those people between 13th and 32nd place. Today, we're going to give away those 40 between 9th and 12th, each 40 players to each of those individuals, all the way to up to 100 for our very first place player. And talking about players, talking about names that we're seeing here, Juicy, this is pretty exciting because obviously we're seeing some repeat customers. You're seeing people that you expect to be here, but then you're also seeing players that you would have maybe expected to be here, I don't know, 5 years ago?
Yeah, it's really cool, especially to see xopxsam coming back into the mix. I also love to see Vitor75 here. He's been to so many different World Finals, but he wasn't able to make it last year or And I'm not sure about the year before. And then the biggest thing to note here when we're looking at these players is the number 1 through 4th seed, Andrew. These top 4 players are going to have that first round bye, like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and here's our bracket, and a lot of really exciting matches. You talked about Juicy, some new faces, some old faces. You know, we have obviously Mohamed Light, our former world champion, but we also have Khazardy, or Igor, who is another former world champion with Team Liquid, who did it live in Los Angeles at the Shrine, showing everybody that he was worth all the talk that was out there in the world. No one knew how good that ladder player was going to be, but the Mortar God showed up. That's Igor. I'm so excited that he's going to be here, but the biggest question is, has his deck pool evolved? And has he evolved his maturity? Has it evolved as a player? Because we know Igor was a player that still dealt with tilt. Then you've got people like xopxsam, World Finals runner-up back in 2020, second place, right? So this is a very, very deep set of players. People like Kitashiyan, Ta was one of the big breakouts last year, showing up in 3 of our monthly finals, winning 1 of them. So there's just a lot going on here, Juicy. Is there any matchup specifically in either the first or second round that really, really calls to you? I mean, I know you were talking about Ian before we started the broadcast.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Ian does in this tournament. I think that there's a lot of players, including himself, that really believe that he has what it takes to make it to the World Finals this year. He was very close last year, but will he be able to perform to the highest ability when the lights are so bright? I think that's one thing that it seems like Ian has really struggled with in the past.
Yeah, I mean, it really, you know so much about the game and the way that it evolves, Juicy, and it's really about, I think, Ian's versatility with his decks. We know he's one of the best Hog EQ players out there. He's a pretty good bait player. He's very good at playing a lot of archetypes.
Yeah.
But can he beat the best in the world with, I mean, pretty much all of them? And we're about to get into game number 1 here. Game number 1 is an interesting one. We have a guy named Baton, or Baton, and you know, please correct me, guys, because like I'm saying, we're just getting to know this person. A new player, but he has gotten first place in a global tournament. It happened at the beginning of last year, or excuse me, the end of last year. He showed up in the CRL seasons 3 and 5 of 2024, but his highest finish was only in 24th place, right? So this is a guy that, Juicy, unless there's something that you know that I don't, he's a new face to the competitive scene, whereas Sam is a guy that's been here forever, but hasn't really shown up at the highest level in quite some time.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, I mean, Sam has a little bit more competitive experience. Baton is a really good player from Canada. I've played against him on ladder so many times. He beats me most of the time when I play against him. But, I mean, going back to what you talked about with Ian, is the deck pool going to be strong in these duels formatting? Something we haven't yet talked about today for any of the new viewers for CRL. All of the matches today are played in duels formatting, meaning that no card can be repeated a single time in the best of 3 or best of 5. We will be doing best of 5s for the upper and lower finals, as well as the grand finals as well.
So here you go, seed 8 versus seed 9. So it was Baton that actually had the higher seeding than Sam, although in the group stage, the win rate was a bit different there. Sam at 71, Baton at 57% there. xopxsam, I mean, this is a guy that if you guys aren't familiar with him, he's from SK Gaming. Look at that, looking good, got the hair going. Miss that guy. Honestly, one of my favorite people in the world. We see him every year at World Finals. He's just a great dude. You always forget how tall he is until you see him in person. For some reason, that happens with Sam, but it doesn't really happen with Morton. You always know Morton's going to be towering over you. But here we go. Sam, bottom of your screen. Baton, top of your screen. This is the first match of the CRL 2025 season. I mean, this is as good as it gets. Here we go. Goblin Hut everywhere these days, Juicy. Love the card. Love the change. And it actually feels like it's in a decent spot. Doesn't feel too strong at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. I think the latest balance change was really solid. Shout out to the balance change team at Clash Royale.
Yeah.
Looking at this matchup overall, should be a drill deck from Baton here with the Evo Snowball. And Sam just going to the tried and true mortar here that you know and love.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I was going to say, it looks like a mortar deck here from Sam. Really nice snowball there. Hits the tower, hits the spears from the gang in the back. Sam giving a lot of value on that snowball and ends up taking a lot of damage for it. So not a great start here for Sam. But 1773 remains to 2 untouched towers.
Bats in the back from Sam, trying to get the Evo in cycle. Baton staying with another gob hut and a miner from Sam trying to get some chip damage. Ice was doing a great job of controlling here. It seems like Baton's got a solid matchup just because he's got the Fire Spear and Snowball for bats. He's got the he's got the Valkyrie for the Skeleton King. And it just seems, as long as he has like a big spell for this last card, it seems like he's going to be able to chip away nicely.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see Sam, create pressure with the mortar and then probably use the Skeleton King mainly to defend against that drill. That way he can't really be spelled off the board, but Baton's going to do a good job, or do his best job that he can to make sure to try to bait that Skeleton King out in places where Sam doesn't want to play it.
Wow, and Sam is making some plays, though. He's getting some minor Evo bats on the right, and that mortar's locked. It's going to be solid damage, but now it's Baton's time to counter push. Let's see if Sam can clutch this defense, but the Evo Snowball wiping all the gang off the map temporarily, allowing all these goblins to get massive damage.
Wow. Yeah, and that's just something you got to be more aware of, Juicy. You know, you know the Evo Snowballs in cycle. You got to be keeping track of that. So you've really got to think about, instead of how do I get damage on the board, is how do I survive this next hit. So all the way down to 733 is Sam. Like you were saying, I really like the damage that he got, but maybe he could have just went with just one of those lanes worth of elixir because he was really hurting defensively. We'll see if he can stay alive here as we're about to tick into overtime.
Yeah, the other weakness of Sam's deck here is he just doesn't have a big spell for these gob huts. The arrows are just not quite enough to clear them off the board, and Baton knows that. He continues to stack them on the board, even getting multiple gob huts on, just preventing anything from breaking through.
What do you think, Juice? Like, is it defensive mortar time? I mean, obviously it's really late in the game, but is that what he should have done earlier? Like defensive mortar for the gob huts?
Yeah.
Then the only way he's ever going to get damage is just minor chip? Like, what would you have done in this matchup?
I don't know. It's tough, honestly. I do like the idea of the defensive mortar. I think a strong play with this sort of deck is to drop defensive mortars until you get the Evo in cycle, and then make your offensive attack at that point. But even with that, I think that if Baton plays well enough, it's just so hard to break through here.
Yeah, I agree. And that's actually...
Oh my gosh!
Oh, wow! It did work.
That was crazy.
What a fascinating interaction. The Evo, even Baton is sitting there with a bit of a smile on his face going, all right, it worked out. The Evo Snowball to pick up the Skeleton King, to get the Fire Spirit to jump on the Princess Tower. Why not? Just how he drew it up.
Yeah, fantastic. And one more drill Snowball will finish it out. Baton with a bit of an upset maybe in game number one here of this best of three. GG's.
Yeah, welcome to CRL, Baton, and welcome back, Sam, the unforgiving brutality that is Clash Royale League. You know, you never know exactly what matchup you're going to get, and you never know how that first game is going to go. And again, that's one of the reasons why we we celebrate Mohamed Light so much, is because through all the years, through all the balance changes, through all the champions, anything you want to throw at him, he's always been able to stay very, very consistent. So Sam getting a bit of a wake-up call here.
Yeah, but you can see all of his experience really showing in his demeanor here. He's so ready for this next game. He's probably messaging with his coach, or, you know, Sam is a great deck picker as well and deck creator. He might just be making his own decks here, preparing, trying to think of exactly how he could maybe get a little bit better of a matchup for game two.
Yeah, great calls there. I mean, we used to call him the mad scientist. He earned that nickname back in the CRL team squad. And of course, he also earned exactly what you're talking about, Juicy, was that calm, that poise, that collection that him and Morton would show. Sam, mainly a king of the hill and obviously a dominant 2v2 player. It wasn't really a 1v1 guy very much, but you know, him and Morton had to play through a lot of tough situations in that 2v2 squad. They were also the 2v2 squad to beat for most people in the league. So I think that's a really great call out. You talk about Sam's calm, his poise, his demeanor, as you can see, not really showing any emotion, even though game one did not go the way that he wanted. Baton on the other side of it, it's not hard to feel good after winning game number one. We'll see if he can take the clean 2-0 or if Sam bounces back in game number two.
Yeah, and once again, none of the cards played in first game will be able to be repeated for the second match. So, I mean, I think that's going to put an interesting situation. We're not going to see any arrows. Maybe log bait could be a possibility, but obviously the log is allowed. Both players not using a big spell too, so there's actually a lot of potential decks to be played here in game two.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Sam And Baton here just rocking snowball and arrows on Baton's side. Looks like fireball plus the demolisher was maybe Sam's idea at kind of getting a small spell. You know, you can use the demolisher sometimes to clean up defensively, but yeah, really, really interesting here. Juicy, talk to me a little bit about the meta, man. I mean, it's been all over the place. We're seeing a lot of graveyard. We're seeing a lot of bait, as you just mentioned. What are you like? I mean, we're seeing a lot of that weird goblin, you know,
machine
curse goblin giant deck. What are you feeling about the meta right now? What are you really enjoying?
Good question. I think that there's a couple big decks that are still very strong. The Evo Goblin Barrel, or even just super quick cycle Boss Bandit Suspicious Bush. Morton's seen a lot of success with that deck. I think at one time he was number 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the world just using Boss Bandit Suspicious Bush Wall Breakers cycle, which is just wild.
Crazy, yeah.
And then obviously, like you said, you do have a couple of graveyard decks that are actually showing in the meta, as well as a few Goblin Drill Poison or Goblin Drill Evo Snowball decks.
You know, now that we're seeing the Fireball in the deck, and we had the, you know, obviously he had Mortar, I would have loved to see Sam just adjust, nice King Tower activation to start, and just play defensive mortars and try to get miners on towers. I just think he got too much damage from that initial snowball on top of his 2 sets of goblins that maybe kind of put him in panic mode for the rest of the game.
Right. Spirit play from Sam, most likely going to be a roll giant deck. But
yeah.
Baton with the goblins here. I mean, a lot of time with goblins, you see some Hog Earthquake. Obviously, could be anything from both players, especially since we're seeing a wait to double elixir. I mean, I'm assuming that Sam believes that he is going against some sort of cycle deck, seeing the goblins, and maybe think he's in the advantage if he waits to double. It is weird to see Baton waiting, though. I feel like he might surprise us with something.
Yeah, all of a sudden you see like a lava deck or something weird. Like you're wondering if it is going to be heavy. Also, you know, last for the CRL warm-up, we did see a ton of Royal Giant everywhere. Royal Giant's still popular, but not quite as dominant as it was then. And as you can see by the body language on Baton, it looks like he's also very happy to wait till double elixir juice. So I guess we're about to find out what this matchup is going to be. And you know, if Sam can bounce back, it's already good to see some of his fans in the chat. That's what comes with the legacy of being one of the OGs in Clash Royale League.
Monk in the back.
Looking more and more like RG.
Eggsy from Baton. Is this going to be Goblins, Hog Rider, Rocket, or / Lightning? No. Oh, it's going to be Graveyard Freeze. That's why he waited to double time. He has Graveyard Freeze.
Yep. So Inferno is out. The Evo Inferno, an interesting addition to the game. Feels relatively balanced, in my opinion, of where it's at.
Yeah.
And that Golden Knight juice. I was going to say way too close with the guards.
Yeah. He does try to get the king activation, but the tornado from Baton allows the lineup on tower and prevents the Fisherman pull altogether. That's so much damage. Tower down to 760.
And the last shot.
Oh my goodness.
That is absolutely devastating for Sam, who is already looking like he's going to take a trip down to the lower bracket. Brilliantly played, though, by Baton Juicy. I mean, every single thing that you're supposed to do and expect, he did. That's where you got to remember, you're back in CRL, Sam. You're back at the highest level. You know, you've got to be thinking 3-4 steps ahead. Juicy, I watch you play a lot. I watch a lot of the great players play. The worst thing that can happen when you're playing Graveyard is you get your King Tower activated. So what is one of the best things you do is you either Lightning or you NATO or you do whatever you need to do to get that unit away that is going to activate King Tower. And Sam is beside himself with the XE lineup there. My goodness, everything went wrong for the German in that, I mean, not even full 10 minutes of gameplay between those two games.
Wow. Yeah, Baton, I mean, he's just playing confident. I mean, it seemed like every play that he made, he was sure that it was going to work. He was just ready for anything. I mean, even the tornado at the end there, just playing the tornado immediately on the guards, getting the execution locked in the tower, the monk not able to stop it from staying locked and getting the second hit. So much damage, and Baton will be going further in our upper bracket here. I mean, overall, I can't believe what we just seen. I mean, Sam really seeming to struggle there. And I guess the Evo Hunter just isn't quite what it used to be. It was really struggling on the right side
Yeah.
to snare and trap and damage what it was meant to do.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a really, really tough 2 games. You know, the first game, it honestly, the biggest thing for me, Juicy, is spell value, right? And while it wasn't quite a spell in game number 2 with the first Golden Knight dash, you know, that Golden Knight dash with the guards being too close to tower, it was kind of just Sam hitting the panic button, right? He was just like, I need to defend, but oh no, the Golden Knight's coming, the Graveyard's coming. You know, he should have known that that was about to happen. He should have had the guards down low and something else up high to keep the Golden Knight at bay. And it was the same thing in game number 1. It was, oh, I cycled my spears. Oh no, here's a drill. Let me double drop on top of this with a Goblin Gang. And then you give so much value with the snowball. So, you know, it's just a little bit of cobwebs getting shaken off. You know, Sam can always bounce back in the lower bracket, but at least for me, when I'm watching, that's just kind of what I saw, which was like, you know, first game of the day, lot going on, and just kind of overreacting a bit defensively.
Yeah, I think that everything you said makes sense. I mean, just a couple early mistakes led to a tough situation where it's just almost impossible to come back. But like we talk about, he's got the experience and he's not over. He's in the lower bracket. He can always make a run today and also tomorrow.
Yeah, and you know, to talk about the other side of this, because you know, obviously we're a little bit biased towards Sam. He's like a legitimate, real friend of ours that we've known for a very, very long time. The good side of this is if you're Baton, or if you're someone out there that whose name we don't know and you've never competed at CRL before, there you go. There he did it. Top 1,000 on Path of Legends, went through the stages group in Swiss, shows up against a number 2 in the world back in 2020, and he's able to show up 2-0 early. And he's going to go on to face Adriel in just a few more matches. Obviously, we need to get through the first round of matches here. So, Sam and Baton down, and now we have probably coming up, Juicy, the biggest, I'd say the most drastic matchup we have here, the most polarizing matchup, if you will. We have a guy that you and I don't know very well. At least I'm going to speak for both of us. I'm sorry. Do you know Rooney? Do you play him on ladder?
I've seen him a little bit in Jinxie's World Cup. It was actually really fun to participate in that event just because there was so many new faces because of all the different countries playing. So I did see him play a little bit. He's obviously a very strong player. Once again, when I play against him on ladder, I'm always scared. And but on the other hand, Mohamed Light, like you said, I mean, just the best player of all time in this game. So much experience. It's going to be interesting to see this match, but I would love to be happily surprised as we were in our game number 1 today.
Yeah. Shout out to Jinxie for holding that World Cup and for bringing more eyes to Clash Royale in general. It's been great to be seeing more and more people get involved with this game that you and I have loved for a very, very large portion of both of our lives. When you look at Rooney's accomplishments here, not a lot on ladder. Not a lot really on teams. It looks like he was a part of this thing called the Amazon University Esports Masters that he did a lot. Looks like through 2021 to 2023. So maybe that's something that he was doing in college. And there we go. There is Rooney right there, the Italian. One of the few Italians that have competed in CRL, I believe. Shout out to our producers for that. I think Keith is one of the other few. And then, yeah, I mean, you go to, I mean, he's got some sweet swag though. It looks like he's got the cards in the back. He's got a lot of the placards that you get for being in person live. You got a lot of the rewards. You see the Clash Fest box up there in the top. So shout out to you, Rooney. It looks like he's been a long-time fan of Clash Royale. Surgical Goblin might be coming after some of your stuff. You got to watch out. Shout out to Surge. Big love for that guy. Glad to see him back in the competitive scene. And then, you know, I tried to not say a lot about Mohamed Light because we'll probably be talking about him for the next 6 months quite a bit. The best to ever do it. You know, 2-time world champion. Didn't get the back-to-back, but he's able to come back in 2024 after doing it in 2022. The undisputed greatest player to ever touch a phone or tablet in Clash Royale, back in the golden chair. Mohamed Light, top of your screen, going up against Rooney at the bottom, and we're starting with an Evo, Witch, and a Zap. Juicy, what are we looking at here?
Evo, Wizard, and a Zap. I mean,
or Wizard,
I don't know.
Sorry.
Yeah, it seems to be probably a giant deck. I don't know what else it could be, really. And Rooney, on the other hand, with the probably just going to be a Roll Hogs deck of some sort, or some sort of spam deck. Interesting.
Recruits? Demolisher. So it looks like going a little out of the box here is Rooney in game number 1.
Monk, Tombstone, Zap, Wizard, and Zappies.
Okay.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is Graveyard, but I usually don't see Zap paired with Graveyard. You usually rather have a Snowball or Arrows, something like that.
So Evo Wizard here in cycle. Evo Wizard also great in where it's at. Doesn't feel overpowered.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel useless. And
Goblin
the curse. I do love that the Goblin Curse has become a thing in Clash Royale. It took a minute. It took a couple of iterations of the card itself and decks for it to be in, and which archetype do we play it in, but it turned out to be a pretty fascinating card at the end of the day.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's really solid. I think that a lot of people have realized that it's not just good for swarms, but when paired with certain units, especially the Goblin Machine, it does a great job of just weakening those cards and getting that damage amplification.
Yeah, the damage amp is actually a huge thing. Even when you have to play it desperately on defense, you can really see it come through sometimes. So really love the versatility of the card, and I think that's one of its strengths and weaknesses, which is what makes it great.
Yeah, going back to Mo's deck, I think this has got to be a Roll Giant deck, by the way, just with with a Fisherman in here. So interesting stuff. So Roll Giant Wizard with Curse Zap going against Rooney with the Roll Hogs, Roll Recruits. I think the Wizard is going to be the trump card for Mo in this situation. That splash damage. Look at it. I mean, he's taking out literally everything on the left-hand lane, and it's even getting damage to the right-hand side.
Yeah, and Mo's figured out his trump card, if you will, and now Rooney needs to figure out that flying machine can cause a lot of pain for Mohamed Light, not really having a way to directly get on top of it, not even having a lot of air defense. Biggest thing, though, is obviously he's got that Monk, so he's going to always try to use that Monk in the same lane as the flying machine, activate that ability as soon as the flying machine's on top, and now he takes care of the card that is causing him issues or would cause him issues, whereas, as you just pointed out, Juicy, not really a good way for Rooney to get on top of the Wizard.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the arrows are just not enough. Maybe you could get a flying machine to lock onto it, but that's what Mo's got the Monk for. Monk is doing a great job deflecting flying machine and keeping his Wizard alive and protected as he cycles to another one, yet again, Evo'd.
And this is just that moment where if you're, and you knew it was going to come down, I was going to say this is that moment that you know that the offense is coming, and you know if you're Rooney, like, Mo's about to hit me. We're getting into just 80 seconds remaining in the game. You know he's going to go on offense. He's been playing nothing but defense, and he ends up not taking the damage lead, but getting a couple shots in. 2151, excuse me, on that left-hand side. 2151 is still the lowest tower. 2202 is Mo's lowest tower.
Yeah, and this is how Mo plays this game. He's just really solid. He's locked in. He's trying to win the bridge battles. He's trying to just min-max everything a little bit. But he's got a big defense ahead of him. Pigs on the right, Gob Demolition on the left, uses the Gob Curse to allow the Wizard to get lots of value as he cycles to another Wizard, trying to deal with the right side. The Fire Spirit hits, though. A lot of damage coming through. He needs to make a Roll Giant push right now.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big push here. We got the Monk up front, the Wizard behind. We're going to go Recruits right at the bridge, and it looks like he does get the RG down. Monk ability just in time. There's the curse. There's the cage. Mo's still defending on that left-hand side. 1606, 1678. RG shot is in. Nothing there to get on top of the RG. Zappy goes down. Mohamed Light screams into the lead, and you can see Rooney knows he was just got.
And another Wizard in cycle yet again. Evo this time. Arrow's going to be blocked by the shield. Flying Machine is trying to take it out. Gob Demolisher is trying to make it to the tower. But the Gob Curse makes sure that the Wizard is able to one-shot absolutely everything on the right-hand side. And Mohamed Light taking game number 1 versus David Rooney.
As my good friend and co-caster Rich says, it's Mohamed Light's world. We're just playing in it. And Rooney just felt like he was in it that whole time. I'm sure he felt like he was just barely hanging on, getting a little bit of breakthroughs here and there. But I got to tell you, Juicy, we've been calling Mo's games for quite some time. It's happened before where he's lost in this situation. But for the most part, when he holds on to his win condition until we're deep into overtime, you usually know he's just figured out everything that you've got to throw at him. And he knows that he can either steal it with spell value or his win condition is going to come in just a couple times and win the game. It's something that he's done for a long time. It's something that Ruben used to do a lot as well. not playing with his food, but more so just like letting you try everything that you can. Once he's figured it out, he's like, all right, cool. Now I'm going to go on offense and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, you and Rich always talk about how the best Royal Giant players just have like abounding patience when it comes to playing the Royal Giant itself. I mean, Mohamed like played 2 Royal Giants that game. He played the first one, seemingly just to kind of throw it away, get the Evo and cycle. And then, like you said, he just had solid defense, cycling the multiple Evo wizards, using his 2 small spells to really kind of control the map and get wizards and cycle, the monk deflecting the machine. And then finally, after a seemingly good push by Rooney, he was just able to full counter push with the monk ability, keeping the Royal Giant Evo as healthy as possible and just getting an absurd amount of damage at the right hand side.
Yeah, that's a great call there. It really did feel like that first RG was just to kind of like see what he would do with it, but mainly, like you said, get that RG Evo and cycle, play defense again, and then, yeah, I got a monk up front, I got an Evo wizard behind, let's get the Evo RG down at the bridge, and let's just completely overwhelm you. So beautiful stuff there from our defending world champion in Mohamed Light, also the guy that's crossed $1 million. $1 million in prize money from a mobile sport, from a mobile esport. And it is so cool to have that guy playing our game, and he's still at the top of his game. You know, we know a couple years ago, it's like college became a thing, and obviously the heavy is the crown when you've won the world championship. You know, Mugi's a guy that we're still waiting to see a bit more of last year and hopefully this year. I do know that he was competing this year, and I know that he wasn't far from being here this weekend, so excited that a lot of our former world champions are all in the mix, right? We have Igor in this competition. We saw Ruben in the warm-up, obviously Mohamed Light, talking about Mugi. So, you know, they're all still there, man. We're all still hooked on CR.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing about Mo, though, that is just so unprecedented in Clash Royale, but also just, I mean, I feel like in sports or esports in general, a lot of the time when you are the best, a lot of people can become complacent and I don't know. Mo, he just continues to have a drive. He didn't perform at the highest level that we are known to see him in the CRL warm-up. Tourist instead, really showing up and showing his face here. But I think that Mo, since then, has been grinding, practicing a lot. And I mean, we're seeing the fruits of his efforts already in his first match of today.
I know, I do love that about Mo. He's just got that fiery competitor in him, even though he's like the nicest dude you'll ever meet. Very soft-spoken, very chill, very humble, but that dude hates losing. As you said, Juicy, I hate losing. I hate losing more than I love winning. One of my favorite quotes of yours. We got Joel Murray in the chat here on YouTube asking if Ian77 has played yet. He has not played yet. We are in our second matchup of the day. He's going to be actually not until our 7th matchup of the day, because Ian did so well in the qualifiers that he's got a first round bye. Just to remind you guys, we are going to go to Sub and Kitashiyan after this match, and then Igor or Khazardy versus Ta. And then, oh, thank you so much. Shout out to our production team. We have our first upper bracket match set in the second round. We got Adriel going up against Baton, who was able to 2-0 xopxsam. And as I was just mentioning, we have Vitor, Ian77, and LucasXGamer.
Yep.
Always good to have Lucas in the mix, isn't it?
Yeah, always. Yeah, Lucas is so interesting. Like, he's just so good, and you know he has the talent. But we talk about all the time, but I think he's just one of those players where his emotions are a blessing and a curse. Where when he's really feeling himself, he's playing on another level. But when he's like having a tough time, or maybe he's just tilted with the meta, a lot of the time he can struggle. But it seems like he is really enjoying the current meta, and he seems very confident since he's already got that first round bye.
Yeah, Lucas, big fan of Lucas. I love that that you talk about his emotion. One of his strengths, one of his weaknesses, and that's why we love him. Obviously, our number 3 in the world last year at World Finals, so very excited to see his match as we get into that second round. But right now, we're going back to hopefully Mortar, as we're seeing Evo Bats and Skeleton King here paired with Goblin Gang. You know that I'm very happy that Mortar is firmly in the meta right now, Juicy. Probably not the best archetype, but definitely one of the more viable ones.
Yeah, it just seems like this Mortar deck, no matter what, is always usable. And I think that's just something that, if you're looking for a deck, that's always one of the traits that you always have to look for.
So, I mean, parts of this you would say looks like Expo, I guess. Parts of this looks like Graveyard, and parts of this looks like, I guess it's going to be Drill. There we go, from Mo Light. As you see the snowball with the archers, goblins. I guess it makes more sense.
Interesting. Yeah, so archers in a drill deck. Haven't seen that before, but
Yeah.
Yeah, the Evo archers are pretty strong here. I kind of like the pick, and I think it's simply because he used arrows in the last game. Archers Evo really strong with the arrows out. He wasn't able to play this match since Rooney played it in his first game of this duel.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting thing to think about as we kind of move through and, you know, how strong Evos are and the cards out. A lot of times when we think about spells being out or cards being out, Juice, in the past we usually talk about like win condition, but when you talk about the strength of split archers or archers without an ability to get on top of them, that's a really great point that you make, because they are a nuisance.
Yeah, I love that you called out the splits. Obviously, if he plays them same lane, Rooney most likely has Fireball for his last card. He will be able to just Fireball them out. Looks like he will use on defense this time, but at some point, we're probably going to see the split archers, and that's just going to be like really hard for Rooney to do anything. Because when you have one archer on both lanes, they're just both covering, and one of them is going to lock in the tower with the poison. It's going to be a solid damage lead for Mo without even having to use his Drill Evo Snowball yet.
Fortunate Evo Bats there. Not only do they get played a little bit into the poison, but a little bit high, so they sneak in front of the Skeleton King as well. So not the best use of one of the stronger Evos in the game. I still think Evo Bats are very strong, just because the cycle is cheap. They can get very powerful, obviously, as they get a couple attacks in, but very easy to clean up if dealt with early. The Evo Snowball comes out here for Mo. Nice connection there. Both goblins on tower, all the way down to 1436.
Interesting. Will we see the mortar lock? No. Mo with the Mighty Miner down on the board. Yeah, a very important thing for Rooney in this situation is when the Evo snowballs in cycle, he needs to save the log specifically for that drill, or else Mo is going to continue to get this massive amount of damage every time.
Yeah, that Evo Snowball already proving to be quite a problem for two of our competitors today. And, you know, as everyone knows that plays this game, it's like you got to keep track of those Evos. Evo Firecracker is one of them. Evo Snowball is one of them. Other Evos are a little bit less punishing, like Evo Archers, for instance. Like, yes, they're coming, but they're not quite as quick damage as the other ones that I just mentioned.
Evo Bats forcing out the Mighty Miner ability. Archers are distracting Mortar for now, but it doesn't get the shot in time. And we're heading into triple elixir, Andrew. I think Mo's just in a really solid damage lead here. It's going to be tough for Rooney to come back. Wow.
And he does the deep drill. Skeleton King away, gets the poison in. And like I said before, man, it's Mo's world. We're just playing in it. I know it's like hyperbolic to say, and it's fun to say, but like when you see him pulling off stuff like that, when he's already got such a dominant lead, you know, Rooney's just sitting there going, okay, yeah, this is why he's the best in the world.
And in card logs with the log, he's able to clean up pretty well. But look, once again, these Evo Archers are shredding absolutely everything in their path as Mo continues to cycle spells in his right-hand tower to finish out the game. Rooney gives up. Evo Archers with the lock, and that's going to be a 2-0 sweep for Mohamed Light.
4 archers on the board on the right-hand side. Complete dominance from our defending world champion, doing it with 2 very unique decks. It's not really about the win condition in the deck. It's more about the cards surrounding it. And, you know, they're kind of wacky and weird, and you're looking at them. But what I'm thinking, and I'm wondering if this is what Mo is thinking, is he goes, all right, man, I know what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to play a lot of BO5s in 2025 because I'm going to be in those finals, whether it's upper, lower, or grand finals. And so what am I going to do? I'm going to start to build decks that are still very strong, that are just a little bit weird looking, so that when I get to that 4th and 5th deck, I can absolutely dominate.
Yeah, I mean, Mo's so good with the deck picks. We saw the Evo Archers get a lot of value. We saw the Evo Snowballs synergizing so well with the drill once again. And it seems like your favorite deck, that Mortar deck, is really struggling in our first monthly finals. I just can't really seem to break through. I think, once again, that is one of the struggles of that deck. If you're going against a good player that knows how to control that Mortar, I mean, it's tough. It's tough to get damage.
Totally, and you start to feel the pressure of only getting minor damage, and then let's say you're like, okay, I'm committing to only doing minor damage, and then all of a sudden your opponent catches 2 minors, and then you feel the panic, right? And again, I really love the call out, and I know it seems so simple, but it's just if arrows are out, let's get archers in game 2, and they were such a problem throughout that entire game that, you know, sometimes maybe it is better to just think a little smaller scale in terms of, you know, when you're looking at duels. Like, as we've said before, it's a lot of times we talk about win conditions specifically, or because spells are out, it's like, oh, log and arrows are out, let's go with bait, or fireball and bomb tower out, let's go royal hogs. But something as simple as arrows are out, let's go Evo archers, and then you saw Mo absolutely punish there. So Juice, we're rolling through our day. 2 matches in, only 4 games played, 2 sweeps, 1 upset, 1, I think, exactly what you would expect in terms of Mohamed Light rolling on through. So Mohamed Light will play Vitor when we get into the second round. Adriel will be playing it up against Batan. And now we have an interesting one here between Sub and Kitashiyan, right? Kita has been around. Kitashiyan has been around forever, right? He was in FOV Gaming way back in the day. You know, he's in GKR leagues, he's in No Tilt Worlds. Like, this is a guy that has been playing the game for probably as long as every one of you guys watching, right? He's been playing since the very beginning, and he's been competing at the highest level since the very beginning. Although over the last few years, Juice, he didn't really show up much in CRL. When you look at 2023, he got 6th place. When you look at 2024, he got 16th. He did get #1 on ladder in June of last year, so happy anniversary to your to your #1 on ladder there. So it'll be cool to see Kita out here. And then Sub, on the other part of it, is a guy that has been very strong, Juicy, over the last few years. Did go to World Finals last year, got 4th place. What are your thoughts here in this matchup as we see a dead even 71%?
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking exactly about what you just mentioned. Sub finishing #4 at the World Finals last year, really kind of surprising everyone. Sub has always been known as a solid player, a consistent player, but to see him actually get very close to even the podium at the highest stage, I think that Sub has a little bit of an advantage when it comes to recent experience, at least, as well as just playing with Evos. I think that it's something we don't really talk about enough, but Clash Royale with Evos is so much different than Clash Royale without. And I know this just from playing myself. Like, I can tell when I'm playing against a pro player who is just so in tune with knowing when the Evos are in cycle, how to abuse them in certain situations. It's so much different than just playing in, you know, mega draft or triple draft, where I don't have to really worry about them.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and we'll see Sub, a guy, when you talk about that 2024 run, it was a really surprising year. When you look at the players that were eliminated before him, I think the biggest surprises were, I mean, honestly, almost all of them. When you look at Ta and Gariko being eliminated, Ta was just such a standout in 2024. And then in the 5th, 6th spot, we had Elsiop, former world champion with Nova, and Pedro, our former world #2. And then it was Sub in 4th place, who only was beaten by Mohamed Light, Riley, and Lucas. So what a run by Sub as the other Brazilian in the competition, other than Pedro and Lucas, who honestly was the guy that I think we expected the least out of, who was able to come out with that $45,000 and now that incredible 4th place finish at World Finals. Kita, on the other side of it, when you talk about him and what he did with FOV Gaming, you know, that was an 8th place and a 4th place. When you talk about World Finals, though, it was only 8th place. So both these guys, seasoned vets.
Kitashiyan with the mortar bait deck once again, and Sub with the log. Interesting. Yeah, I think that
I'm so bummed, Juice, because like we always talk about the you know, the meta of the tournament and how it evolves over the weekend. I'm pretty sure this deck will not be seen much tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that I don't know. I think it's been struggling so far today. We'll see if Kitashiyan will have a chance going against a Roll Giant Dark Prince deck. I think this Dark Prince is going to do a good job of helping out with splash damage. I'm interested to see if he does have the E-Spirit, though. This E-Spirit could be really helpful versus the Bats in this match. Interesting.
Dark Prince, little interesting mix here.
Fine.
2809 to 2528 as a miner goes in behind the tower here, witch up high.
Evo Witch. I really like Evo Witch here. I think that Evo Witch is just a super like strong card in general, but especially when Kitashiyan doesn't have a big spell to deal with her. If Sub's able to just protect his Evo Witch, I think he's gonna have a really strong chance.
Totally. I mean, no big spell to deal with it, and then you also got to think about the frustration of having the Cannoneer to deal with all those skellies. So Fireball out, and we see Kitashiyan go heavy, heavy, heavy here with the Skeleton Dragons at the bridge. But Juicy, just as you called it out, that Evo Witch untouchable. How are you going to deal with her? Kita's going to have to figure that out over the next 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, no arrows in cycle either. This Cannoneer struggling to deal with the skeletons. Fireball's dropping top of the Goblin Demolisher, and that's going to turn it into wall breaker form immediately, not getting much value. Roll Giant only gets 1 hit, but Sub has yet another Witch on the board, preparing for the defense, and he also does have the E-Spirit. Great versus the Bats, but also great for cycling multiple Witches on the board.
And there we go. Miner goes behind the Witch to try to deal with it. E-Spirit comes in. Not even the Evo Witch, and Kitashiyan still cannot deal with it. So nothing but trouble so far for Kita. Has to use the Evo Mortar defensively. You never love to do that.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I think that it's going to be even more difficult now because that's really what this deck really thrives on, defending with your regular mortar or just trying to get to the Evo Mortar cycle and then making a power play once it is there. The fact that he has to play 2 more mortars to get back to it not only means that maybe he can't break through, but it's just going to be so much more difficult for him to make anything happen. Wait, missed Fireball.
That could help, could open the door just a little bit. We'll see. As you see the pile up of fireballable units at the bridge. And Miner to the opposite lane.
Wait a second. Evo Bats don't die to E-Spirit.
Yeah.
Really nice Skelly Kite into the Witch, though. Well played.
Wow. Beautifully played there by Sub. A little bit of a recovery. Wasn't, wasn't all said and done or by any means just by missing the fireball, but a great job recovering there.
My goodness. Miner's getting more chip damage. Wallbreaker mode does connect. Sub still
see,
up
this is
damage.
what I'm happy to see from Kita now, Juice, is he's just kind of playing defense. He's creating a little bit of pressure opposite lane. He's using his Miner to get damage on tower instead of trying to focus on the Witch back behind enemy lines. And I think, well, there we go. He's going to try it again right now. Miner goes right on top of the Witch, but there's just no way to take her out. Oh, he gets it.
He gets it. Mortar a pressure in the left-hand lane, but I don't think it's going to be able to lock once again. And now he doesn't have Mortar for defense. Sub knows that he's going in. He goes for the pre-E-Spear on the Bats, and his RG's locked, Andrew.
Wow, the pre-E-Spirit plus that Witch shot just took every Swarm unit off the board. Beautiful stuff there. Dark Prince connects on the left-hand side. Still trying to defend the right. Miner goes in. Nothing to be done here. And a nice, clean victory for Sub. We won't give it too clean, but a nice victory for Sub.
Sub pretty excited of that win. I mean, he had a good matchup. He made a mistake, but he was able to hold on. Good on Kita for really applying pressure in the right way, in the perfect way to try to make that comeback. But Sub, once again, just recovering fantastically. And we will be heading to game number 2, Sub up 1 match.
Yeah, it seemed like Kita was kind of figuring it out as that game went on. Maybe figured it out just a little bit too late. A lot of things for him to deal with there. Obviously, that Witch was the biggest problem, not having a big spell. Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting one. I really liked that game, and it was a unique matchup. I think I even saw some people in the chat talking about that matchup.
Okay, so we have Mortar arrows out for Kita. Sub, I believe he had the Fireball and the Log with the Evo Witch. Very interesting. I think, obviously, that is one of the main strengths of this Mortar deck, is that you only use 1 spell. When we're doing duels, I always am paying attention to the spells since there's a limited supply of good spells in the meta. So maybe Kita has a slight advantage when it comes to the deck picking here, but I'm sure Sub is locked in, ready to try and use the information available to make the best possible pick to kind of just put this this best of 3 down into the books.
I know it's crazy now when you look at trying to pick what would happen next. Just a couple years ago, I felt like it was, I mean, a lot easier. I'd say maybe even 50% easier to look at like, okay, this is what was played in game 1. game number 2, these are the win conditions and archetypes that make the most sense. Whereas right now, with the amount of cards, evolutions, and then obviously like how you want to punish spells or cards being out, it's almost impossible to decide what's going to be played in games 2 and 3 because there's just so little information. When you look at only 8 cards from each player, now there's hundreds of cards in the game along with evolutions. It just becomes a much more difficult job for those analysts and coaches.
Yeah, and they do such a good job of like using different cards to supplement lack of spells when in certain situations. Like we've seen the monk do a great job of just using the deflection in order to supplement not having a fireball for a flying machine, or even the golden knight, or certain evos like you mentioned that do a great job of just like really cleaning up swarms when you don't have the correct card in cycle. There's just so much creativity that comes into deck picking in Clash Royale, especially in duels formatting, which is part of the reason why we're all here. It is so much fun to see the pros not only play, but craft different decks and mini metas within the CRL League.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, so many times after casting an event will I go, all right, I want to try this deck, and I want to try this deck, and I want to try this deck. So we'll see if that happens here today as we see Drill coming out. Drill, honestly, one of the Drill and RG, probably the 2 most successful win conditions so far.
So true. Yeah, I didn't really think about it, but Roll Giant a little bit not as used recently just because of the Evo Hunter nerf as well as the Lightning nerf. But it is cool to see that Roll Giant is always strong in Clash Royale League. Drill, on the other hand, seemingly a little bit more, I don't know what the word would be, like just a little bit more dominant with the Evo Snowball. I think the Evo Snowball plus Drill is just one of those decks where, okay, yeah, you can defend decent, but I'm always going to be chipping away a little bit throughout the match.
Yeah. Yeah, so Juicy, when you look at this matchup, obviously the biggest differences you see are the Mighty Miner and the Cannon Cart, so a little bit more expensive from Kita, and obviously you can't get that 3-card cycle in. When you're playing, oh, there you go, there's the Golden Knight to help out. When you're playing a Drill similar matchup or a mirror matchup, what are the most important things to kind of focus on as a Drill player to succeed?
Great question. I think the biggest thing in this specific meta is the Evo Snowball. The Evo Snowball getting in cycle quickly is important, but it's also important to be prepared for when it comes through on your side of the map. For example, Kitashiyan, he does not have the bar barrel, so even if he plays the Ghost, which is a good counter to the Drill, Evo Snowball can do a great job of cleaning that up. And then being able to drop another troop later is very difficult too, because the Evo Snowball kind of pull effect stays on the board for a solid amount of time. It's definitely like a second or a second and a half. And I think that's going to put Sub at an advantage here, just being able to have the Barbarian Barrel, but also the Bomber doing a great job of being able to counter the Drill from the side instead of on top, preventing this Snowball from getting lots of value.
And that's why we pay you the big bucks there, Juicy. Beautifully broken down. I do believe that that is all the things that you need to pay attention to when you're talking about that mirror matchup. I mean, the bar barrel, really, I love that you pointed out the bar barrel. Such a simple, such a cheap card. Honestly, an underutilized card that's starting to show up a little bit more in the meta these days. And that is such a great point because Evo Snowball is so powerful. It is one of the few cards that can stop that first goblin, bait out that snowball, and then in turn allow you to get a second card down that will not be as punished. So great stuff there. We'll see if Kitashiyan and Sub are listening in on the broadcast as we see a nice push here coming across the bridge. Golden Knight ability maybe just a hair early. Still trying to keep that cannon card alive. Nice defense from Sub. 2250 the lowest tower, or Sub 2162 in this very close mirror matchup.
Snowball comes through,
mirror-ish matchup.
Out some of the spear goblins, and the goblins are connecting. This is such a fascinating match. I think that, wow, nice prediction of the Marcher.
Yep.
Okay, so I just want to quickly break down what's happening. Basically, Sub has realized his advantage with the Drill. Kitashiyan has realized his disadvantage with the Drill. So instead, he's trying to break through with his units. He's making big pushes with the Golden Knight, Magic Archer, the Cannon Cart, realizing that Sub has really good Drill counters. If Kitashiyan is able to make a really solid play on offense to get a Cannon Cart or maybe even a Magic Archer connection, that could quickly shift the tides of this match.
It's a great call there, Juicy, and it's honestly very similar. In there we see the exact thing that you talked about. Bomber out, bait out the Evo Snowball, then the barrel comes in. Great cleanup there from Sub. And what I was just going to say, Juice, is it's kind of similar to game number 1, where it feels like, as you were just talking about, Kitashiyan using units instead of drill to break through. Kind of like he's figuring it out, but maybe just a little bit too late. Maybe just a little bit too much damage done. But you can see there, honestly, getting a little bit of drill damage in, trying to get the Golden Knight down to bring out the ability. We see the ability from the Monk going to the opposite lane, so nice play there by Sub as a drill comes in. Bomber played way down low. Royal Ghost on tower. This is huge, Juice.
And the cannon card locks as well. Magic Archer on tower. Wait a second. There it is. Huge swing. Only 15 seconds on the clock. Maybe Sub can make the comeback. Here's the Evo Snowball and the poisoned Ice Spirit. Perfectly played Ice Spirit. And he shakes his head.
Sub knows he just got the beautiful breakthrough late game. There's the Magic Archer shot to get through on top of tower. Kitashiyan is still here, and we get to go to our very first game 3 of our third best of 3 of the day. Sweep, and now we get to go to a final game here. Beautiful come from behind victory there from Kita. Juicy, talk to me about what went wrong there for Sub, other than everything all at once.
Man, I hate to do this because it's so easy to sit up here and point out the mistakes when the pressure's on, when they're playing. But I gotta say, I feel like something that I see Sub do a lot is just make one mistake, like the missed fireball in the other match. And in this match, it was the Mighty Miner ability. A lot of the time, he stays really calm and he's able to somehow make the defense happen and still win the match. So I definitely give him props for that. But this time, the mistake was too much. The Mighty Miner ability, the other lane. And with the Mighty Miner in the other lane, he has no other tank to deal with the cannon card, the Ghost, the Golden Knight on that right-hand side. It was just too much to deal with. So much connecting there. And wow, what a comeback from Kit there.
Yeah, and you understand it because, you know, you see the aggressive Golden Knight at the bridge, and probably in Sub's mind, he goes, there's no way for me to get this Golden or this Mighty Miner out of the way in time for that Golden Knight. There's just nothing I can do. I can't play anything up high. It's going to be sacrificing units, and if I leave my Mighty Miner where it is, he's going to connect on tower. But as you said, you know, that ended up being the big mistake. He was missing a tank on the right-hand lane. Kitashiyan was already starting to recognize that brute force at the bridge was maybe better than sneaking a drill in the back door. And kind of all things came crashing down there. And yeah, it's interesting. You talk about these mistakes that Sub makes. Obviously, game number 1, he was able to get away with it. Game number 2, not so much. So here we go into game number 3. Kita now feeling the momentum in his direction. Sub, as you can also see, as we were just showing him on camera, looking a little bit more stressed out, obviously, after taking that L.
Yeah. So we've seen a drill mirror matchup, and then we saw Mortar versus RG. Fascinating stuff. I think that this third match, I mean, there's a lot that could happen. Obviously, we have Pigs and Hog Earthquake, not played at all so far today. Roll Giant, we've seen a lot. Drill, we've seen a lot. Mortar, we've seen a lot. What else?
We haven't seen any bait yet, Juicy.
Oh, that's true.
Know, when you look at Sub's missing Log, Fireball, Poisoned, Snowball, and Barb Barrel. So obviously still has arrows. I feel like if you're Sub, you have to play arrows in this game.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, he's got a lot out. Where on the other side of it, Kita is only missing arrows and Snowball. So basically every spell available other than those two. And then win condition wise, it's just Drill and Mortar and Miner that are out for Kita. So maybe Kita doing a little bit better job deck building here, thinking about longevity.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that was such amazing like points that you just brought up there. Like, I didn't even realize the fact that log bait hadn't really been played yet, despite being so strong in the meta. And with the fact that Sub has used so many spells, I think it makes a lot of sense for a kid to go ahead and use that here. And the question is, if you're Sub, you have to be expecting that. What can you use to try to prevent that sort of value from the log bait? It'll be interesting to see what he cooks up here in this third match.
Yeah, I mean, Juicy, what would you do? You know, you're one of the best players in the world. If you knew you were coming into log bait with a lack of spells, you know, how would you try to counter? Like, what are your favorite counters for log bait when you are just running probably arrows?
The first thing that comes to mind is the Fire Spirit. I don't think use Fire Spirit yet. It does a great job of countering goblins if you know good and correct placements. Another thing that came to mind was the Mother Witch. I think that Mother Witch is a card where if you know you're going against some sort of bait deck, it can do a great job of kind of controlling the map and providing value.
Yeah, that's a really, really good call there on the Mother Witch, seeing her show up just a little bit more here as of late, but not very, very popular. And yeah, like you're talking about, you know, bait being one of the most popular archetypes in the game right now. We see that a lot in the competitive level, but not really with bait. You know, like to expand on what I'm talking about, when Expo was dominating on ladder, we never see Expo in competitive play because, as we've all seen over the years, is if you're a pro and you know you're playing against Expo, you 90% of the time it feels like they know how to play through that matchup. Whereas bait, regardless of what you know is coming your way, players outplay bait with bait all the time. So a little bit of a difference there in terms of win condition. And Sub going with, is this that Goblin Curse deck, Juice?
I'm not sure. I mean, Berserker, Ghost, and a Rage. It really could be anything. He's already used Roll a Giant, so it can't be that, and it can't be a Drill. He's got a P.E.K.K.A. So a P.E.K.K.A. Bridge Spam deck here.
Sub is a good bridge spam player, but obviously this is a different look at bridge spam. And then Kita at the bottom looking like he's going to what looked like parts of Mo's RG deck.
Yeah, Evo Wizard starting to come back into the meta after... I guess it makes sense as more and more spells get nerfed. The Poison, the Fireball, the Lightning nerfs. And a Ram Rider instead of Battle Ram. Zappy's doing a good job. This Gold Knight is a threat, though.
Wow, that Gold Knight's a problem.
My goodness.
And there it is. Beautiful connection. No elixir in the tank. Monk comes down to stop the bleeding, but nice damage early here from Sub.
Once again, I mean, Sub not having the certain spells since he's used a lot of them, but using a champion like the Gold Knight to kind of supplement that, that not really splash damage, but the multi-target attack of that Golden Knight.
And also the Berserker is just, I love the Berserker.
Me too.
I love how strong she is defensively. It's like having a little prince that's charged up defensively for you immediately. You know, it's just, I love the sounds it makes. I love its attack speed, all of it. It's just a great card.
Yeah, I mean, the other cool thing is there's really nothing else like that in the game. The most like, I guess the most, like, the card that maybe you could say is like it is like Goblins, but I mean, Berserker survives. Wait, this P.E.K.K.A. is scaring me. Okay. Wait, the Rage?
Yep. I mean, that's trouble again. You knew the Tombstone was the only option.
Gosh.
And Sub might have just done it right there. Two massive Evo P.E.K.K.A. hits on the tower. Evo Executioner in the back to clean up the counter push, so you know that Kita can't really do anything here. So he goes RG opposite, and that's a pretty good call because the P.E.K.K.A. comes out. So this is looking for a tower trade situation here.
Zappy's on defense. Berserker and Golden Knight on defense to the right for Sub. Executioner does not lock onto the Zappies. Good defense for both players, but Kit is getting some damage back. Sub's looking to counter push.
And a late Golden Knight ability, maybe. No, doesn't. Decides to wait. Now the ability can come in. If it's back. And there it is.
Zappy's dropping on defense. Wow, this match is getting a little wild. I mean, Kit's doing a great job of kind of, I don't know, splitting up the damage on both sides. But this P.E.K.K.A. is a monster to deal with, especially when paired with the Rage, Executioner, or Golden Knight.
I was just going to say, it feels like Sub should have won this game like 3 times. But then you look and you see he's only actually behind by like 400 HP. So great work staying alive does Kita. Now the curse comes down defensively. And still, great defense. You can see Sub now getting a little frustrated, wondering, why can I not break through here? And once again, it feels like Kita is kind of figuring things out as we're getting deeper into overtime. 1 minute, 5 seconds remain. 826 lowest tower on the board belongs to Kitashiyan. Sub with 1210 on his top right tower.
Monk on defense. Wizard splashing absolutely.
Oh, that connection is there.
Does he have... He tries to roll giant to block, but he misclicks, and the Golden Knight wins the game. Sub taking game number 3. Kit with his hand on the top of his head. It's just so sad. Such a sad interaction there with the Golden Knight.
It's so sad. It is, man. The Zappy cycled in the back did him dirty. Then there was nowhere for him to place his Monk, right? You're trying to get the Monk up front. Can't do it.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. I mean, I'm kind of speechless there. I was like kind of excited for Kit to win that game with this deck. I mean, leave it to Mo to really kind of changed the meta once again. Wow, I never even would have thought about Wizard plus Gob Curse. The splash damage plus damage amplification, making the Wizard such a menace on defense. But like you said, the Zappies, I mean, it's not a micro mistake, it's a macro mistake. You know, he just played the Zappies a little bit too far back. You have to realize that Gold Knight's in the deck, and what just happened is a very real possibility.
Yeah, I mean, that's nail on the head right there. You know, when you know you're playing against a card like that, you've got to think about where you're cycling cards in the back of the board, and gets punished for it. And yeah, like I said, it just felt like every one of those games, and it makes sense because Kita's kind of been out of the mix for a long time. It felt like he's figuring it out as they go. And you also got to remember, Kita comes from the teams format, right? So maybe he's much more used to having more people around him to kind of help coach. I mean, obviously he's on call. Players are always on call, but it just felt like it was just like a warming up for him. So we'll see if Kita can bounce back in the lower bracket. A great best of 3 there. We finally got game number 3 as we got to our third matchup of the day. Sub stays alive. Let's take a look here at the bracket to catch you guys all up with where we're at, as we're about a third of the way through our day. Not quite a third of the way, but almost there, as we go to Khazardy or Igor going up against Ta, which I'm very excited about. And of course, we have our second round here. Adriel versus Baton. Vitor 75 versus Molite. That's going to be a great one. Ian versus Sub, also going to be a great one. And of course, LucasXGamer waiting to see who's going to win here between Igor and Ta. And this is, for me, I mean, you know, I'm obviously a Mortar fanboy, so that makes me an Igor fanboy. I was there commentating in 2019 when he showed up and just kind of took all of our breaths away at the shrine. And I'm really excited to see how he does here. Here we go, looking at the bottom of the bracket. xopxsam started the day off and is now waiting in the wings here. Rooney ran into a very tough Mohamed like Kitashiyan, as you guys just saw, going up against Sub, losing in that best of 3 in game number 3. And then, of course, we have down here the loser of match 4 and the loser of match number 5. So excited to see what happens there. You know, Juicy, it's been a while since Igor has been in the mix. We saw him a little bit in 2023. We saw him in 2021 at World Finals. But earlier this year, do you remember the Retro Royale ladder? And
yeah,
that's
true. I do remember that.
And and that's part of that gets me excited.
Yeah.
And the other part of it makes me a little nervous, right? Because it makes sense that Igor would do so well in Retro Royale. But you see, this is obviously not Retro Royale. And Ta is a guy who, like I said, in 2024 showed up in almost every monthly final that we had. Didn't have a good showing at World Finals, but he was still there. Thoughts on where we're going in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, you brought up a lot of good points. Igor, fantastic Mortar player, a fantastic Cycle player. Really performed well in that Retro Royale ladder with the no evolutions, the old school decks. Ta, like we have been talking about, though, he's really just a solid player. He has become more and more well known as one of the best players from Japan. The more that we watch him every single year. And he's got a little bit more experience, in my opinion, with the Evos. Once again, going back to how different Clash Royale can be. Wow, he's looking so relaxed here, Andrew. Though,
man, I mean, yeah, Igor looks.
Yeah.
First of all, he looks grown.
Yeah.
And second of all, he doesn't look like he's about to play a big game here. He's just chilling.
This is just what I love about mobile esports. We've seen at the highest level of gameplay, we've seen players playing from their room like this, just relaxed, chilling on their bed. We've seen players playing in the car. We've seen players playing at the airport, waiting for their flight with thousands of dollars on the line. And I mean, I'm sure this is exactly the position. Sorry, go ahead.
Sam playing at the wedding, right?
Oh, you know? Yeah, I forgot.
Even though we didn't get to see the camera there.
Wow. Yeah, I mean.
Oh, so good.
Yeah.
Talking about Ta in 2024, Juicy, that was really his coming out year. We saw him in 2023, and we were like, okay, this guy's good. He keeps showing up in monthly finals. He's gotten 6th place a couple times, you know, but in 2024, he got 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place in monthly finals. He obviously got number 8 at our world finals, and then he was number 2 on the community leaderboard. So that was the thing about, and that again, we talk about the leaderboard, is consistency really does pay off. You know, even if Todd did not end up winning that golden ticket like he did, I believe in our second monthly final, or third, it didn't matter. He was going to get there based off of points anyway. So we'll see if consistency has come through. And there's also something about going to World Finals and getting eliminated on day one that I feel like it makes you more hungry. You know, I don't think you get super defeated by it because you're like, I'm there, I get the big paycheck, I get to see all these people, I get to be on the big stage. I feel like Todd could be hungrier than ever here in 2025.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that he's ready to rumble. I mean, and based on his deck, I mean, I love this deck pick. We have a super quick cycle miner deck. Yep. And he's going into Igor's territory here. Igor, one of the best miner players of all time, especially when paired with that mortar. It'll be interesting to see here. We have the miner cycle versus the miner mortar at the top of your screen for Igor.
And I like this play a lot by Todd. Just like you were saying, Juicy. Oh, interesting. So Mother Witch coming in. So an interesting pick here from Igor as well. I like the deck choice from Igor. I like the pick from Ta. And the reason that I like both of these is, you know, you go Igor going comfort, but it's a little off-meta comfort, which is very good. I think it's important that if you haven't played in a while to play something that makes you feel comfortable, just like that mortar lock. I'm sure he feels good about that. Arrows come in, so this mortar is going to be a problem. And then on the other side of it, the reason I like what Ta is running is because if Ta thinks he's the better player, why not try to control the pace of the game? And that's exactly what this deck says.
Yeah. Mortar does get one more
shot in.
hit. And the Spear Goblin's forced on defense, the right-hand side. You see a miner come through. I like that. He's trying to protect his Evo Bats, trying to get that heal effect, but a good night from Ta. Going to protect. Very close game, actually, so far. I didn't realize how much damage Ta was doing this right-hand lane. The other thing to note is the Cannoneer Tower does start with about 400 less HP, though, than the normal Princess Tower.
Yeah, it's a little bit of math that I always do when I'm playing is, you know, I look at where they started, where I started, and who's actually done more damage because, as you're just pointing out, you know, the damage starting with less HP, don't let it get in your head. So here we go. Evil Mortar at the bridge. Rocket comes out to meet it. Don't hate that call, although it is obviously a -2 trade. So we see Igor here kind of pile up at the bridge. Would love to see that Skelly King ability come in as it crosses the bridge. There we go. And I don't know how I feel about that miner.
Yeah, the miner, I mean, it gets some chip damage. It's still a very close game. And doing a great job of cleaning everything up. Looking at this matchup overall, I mean, I think the later it goes on, the more the Rocket can provide value on the offensive. Yeah. On the other hand, I think that if Igor's able to use his Mother Witch effectively, he could, we could see another one of those situations where the tides just completely shift off of a one good play.
And Cannon Cart is tanking for the bats. Spear Goblins come down to protect the cannon. Mortar up on the spears. Now going to be on the defensive cannon here. 16-17, the lowest tower on the board for Ta. Igor at 1933. Cannon Cart, I actually really love what they did with Cannon Cart. I think it's where it needs to be right now. Just a little bit strong. Buzz, not overpowered.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, big counter push though from Igor, and he misses some of the Evo Bats with the Evo Cannon. It's not a big threat, but this Evo Mortar is, Andrew. Big push.
Absolutely, and Igor did a really good job of not giving rocket value, getting the Evo Mortar down just a little bit late after the Skeleton King plus the Cannon Cart had crossed the bridge. And now the problem here is, even though not a lot of damage is coming through, is so much of the cycle and elixir battle is being won here by Igor, and he is just overwhelming. 1840, big pile up at the bridge. Knight comes down, Mortar not even paid attention to. Miner goes to the back, Spears up high to get on top of the Mortar now, but Bats at the bridge for Igor. Overwhelm, and that's going to do it. The Mortar God comes back after years in silence, years in hiding, and he wins his first game back at CRL with the Mortar while laying in his bed. We'll get him some art in the future.
And there it is. I mean, what a push. I mean, you called out so many different things. The Mortar was fantastic. The Cannon Cart was providing value. The Miner to the back do keep applying pressure. But like I said earlier, that Mother Witch was really the X factor in that match. Just spawning a couple roll hogs, taking out the Knight and I think one other unit. Those roll hogs just continue to apply even more pressure, tanking for the Spear Gobs and the Bats. And it really seemed like Ta was missing a tank in that deck. His only tank was his Miner, which is also his main offensive card. So without a great card to really tank for that mortar. Wait, I might be dumb. I think he had a knight also, but still, just a. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he did have the knight as well, but it
Yeah.
still was like it couldn't be. It wasn't in enough places.
Just-
I think
yeah,
you're
just-
still calling
yeah.
out the right thing there, Juice, because the miner he needs for damage, right? He needs to get the
Right.
miner on tower for damage. So then he only has just the one tank in the knight, and then the cannon starts getting played in weird places because you're not trying to give too much value. And yeah, so I mean. That's the thing about miner control decks, especially ones with Rocket, because there's no miner poison value. You know, later in the game, you can start to miner poison a little bit more confidently, especially in a matchup like this, right? If you were gonna miner poison more regularly, then all of a sudden, Igor can't defend with those goblins, right? He was defending that miner with the goblin gang over and over and over for a fair, you know, an even trade, and then maybe even a counter push. The Rocket just didn't have a great place in this matchup. And then even at the bridge, right at the end there, when you see the Skeleton King, the Cannon Cart, the Mortar, all at the bridge, you would have loved to see a poison come down because not only would it get damage on all those units, but then it can't be followed up with goblins or bats or what have you because, you know, they're all going to die inside that poison. So, you know, you and I both not huge fans of Rocket Cycles, so maybe we're both okay with how game one went here.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I feel like this year so far, with a couple events that we've casted, we've seen a couple people try to make miner Rocket work or even bait Rocket, but it seems like in the competitive level, the Rocket doesn't like get enough value, and it's not actually used the way we're used to seeing it on ladder, where you go for the miner, you go for the Rocket, and you set it for defense. It seems like this super high level, the players are able to use their Evos and their other cards effectively to apply enough pressure, preventing that Rocket value.
Yeah, and like, that's such a good point that you make because, you know, whenever you're using your spells, you're trying to get at least an even trade there. And as we saw, like Rocket on top of Evo Mortar, it's a -2 trade, but that's okay, right? If it's an Evo, you don't feel as bad about it. But then as the game goes on, there's just nowhere to get that good value. And obviously going up against someone like Igor, the minute that you kind of make a negative elixir trade willingly with the Rocket just to get some damage in, he's going to punish you at the bridge, which is exactly what he did. So yeah, that is a really interesting point that you make. It does seem like miner poison has always been better than miner Rocket control at the highest level, even though, you know, we see that Rocket Cycle game be played a lot on ladder. It's just, again, at the highest level, certain things just do not work. You know, we will. I was
there. Yeah, I was just gonna say, very interesting stuff all around. I'm just thinking about like the fact that Igor is like, yep, I'm going to use my best deck and there's nothing you can do about it. I think that's hilarious that he just goes straight into his very, very best deck in Clash Royale. And Ta was just not ready. But the other thing to note is that he doesn't have the Mortar as an option. It is duels. He's not going to be able to repeat that deck again.
Yeah, and honestly, that might be for the best for Igor because as Rich loves to talk about, there's a time in that tournament where Igor just ran the same deck like 5 times in a row, and he lost with it every single time. And that's when you were just screaming like, you need a coach. That was when we just had moved away from teams, and you know, so it makes sense why Igor took a little bit of time to kind of reset. And here we are. We're in duels mode. Can't repeat decks. Can't repeat cards. And looking like, oh, Juice. First of all, Ta's a great E-Giant player, one of the best E-Giant players out there. How do you feel about E-Giant? You're one of your favorites in all of Clash Royale.
I just don't want to talk about it. It makes me so sad. Like E-Giant, it's just not strong anymore for a lot of reasons. Main ones being Tornado nerf. It's not great with the Tornado nerf. Tornado just not doing enough damage anymore. So even Graveyard decks nowadays not using Tornado, but with Electro Giant you need it. It is a necessary card. So I think that hurt it a lot. But also there's with the addition to Tower Troops and Evos, there just becomes more and more cards that are able to counter the Electro Giant almost too effectively.
I know you were saying my toxic trade is every time there's a new meta, you think E-Giant's gonna work, and then it never does.
Yeah, literally every meta when new Evo gets out, I'm like, okay guys, is E-Giant back? And it's a failure every single time. At this point, I just gotta wait for the Evo E-Giant. I think that's my only hope for this card.
So E-Giant played up high. Barbell comes out defensively. So at least all the answers that Ta needs are in the deck that he has. And of course, you know, while NATO is not super strong, NATO paired with E-Giant, as you said, is a must-have. And it does end up doing the work that NATO used to do in terms of helping with spears, helping with, as you saw there, the Dart Goblin, or it's going to help with guards, all because of that reflective damage from the E-Giant. So a very interesting matchup here in game number 2.
I talked a lot of smack about E-Giant just now, but I love the deck pick overall in this situation. It's getting a lot of value versus the Mighty Miner, rendering it fairly useless. And the Archers here, I haven't seen Archer Evo pair with E-Giant in quite some time, but it's actually such a strong pick. It's a really good idea, as Archers have a really long range to help try and snipe stuff out to get the E-Giant to the tower.
And Dart Goblin played opposite there, knowing that the Lightning's going to come in. Great NATO there to get on top of the Evo Dart Goblin, and then a defensive drill comes out to defend. So actually pretty well defended there by Igor. 2399 on the right-hand side, 2408 on the left-hand side, and the lowest tower for Ta is at 2708 as that snowball damage comes in here from Igor. Juicy, when you look at this matchup, because all of the DPS units from Igor can either be NATO'd in, or, I mean, yeah, all of them can be NATO'd in because even the Mighty Miner gets reset. What are your thoughts here as this matchup kind of plays out?
Yeah, I mean, the longer I see this matchup, I mean, the more I'm worried for Ta. I mean, I think the E-Giant is really going to struggle to make the tower. Well, once again, the drill plus snowball is just such a strong combo. And then the Evo Dart Gob, when we're in these higher elixir modes, like once you get to double and triple elixir, for example, the Evo Dart Gob is seemingly always in cycle for every defense.
Yeah. That's a good call. Snowball comes in, through. Barbell to clean up.
Nice.
2098 to 1961, so very close.
25 seconds left on the clock. E-Giant coming through once again, but a high anti-lightning Tesla placement. Archers can snipe and a nice tornado. He's got to defend while also getting a lightning or so on the
Baby
tower.
Dragon!
Wait, Baby Dragon is getting distracted. Another one. The Baby Dragon stack. The hero
and
we
it
didn't
breaks
know
through.
we needed. It connects.
Wow.
And Ta
Wow.
comes back, ties up the best of 3. The Baby Dragon ends up changing everything in the final moments of the match.
Everything is so focused for Igor on the center of the board and not allowing that Golden Knight. So it's like everything that Igor is doing is to pull the opponent's push into the center of the board so that you get the E-Giant going towards the middle, the Golden Knight going towards the middle. Everything cannot be chained to get on top of the tower. But then you see there the Baby Dragon played on the far left on the outside because everything is getting pulled to the center. Baby Dragon just squeezes through on the left-hand side. You see the second Baby Dragon come down. Beautiful stuff there. No way to distract long enough. Just the E-Spirit and then the Dart Goblin. And obviously, you can't play the Dart Goblin to protect against the Baby Dragon. You got to let the Baby Dragon lock on something else. And a nice overwhelm there at the end. Juicy, what exactly went wrong for Igor there?
I don't know. I think the biggest thing is you never want to go same lane versus E-Giant. I mean, this is part of the reason, right? He's able to use the Golden Knight kind of 3-card cycle, as well as the Baby Dragon splash damage on defense. And then all of a sudden on this counter push, even though the E-Giant isn't really much of a threat, he cycles to a second Baby Dragon. And since Mighty Miner's his only tank, he isn't able to cycle back to another tank very effectively.
Yeah.
And then the Baby Dragon's just locked there. I mean, he doesn't have a Phoenix. He doesn't have any other air targeting card other than the Tesla, which he's using to defend the Electro Giant.
Yeah, that's a great call because when I go back and I look at the replay there, the Mighty Miner was played up high at the bridge just to tank for the first Baby Dragon because I think Igor could see that that Baby Dragon was going to squeeze on through. Obviously, you don't want to play the Mighty Miner right on top of the E-Giant because it's not going to do anything. So his only tank being used is cannon fodder for the first Baby Dragon. Then the second Baby Dragon comes in. Really, really well played. And that's exactly what I wanted to see in this matchup. I didn't want to see either of these guys dominate the best of 3. I didn't want to see a 2-0 sweep because I do believe that if Igor is playing at the level that he's able to, you know, I don't think he's a world champion caliber player in this moment, right? We'll see as the year goes on. But both of these guys are world finals caliber players. So I love to see this going the distance.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, this is what I just love to see, Andrew. I love to sit here, cast these matches, see the best players duke it out on the battlefield. And I just love the deck kind of creativity from everyone right now as well. I think E-Giant is not a deck that's super great in the meta, but it did a great job versus this deck. Despite the E-Giant not breaking through, I love Taw's creativity within the match as well to realize that the Baby Dragon might actually be the win condition, since Khazardy just really kind of missing out on some extra air defense. Tesla always just getting locked up by the E-Giant there.
You know, for year after year after year, almost a decade now, has the Baby Dragon just been one of those fascinating cards that seems so easy to control, but then all of a sudden you have no response for it. It has so much HP. Somehow those belches are doing so much damage on your tower. It's one of the most fascinating things in the game, is like when you see a Baby Dragon kind of turn into a flying machine. Obviously less attack speed and less damage, but sometimes it's just so hard to deal with. So right now we're just waiting on these players to pick between their cards to make the last deck, obviously, in this best of 3. We're about a third of the way through our day. So just to remind you guys, we're going to be here same time, same place tomorrow to be giving away that golden ticket, to be giving away the majority of that $50,000 prize. And of course, this is just the first event of the year for CRL. We had the warm-up, we had Boomers versus Zoomers. They were awesome. They were great. That's the pass. We're talking golden ticket. We're talking CRL leaderboard points, as you guys see in the bottom right-hand corner. That's the CRL logo, Dragon League Gold Edition. So make sure you guys are following along here on the channel if you're watching on YouTube. Same thing on Twitch. And of course, go follow on X, Esports Royale EN, if you speak English, to follow along with every event that we're going to be doing for the rest of the year, so you can figure out how to be competing for golden tickets in that last chance qualifier. And of course, finally at World Finals.
All right, Andrew, our last match of the the first round of the upper bracket. We have Ta, we have Khazardy, and we have what seems to be another drill snowball deck, potentially, for Ta. There's the drill. And then Khazardy going back to Mohamed Lights, Royal Giant Evo Wizard. I'd love to see Evo Wizard being played. It's such a surprise, honestly.
For a card that I had such disdain for before it got evolved, I never thought that I'd like it so much now as an Evo. I still don't really play with it, but I just kind of respect it more, as weird as that is to say.
Goblin Hut on the board. Goblin Hut's pretty good versus RG here.
Yeah.
But the Monk does a great job deflecting everything.
And that's exactly what Eroy is going to put to the test here. Gets that Monk in deep. See if he can reflect those spears. There's the Ice was down as well, reflecting a little bit of everything. Evo Valkyrie already in cycle
That's
here,
crazy,
and that is
actually
a great call. I know, dude. I was actually shocked it's already in cycle, but Todd doing a really good job recognizing that he had to have that to save the tower there, but still takes a decent amount of damage. And now it's Ta's turn to do damage. Ooh, the log comes in early. Royal Ghost is behind, so maybe more damage than Igor would have liked. Ta pretty happy about that. 2104, lowest tower on the board for Igor. Ta at 2303.
Igor did do a great job of controlling the Valkyrie Evo on that defense, though. The Fire Spirit Skeletons, as well as that early log, at least did prevent the Valk from connecting. But, I mean, once again, tower's down to 1804 after the Fire Spirit arrows and even a snowball coming through.
And the curse comes down here.
Interesting. Ability, going to get a little bit of deflection value. Evo Wizard and Cycle to kind of clean up this defense. And I do like the RG back. I think as I've seen so many good RG players play with a deck like this, you have to get that double RG, dual lane pressure.
Yeah, and when that RG did go down in the back, you could kind of see Toph throw his head back a little bit, like feeling a little frustrated. So you imagine you're going to see this Evo RG plus Wizard push on the left-hand side. And then on the right-hand side, maybe try to get a second RG down once this monk crosses the bridge. But right now, might just take the reflective value. And there you go.
There's the RG, like you said, with a Goblin Curse on offense as well to try and spawn the Goblins. But look, Evo Valk in cycle yet again. It's just cleaning up everything, and even the Goblins from the Goblin Curse. Wow, it even helped versus the left-hand lane. Wild value in the Evo Valk.
I mean, truly, I think there is not one evolution that can kind of stop the game in its tracks more than the Evo Valkyrie. It is insane, the value that an Evo Valkyrie can get, and Ta is doing an incredible job, Juice, of keeping it exactly where he needs it.
Yeah, and he's going to continue to make sure to play the Valkyrie in the back. As soon as he has it back in cycle, he wants to get the Evo back in order to defend every single time. You're so right. I think Valkyrie is the strongest defensive Evo in Clash Royale. It's one of the only Evos that still get a HP boost whenever the Evo's in cycle.
Yeah, felt like every single Evo got an HP boost. It did, actually, in the beginning, so it was a nice little bit of a change there. Something that we all desperately needed in Clash Royale.
Yeah. Wait, big push here, right? But arrows don't fully take out the ghost. Monk ability is going to drop soon. But once again, Evo Valkyrie in cycle. Can the wizard take it out with the help of the God Curse? Not in time. Valkyrie's still alive, pulling this Royal Giant all the way over. And we just see a double drop of buildings. Meanwhile, look at the left lane. The Ice Wiz is chipping away. And it's actually wild. It seems like Khazardy is doing everything he can to break through for damage, while Ta is just seemingly getting damage without even trying.
Literally, Ice Wizard plus Spear Goblin. Just 1-1 did the damage it needed in that left-hand side. Skeletons come down, Log comes in late. RG cannot connect. And honestly, a matchup that I would lose probably 10 times out of 10. Played so well by Ta. That Evo Valkyrie was always in play. It was always there when that RG came across the bridge on the right-hand side. Igor knew it was coming, and he had no idea how to deal with it. So well played by Ta.
And Ta, I love how he always lets his emotions loose a little bit once the game is over. You can see him just drop in his chair, take a deep breath out as he thinks over what just happened. I think the game-winning moment for Ta there was when he actually got the Evo Valkyrie in cycle so quickly at the very beginning of the match.
Yep.
I think if Igor was going to win that game, he needs to get an RG connection early on, especially without the big spell in this variation. But Ta knew that, so he gets the Evo Valk in cycle ASAP, uses on defense in that single elixir, and at that point, once he made it double time, he was always able to make sure it was in cycle, making sure to play the Valkyrie whenever he had it in hand.
Yeah, it's such a good call. I think we all kind of saw it happen, and I'm sure Todd did too. That first Evo Valk, and you were like, oh, wow. I feel like Igor could have probably just won the game on that push.
Yeah.
But that one Valkyrie comes in, and then, yeah, the ability to just always have it on the board. I mean, that's when you understand, like, these guys get it at the highest level on the macro scale, right? The only thing I can do to win this game is get the Valkyrie, the Evo Valkyrie in cycle whenever that push comes across the bridge. Everything else just needs to be played by the numbers. Ice was to defend, Goblin Hut to defend, but the Evo Valkyrie has to be there. And so as you kept pointing out, Juicy, every single moment that he could, cycle Valkyrie in the back, cycle Valkyrie in the back until that Evo is in cycle, then hold it until Igor wants to come across the bridge, because it has to be reactive, right? You've got to hold on to the Evo Valk until your opponent makes you use it. And that's something that lesser or immature or, you know, players with their finger on the trigger will make mistakes of. And that was just a great display of patience by Ta.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to mention, if for Igor there, I feel like, I don't know, did he not have Fisherman? I feel like he didn't have Fisherman, and I feel like that's also part of the reason why he really struggled to break through the Valkyrie. If he did have the Fisherman, he didn't play it effectively enough.
No, he didn't have it, and I think that was a big part of it, because he had the Fire Spirit and he had the Skellies, right? He needed, like, I think he was going for a faster cycle at 3.1 and kind of sacrificing a bit of utility, because I'm so glad you pointed that out, because I was sitting there thinking, like, so what's the answer?
Yeah,
do you just lose because he has the Evo Valkyrie? Like, do you play the Wizard up high on your side of the bridge to try to snipe it? But no matter what he played, it wasn't enough damage to clean up the Valk before the damage was already dealt defensively. So I think that's a great call, Juice, because I was going to ask you the exact same thing, is how do you actually break through? And I don't think there was an answer.
Yeah, I had the same thought. I was like, okay, yeah, did he just not play well? And I was like, wait, he never played the Fisherman. The Fisherman is always used in Royal Giant decks like this to not only pull stuff like Evo Valk, but like a P.E.K.K.A. or a mini P.E.K.K.A. that's played on your Royal Giant. I think it's not only very important for defense, but also on offense with Royal Giant. So maybe just a slight deck mishap from Khazardy there. Maybe he was trying to snipe something a little bit different, but the Fisherman definitely was needed in order to win that match.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket here as I kind of keep talking about that that thought juice is just like that's the way that RG decks are put together, right? You have the log for the cards that need to be logged. You have the E-Spirit plus the log for the cards that need to be, you know, hit with 2 of those spells. You have the E-Spirit for the bats. So you have the Fisherman for all. It's like they have to be perfectly constructed so they can deal with each of the individual threats that RG faces, or else it's just completely hamstrung, as we saw there. So great point that you make there. And here we go, guys. We are a third of the way through our day. We haven't said goodbye to anyone yet. We're not going to say goodbye to anyone here in the next 4 matches, but we will see Adriel, Vitor, Ian, and Lucas for the very first time. All 4 of them getting a first round bye. An incredible thing in CRL. I love the idea of a first round bye because, you know, in bigger tournaments, it guarantees you get more money. Obviously, you get to watch the gameplay kind of play out throughout the day, but then there comes that double-edged sword that you and I have talked about in the past, Juice, where Baton, Molite, Sub, and Ta are already warmed up. They've got their adrenaline pumping. They've seen what decks work and what decks don't. So it's always a very interesting spot of this guy did better in qualifiers, but now they're not warmed up when they get into their first match of the day. So we will see how that plays out. And of course, on the lower bracket, we have the 4 players that lost in xopxsam, in Rooney, in Kitashiyan, and in Igor or Khazardy there. And obviously, if you guys are looking at Kita's name and Igor's name, you know, it's been a long time. Players change their names over the years. They lose accounts, they change accounts. So that's why we're referring to those players as Kita, Kitashiyan, or Igor, Khazardy, Hazard, whatever you want to call them. So here we go. Getting into the second round of matches here. Juice, I'm very curious about how you feel about this very first one. Adriel, ice in his veins, you know, absolutely dominant at World Finals a couple years ago. Not as much of a factor in 2024. And then going up against a guy that seemingly didn't bother him that it was his first major CRL event in Baton.
Yeah, I really liked the first match from what I saw from Baton. He did a great job playing against Sam. He brought some good deck picks as well. So overall, very solid stuff. You talked about how Baton is kind of warmed up since he didn't have that bye. So that I think that's something that's really important for him as well, since he's not always playing in big tournaments like this. He's warmed up. He knows he has what it takes to win the match. On the other hand, Adriel now has a little bit of insight on what kind of decks Baton is going to be running. So that is another slight advantage for our players that do have that first round bye. They're able to kind of glean some information from that first round. And I've talked to Ian a little bit about Adriel's kind of play style as well. One of the big things he said was when Adriel gets just a slightly good matchup, he's really scary because he locks down everything and he doesn't give you a chance.
Yeah, Adriel, one of my favorite players in the game, just because he's emotionless. I've always loved those players that you know how much they care about the game, but they don't let it show. And it's so important to keep that mental fortitude strong. And that's one of the craziest things about Adriel is he can show up to qualifiers and events. Group stage win rate, 100%. I mean, that's absolutely dominant. I think he went 9-0 in a group that I think also had Mohamed Light in it. So you look at what he did and it's absolutely dominant. And also when you talk about Adriel in 2023 at the World Finals, you know, he was a guy that finished in that 5th, 6th spot. He did some great stuff there. So this is definitely a player that is a force to be reckoned with in the community. And it looks like he's going to kind of go to this, this minor control deck as well.
All right, so a bowler minor deck from Baton. Adriel with the Tesla minor control. We saw a similar deck earlier. We'll see if he does have the rocket or if he decides to bring the poison instead for that main kind of big spell. There's the rocket.
There you go. Yeah, question answered right away. On cue. Thank you, Adriel.
Interesting to see this deck from Baton also. It's like it's your favorite mortar deck once again, but instead of a Skeleton King maybe, is the bowler. I think he was really trying to snipe and predict a Goblin Drill Evo Snowball deck, but we'll see if Baton has what it takes to win despite missing maybe the matchup that he was looking for.
This is such an interesting mortar deck.
Yeah,
it almost looks like those mortar graveyard decks, but then it doesn't. You know what I mean? Like there's parts of it that almost do, and then you're like, eh. Minor graveyard? I don't know. Not in 2025. Not in this economy.
Yeah, minor graveyard is not on my 2025 bingo card, but Who knows? He's got the last card. Wow. Okay, nice log from Adriel. It's going to activate King Tower. You can see Baton a little bit visibly frustrated, but he does have a solid damage lead in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if... Yeah, so here we go. Mortar out, Miner in defensively. Or, excuse me, offensively. But we'll tank for the mortar.
And Tesla Evo going to clean this mortar up nicely as well. In this situation, I'm trying to think of what Adriel needs to do in order to really lock down and win this. I think the biggest thing is that you have to watch out for this monk. You know, I think that's one of the strong suits with the miner rock is to go for the miner and then you rocket whatever it is that your opponent plays. But if he's playing the monk, that's just going to prevent the rocket from coming through almost every single time.
And nice log there to catch the guards. And right now, we're just in a miner battle here. Baton doing a good job catching the Evo Ice Spirit, so Knight has to walk back around the tower, but damage already done. And about 1,000 HP in the lead is Baton at the moment. And there's the first rocket offensively, going to take the shield off of those guards. And now we see the Evo Inferno come out instantly. The first Evo Inferno of the day. And she is already charged up. She? He? I don't know why it feels like she's a she.
Yeah, this is a really scary situation when you just use the rocket and you have both of your Evos in cycle, or Baton does. He gets a goblin hit as well, and this Evo mortar's still very healthy.
Yeah.
But it looks like he will be able to control for now. The question is, can he keep up this defense while getting good miner rockets on offense?
Yeah, and right now the answer to that is maybe. As we see, that's a good rocket. Miner goes to the back, getting caught by the bowler. Bowler gets hit by the rocket. Now it's a non-factor. 1928, 1408. So still very, very close on paper when you think about just a couple rockets away from being even. Or actually in the lead.
Yeah, I love Adriel playing opposite lane too. I don't know if I agree with the monk in the back on the right. It is really good on offense, but I would love to see him try at least to predict a rocket cycle with this monk. If he's able to make that happen, he's got this game in the books. It'll be wraps at that point.
Yeah, maybe going for the safer play instead of the knockout punch, but we'll see if that ends up paying off. 1327, 1678. Adriel gets another miner on tower, as does Baton. Arrows come in for Baton, 1087, 1482.
Tesla Pod to try and prevent that bowler from hitting the tower through the night. Mortar is locked onto the spear gods, now the tower. But there's the miner rocket. There's only 20 seconds left. Maybe Adriel can cycle back to one more rocket, but he has to defend the evil mortar as well.
And there's the Knight. Knight goes towards the mortar instead of away from the mortar, so now he's gonna have to play something else. And now spears get up high. 803, 498. Adriel, I think, is gonna do this.
Yeah. A miner comes through one last time, but he doesn't have a big spell to pair. The arrows is not enough.
Wow.
Adriel takes game number 1.
And I love Adriel going defensive miner, defensive skellies, defensive ice spirit, not even worrying about the last rocket, right? He knows there's way too much damage to get covered in that final few seconds. Doesn't need to put in the coup de grace. Beautifully played. Doesn't even look like he knows he's in a tournament right now as Adriel. It honestly looks like he's reading the morning news, which is, again, what I love so much about him. And that 100% win rate rolls on through Saturday. Great game number 1.
I'm reading the chat right now. Someone said, wait, what happened to the left side tower? It's an interesting question. I think some spear gobs must have locked in the tower for Adriel, because he was losing at some point. He needed one more rocket. He think he was down about 100 HP, but he continued to go in with a minor cycle. He got a couple spear gobs locked on, and yeah, like you said, he didn't even need to play the rocket at that point. So it was all on Baton to break through. The other thing to note is throughout that match, Baton had quite a few, I think maybe 2 or 3 pre-arrow on the ice spirit, allowing his miner to really lock on and get the damage that he needed. But Adriel ended up predicting to prediction at the very end, playing the evil ice spirit before the miner had been played, so that it jumped before the pre-arrows came through. So
wow,
yeah, really interesting.
So cool to hear you break that down too, because it's happening so fast in real time. You know?
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of moving parts, but Adriel comes out on top with a little bit better micro than Baton in the in game there.
Yeah, and then to answer the question and to kind of just to go further on what you were just talking about, Juicy, you were right. It was Spear Goblins that did the damage. It was a miner that went into usually the final spot, you know, that inside spot,
Right.
the highest spot, closer to the King Tower. Miner goes there, which is right basically on top of Baton's Spear Goblins played defensively. And a pre-log comes in from Adriel. So then you get two
Wow.
Spear Goblins of Adriel getting on top. Just absolutely beautifully played, because Baton actually played defensive Spear Goblins early to catch the Spear Goblins of Adriel, but then
Yep.
Adriel also sends in the miner and the log. So as you were saying, Juicy, a lot of moving parts, just a little bit better micro interactions there from Adriel throughout, especially at the end of the game. And yeah, it was really interesting kind of to watch the tide turn for Baton, because in the beginning of the game, you could see how much he was spending to defend against the miner. You were seeing, you know, guards plus whatever. You were seeing bowler come down. You were seeing an overspend defensively. But as the game went on, Baton started to feel the pressure of that rocket damage, and then he started to get more mortars out offensively, less attention on the miners that were getting sent in from Adriel. So it was a very interesting, like, mental game that started to kind of chip away at Baton.
Wow, great! Another great breakdown from our favorite caster Andrew as we head into game number 2 here. We have a Golden Knight from Baton and guards and Fire Spear from Adriel. We still have not seen piggies or a hog. Can we see just one with a barb barrel? I'm not so sure.
And have we seen bait yet still?
I don't think so. It's just a lot of minor mortar, some royal giant, very like limited deck supply for this first monthly finals.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. And Juice, now we get it all in one go. We get the Boss Bandit, we get the E-Wiz, and we get the Hog Rider all in one play. 3 cards that we have not seen yet today. I think also the Firecracker we haven't seen. So
Yeah.
thank you, Adriel and Baton, for giving us exactly what we wanted. And it's exactly what I talked about at the top of the show. It's exactly what we talk about in every tournament. It's always so fascinating to see whatever the meta is for said tournament. It's always different, and it always evolves over the weekend. It's always different than what's on the leaderboard. And here we go. We get Ram, we get Hog, we get Boss Bandit, we get Firecracker. We're getting a little bit of everything now.
So breaking down the matchup here, Baton with P.E.K.K.A, Evo Archers, Ram Rider. Last card, most likely a Lightning if I had to guess. It'd be pretty expensive, we'll see. Adriel on the other hand with a Boss Bandit, Hog, Quake. The big thing here is going to be the fact that Adriel just doesn't have the log, and he doesn't have the Fire Spirit that's normally in this deck to stop the Ram Rider. On the other hand, this Hog Rider is going to be making it to the tower a lot, with Baton really searching for an answer.
Yeah, and Adriel making just a very slight mistake on using the ability once again at the end there. But honestly, I get it, because it would have been tower down had it connected. So 634 to 1583. Adriel in strong command so far here in game number 2. You know, Juicy, Boss Bandit it felt like broken when it first came into the game, and now it feels like nerfed into oblivion, but not justifiably so. I don't actually think it's as weak as people seem to be acting like it is in terms of playability. Like, its usage rate went down so much. Do you think that was an overcorrection, or do you actually think Boss Bandit is really not super viable?
I think Boss Bandit is definitely very viable. It's still strong. I think it's honestly still a newish card that has so much different potential than people realize. So I think the longer time goes on, the more Boss Bandit could be used. And wow. And yeah, there you go. That's just going to be towered down with the Hog Quake. I didn't realize, but that's going to be a 2-0 sweep from Adriel, just making it look super easy in game number 2. Wow. Jeez.
Yeah, and the reason that I kind of went off on that tangent as the game was coming to a close is because it really felt like the Boss Bandit just destroyed that game.
True.
Like, the amount of elixir that it soaks up. Like, a lot of people think, oh, the Boss Bandit, it's so strong, it does so much damage. I love when it dashes and gets on top of tower. But the other thing that Boss Bandit does is it just pulls so much defensive elixir from your opponent. If they make one small interaction mistake with the dash or what have you, then all of a sudden they've spent 3-4 more elixir than they ever planned on, and then you just kind of punish over and over and over. And yeah, Adriel just absolute domination here in this best of 3.
Yeah, great plays all around. I like your call with the boss bandit. I think a lot of the time the P.E.K.K.A was forced out to defend against the boss bandit. But when you don't have the P.E.K.K.A for the hog rider, it just becomes so difficult to defend that. On the other hand, he does have the ghost and the golden knight to try to control. But boss bandit dash just does so much damage. It seemed like those units just weren't enough most of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. So Adriel doing exactly what, he probably expected after having a really, really great 100% run through qualifiers. As he stays alive here, he'll be back on day number 2. He'll be back tomorrow. We will not see any more Adriel today. And you know what? I'm sure he's very happy about it. Come out, win 2 quick games, and now he gets to sit back and watch the rest of the competition as we continue to work through our upper bracket. I keep seeing people in the chat asking about some of these players. It makes sense. They're some of the biggest names in the game. You're about to see all of them. Vitor75 against Mohamed Light coming up next. Ian77 going up against Sub. And then to close out our upper bracket for the day, it'll be LucasXGamer versus Ta. But that does not end our day there. We've got 4 more matches down in the lower bracket as we just figured out that Baton will be up for elimination going up against Igor or Khazardy. And then as you can see, the losers of match 6, 7, and 8 will be filled in respectively down below. Wow. Okay. Well, this next one is a real exciting one, Juicy, when you talk about Vitor and Mohamed Light.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the toss up there. I think that this match might be one that I was most excited to see today. Mohamed Light, obviously best player of all time, but Vitor, he has even more experience than Mo. I think if he's able to qualify for this year, I don't know, maybe 6th, 7th World Finals appearance. He's just such a veteran. And he's also, I don't know, he's just a really nice guy. It's really cool to always see him compete. He's always got a smile on his face. And he's got a lot of different decks that he's good at as well. So I'm sure this match is going to be a great one.
Yeah, just barely missing Vitor at World Finals last year. But we did see him in 2023 where he came out and he was the 7th monthly finals winner back in 2023. And when you look at his run, not having the best luck in the group stage, but obviously still getting here over other big names in the game. Vitor started his 2023 World Finals campaign going up against Not Afraid. He 2-0'd Not Afraid. Then he went on to face Pandora. This is a good year for Pandora. Vitor ends up losing 0-2 in the upper bracket quarterfinals and gets sent down below to the lower bracket round 2, where he faced up against who we just saw in Adriel, and that was the end of Vitor's run in the 2023 World Finals. But here he is, look at him, same smile, same patented smile, but he's got a little bit of not quite a goatee because they're not connected, but I like it. I like the stash, I like the facial hair. It's so crazy, dude. I mean, even with you, and this is just making me sound like a boomer, but it's like, doing this for 8 seasons now, it's just so crazy to watch all of you guys grow up. Like looking at Igor and Vitor, they look like grown men versions of the guys I used to commentate on. We used to be
literal children. I mean, I was 16 when I started playing in the CRL League, and I'm sure Vitor pretty similar. I mean, we're getting old, man. We're all getting old.
If you guys are old, then that makes Rich and I dinosaurs. And for those in the chat asking about Rich, asking about Josh, don't worry. The boys are all back. We're all back in town. It's just scheduling and things like that. So do not worry. You'll see a whole team of commentators that you guys have gotten used to over the last few years. We should all be back in fighting form soon. Just like Mohamed Light with his juice box is one of the most threatening people in the world when drinking a juice box. It's become kind of like his signature thing to do on broadcast, which I think is kind of hilarious and awesome. But yeah, Momo here after a very, very strong start to his day as well, right? Mo going up against Rooney. I think us and the people at home really expected it to be a pretty dominant showing from the former world champion or the defending world champion. But I think the more important thing about it, Juice, was that Mo came out with that RG Evo Wizard deck with Curse and Tombstone and Zappies, so just a little bit different than what we've been seeing on ladder. And then same thing in game number 2 was that drill deck with the Evo Archers. So here we go, wall breakers for the first time today, but coming out from both players is already looking like a mirror matchup.
Yeah, so minor wall breakers, almost a straight mirror matchup. Evo bats from both players. I mean, this is going to be fun to watch, Andrew. I mean, we have a just straight up mirror matchup. With these mirror matchups, a lot of the time, it's just going to come down to the itty bitty micro interactions. Who's getting their miner on the tower more often? Who's getting their Evo wall breakers, their Evo bats and cycle more often? Who is able to really stay on top of every single little play, prevent all damage in all situations?
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, this is... A lot of people know me as the guy that loves playing Mortar, but my second favorite win condition out in the game is just like minor wall breakers, like spam. It's just so fun. I love it, whether it's with like a poison or, you know, whether it's with NATO and Magic Archer. Like, I just really love wall breakers. So this is a really exciting one to see, and you can see Vitor kind of rocking... It's weird. They actually have like kind of like a meld of the most popular version right now, because I think the most popular version has a lot of the same cards you see in Vitor's deck, but it has Mighty Miner instead of Knight.
I think he's in trouble. I think he's in trouble.
Yeah.
Evo Bats on the tower. Miner tanking. Vitor gets some Evo Bats on the board as well, but it's not quite enough to prevent this damage. Yeah, as soon as I saw those Evo Bats at the bridge from Mo, and Vitor had already used his Evo wall breakers. Sometimes you need Evo wall breakers in this matchup to actually defend against the bats.
And that is such a great call there from you, Juice. Yeah, and that again, that's why I love the Evo bats, is they can really turn a game on a dime instantly. I mean, it's just so brutal when you have no responses. You just saw there, 11:55 now, the lowest tower on the board in this mirror matchup, essentially. And I think that's... Mohamed Light has to make a bigger mistake than he's made in probably 3 years playing competitive Clash Royale to lose this game.
Yeah, you're right. The other thing to note is just this Mighty Miner. I think he's going to be able to use the Mighty Miner with the 3-card cycle. Not only is it great for 3-card cycle to deal with everything, but the Mighty Miner ability is a great way to deal with the opposing Evo bats. So yeah, I think that makes it even more difficult for Vitor to come back in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you look at the responses there, you're 100% correct for Vitor. I mean, Evo bats, really, there's not a great way to get on top of them. The Evo wall breakers would have been the best way to do it, and you know Mohamed Light recognized that and punished him immediately as Vitor gets a little bit more chip damage in here, 21-16 to 11-55. And this is going to be most likely a pretty frustrating 2 minutes here for Vitor.
Poison down, trying to deal with the Evo bats. Mo Light just continuing to apply pressure to get the minor chip damage on the tower, though.
And no poison in cycle. Let me just put all my swarm units right at the bridge.
Another spear gobs on the right from Vitor. Spears from Mo once again to defend. I mean, this is, like you said, this is going to be frustrating for Vitor. He's making the dual lane pressure, but there it is. Mo with the defensive Evo wall breakers onto the bats. And you see Vitor shake his head. He knows that this game is probably over. He's not going to give up to the very final moment, though, which is part of the reason why I love watching him play.
Yeah, absolutely. There's something commendable about it, even though you know it's all said and done, and he even sends in the miner defensively to try to catch. That's going to do it, and it was so great that you called out those Evo bats and the Evo wall breakers, because we saw exactly the two versions of what happens when you do and you don't have the Evo wall breakers and cycle to deal with the Evo bats, and Mohamed Light doing what he does best, which is just, where's your weakness? Let me exploit it. Let's take this game. Let's move on.
Man, that was a cold line, Andrew. I like that. Yeah, he really did exactly what you said. I mean, the Evo wall breakers from Vitor on offense, I thought they were going to connect, but Mo had the defense, and without the Mighty Miner for Vitor, just a couple different cards changing the matchup.
Yeah.
Just the Mighty Miner versus the Knight and the Tesla versus the Gob Hut. But that's all he needed to really kind of realize what was happening and take full advantage of it for game one. Game two, both the players with the Poison Miner out of cycle. Both players use Log as well. Maybe this is going to be the first time we'll see Log Bait. We still have not seen Log Bait, one of the most popular decks in the meta.
Yeah, Mo definitely great with log bait. The thing I was just thinking about, Juicy, and maybe this is just like thinking a little too deep, is, you know, once again, the Mighty Miner for Mo was such an X factor. Do you think Vitor's used the Knight because he's maybe trying to hold the Mighty Miner for like hogs or something? It just doesn't make sense to use such a worse version of the deck than if you're trying to preserve like your deck number 2.
Yeah,
I just think,
I mean,
you know what I mean? Like,
I know what you mean.
Ahead.
I know what you mean. I think that it really depends on what you're going up against. Mighty Miner is really good in this deck, like you said, just for the 3-card cycle. But who knows? Maybe he was worried Mo would play something where he would need multiple tanks. That's like the biggest weakness of using a champ tank is you can't cycle multiple of them on the board. So yeah, it's just a tough situation. But Mo, once again, just like his deck picks are on another level, just always seemingly getting a slightly advantageous matchup, even if it's not like the knockout punch as you said earlier. But it's just perfect. It's just a perfect like slight advantage in taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, I think that's perfect breakdown of the question because it does seem to be reaching a bit far to think that far into the games, but Mo's Mighty Miner does come out strong. Shout out to Vlada here in the chat, one of our admins. He's posting the bracket there over and over for people that are asking. It's a great way for you guys to kind of follow along with the action of where we've been, where we're going. And of course, obviously, if you want to look at scores and fact check Juicy and I, which we love, you guys can also do that by looking at the bracket. So shout out to our producing team here for keeping up with the chat, and also shout out with the producing team for keeping up with the chat so that people aren't just spamming the same. I mean, they're still spamming what we expect them to spam, but there's less of it, and that's progress, ladies and gentlemen. That's progress. So here we go. Game number 2, just right around the bend. And you know, when you look at Vitor and you think about like great moments in sports, like, you know, when Tiger Woods is playing, when Michael Jordan's playing, Vitor is one of those guys that you wonder how much of his legacy is going to be hamstrung by just Mohamed Light alone, right? There's so many guys in the golden age, this golden era of Clash Royale, that have just run into this force that is Mohamed Light year after year after year. And it feels like Vitor kind of picked up right where he left off running into this dude.
I know. But I mean, look at that smile. I mean, he's still loving
Love
this
the guy.
game. After so long, it's so cool to see a competitor like this. Actually, multiple competitors in this monthly final that have played the game for so long, still enjoying it, still enjoying the competition. But like you said, he's going against Mo. It's wild how dominant Mo has been in the Clash Royale League ever since like 2021. Was it 2021 or 2022 that Mo got
2021 was the year when everyone was like, this guy is going to be the best player ever.
Right.
And I think that was when a lot of us were like, okay, we'll see. And then, yeah, he just like 2022 was the year he just got first place on ladder 4 months in a row or whatever it was. It was just absolutely insane. And of course, in 2021 World Finals, he got second place. So he's just been one of those guys that's just been he's just been the dude. And you know, as you know, Juicy, for playing for so long, it's just the consistency is just unmatched. And here we go. Hog in game number 2 from Vitor, but he couples it with the Boss Bandit and Snowball. So Snowball, Ice Spirit, those will both be nice to deal with that Inferno. Evo Inferno out here from Mo Light, who looks like he's going to the skies. Is this the first time we're going to maybe see lava today, Juice?
Yeah, it looks like it could be lava for sure. Another option is maybe a graveyard deck, but depending on Vitor's building, this could be a really nice match to bring lava. If he doesn't have Tesla or maybe Inferno, Firecracker might end up being the only air defense, and there's the Skelly Drag, so definitely lava, but he does have the Tesla. So this match is anyone's game. May the best man win.
Yeah, definitely some nice factors in Vitor's deck to help deal with the skies, the Snowball, Tesla, and Firecracker, and obviously having that Boss Bandit in for the 3-card cycle so you can get 2 Firecrackers out when you need to. We'll see how this plays out.
Inferno Drag cycled once again, trying to get the Evo and cycle. We'll see if we have a Lava Bridge. There it is. Lava Hound at the bridge, going to apply some pressure. Hog Rider to distract the Inferno Drag to cycle to the Firecracker. And a Snowball on offense to get 2 Hog Rider hits, but arrows on offense for Mo to try and break through with his Lava Hound.
Yeah, really nice damage done there by Vitor, and it looks like he should have a clean defense here. Lightning does come down. Okay, never mind. Spoke just a little bit too soon, but low on Elixir is Mo Light, so he goes far here with the... Well, that was weird. I didn't see the circle from the Earthquake. Did you?
No,
I just saw the...
that's a weird glitch I've been seeing recently. It's just like kind of invisible, but... Good Earthquake nonetheless, even though it's seemingly not there at all. It does take out the Tombstone. Hog connects to the tower. Evo Inferno Drag on the board now. And he does have the arrows plus the the Hog makes it though with the snowball. Okay, if Vitor defends this, he wins the game. Let's see if he's able to make it happen.
Oh, what a tough defense this is going to be. There's the guards. Evo Valk is in. Evo Inferno making work happen. He's got to get something else on the board. Oh, the snowball just in time. Perfectly played.
Oh my gosh. Mohamed Light shaking his head. I'm not going to lie. I think if Vitor didn't have that firecracker and snowball there at the last second, so to make it so the Inferno Drag retargeted to the firecracker, with the Evo charged up, it might have wiped out that tower if he wasn't careful, but barely holding on to the final second of the match. We are going to game number 3 between both of these amazing players.
Dude, I didn't even see the firecracker until looking at the replay. Beautiful defense there from Vitor. Sometimes that's all you need to scream to the finish. Just drop everything you can on the board. And I got to admit, you know, when you first looked at the video of the Evo Inferno Dragon, I was kind of like, ooh, I don't know, man. This thing looks so broken. And then I kind of watched it more, and I was like, oh, wow, this card seems like it could be useless. But when you have it charged up and you have nothing else to place in front of it, it is one of the most brutal cards to deal with. And that was so, I mean, if that game was 3 seconds longer, Vitor loses it. And that was beautifully held on to. The snowball too, the offensive snowball, just enough to push away the Evo Valk. All things came together for Vitor.
Yeah, that's a great call. That honestly was the game-winning play, right? I mean, the Evo Valk was there. And if you guys don't know, Evo Valk can just fully counter a Hog Rider. It'll just continue pulling it away from the tower over and over again. But the snowball, not normally paired with Hog, usually the log, but the snowball did a great job pushing it away, preventing the tornado from happening at all. And then somehow, some way, able to cycle back to that snowball for defense just to hold on to the very final second.
Now Vitor scheming away, trying to figure out what he wants here in game number 3. And also, I see a lot of people in the chat talking about the future of CRL for the rest of the year, what other finals, whatever monthly finals, where World Finals is going to be. Just stay tuned tomorrow and today. I think we're going to have some more information for you guys as the weekend goes on. Not going to say exactly when or where, so you just got to stay tuned in here to the Dragon League Gold Edition Finals, where we should be giving you guys a little bit more information on the rest of the year. We'll be here same time, same place tomorrow. Remember, the only thing about tomorrow, and look at that smile, infectious. The only thing about tomorrow is that we will have our best of 5s as well thrown into the mix. So probably a little bit longer, a little bit more action for you guys. But today it's just going to be best of 3s, and obviously we will be getting through this second round of our upper bracket. We've got 2.5 more matches, if you will, in the upper bracket. And then we get to the fun part for us, fun part for the viewers, not so fun for the players, is our final 4 matches of the day. We'll be eliminating 4 of our players and giving them each $1,000. And, of course, some of those CRL reward points. And you guys, as you can tell, whenever we get to game number 3, there's just always a little bit longer wait between the 2 games. So I'd say 90% of the time, as these guys definitely feel the pressure of what to bring out in their final game.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much that goes into it in that third match. You have 2 full decks. There's 16 cards for each player that are not allowed to be repeated in this third game. So both players talking with their coach, trying to figure out what is the best possible combination of 8 cards that are still allowed to be played in this third match that can get the best matchup possible. A lot of the time at this level, you're just trying to prevent getting hard countered. If you can just get at least a 50% for a 50-50 matchup, that's a job well done from the coach. At that point, it's up to the players to figure out how to outplay in the gameplay.
Yeah, I'm so curious to see where Mo goes. Obviously, just using Evo Valk and Inferno. Spells that are out are Lightning, Arrows, Log, Poison. I wouldn't mind seeing Vitor maybe go to an Inferno Tower here in this final game. You know, be a good way to keep the RG at bay.
True.
You know, Inferno Tower, not the best against bait decks, but can usually help against the tanks. So maybe just one thing to think about building-wise. And then on Vitor's side of it, Juicy, we have Evo Firecracker and Tesla out. We have Boss Bandit, Snowball, and Earthquake out. And then in game number 1, he used Log and Poison. So Log, Poison, Earthquake, and Snowball are all out. And then Evos, we have Firecracker, Tesla, Bats, and Wall Breakers. So Vitor still actually has a lot of what's popular in the meta available to him. I mean, they both do.
Yeah, I think that, I don't know, man. I mean, I think there's a lot that could go down here. Obviously, we haven't seen Bait yet. Obviously, Mohamed Light, a fantastic Roll Giant player. Both players, you know, it's just all a big mind game, right? Because, you know, do you play the bait or do they expect that? Do they find some creative options? Do you get ready to counter? There's just so many little things that go into every single deck pick. And in the end, it comes down to kind of a mix. Like a lot of the time, you're just trying to think of what your opponent has for decks available and then make a deck that is decent versus all of them instead of trying to snipe a specific one.
Yeah, and that's a really good point that you make. It's not about getting an 80-20. It's about getting as many 50-50s as you can.
Right. Interesting here. So we have Archer's Evo plus Ram Rider from Vitor, and Mo with the Ice Wiz, Ice Spirit, Barbarian Barrel, Goblins, and a Goblet. Most likely going to be some sort of Graveyard Cycle from Mo, and Vitor with a Ram Rider, Bridge Spam, Fireball. Already looking a little bit advantageous for Mo. Even with the drill instead of Graveyard, should be pretty solid.
Yeah, it looks like he's had a lot of ways to kind of slow and stun and the double building. A lot of good options here.
I really like the Ice Spirit there. He's just playing the Ice Spirit while the Gold Knight's on the board. So he's able to cycle back the Ice Spirit for the Evo a little bit quicker. He doesn't need to play one card though. No, he doesn't play it. So the Gold Knight will actually come back and cycle over the Ice Spirit. Not truly activating the 3-card cycle unless you play a card after the card that you already played while the champ's on the board. I don't know if that made any sense, but hopefully someone back home got it.
Yeah, and hopefully if you didn't get it, you can play it back and listen to it a couple times, because it might sound confusing, but it is actually really important when you talk about activating 3-card cycle and the way that it works. It doesn't just automatically happen the second you play a champion on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of does, but you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean. So, yeah, I mean, there it is, though. The Evil Ice Spirit does get in cycle after playing the Golden Knight, and it's so good for defending against the Ram Rider. I thought that Vitor might have been able to connect with that push since Mo didn't have enough for the Goblet right away, but the Evil Ice Spirit, once again, just really shutting that down.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how Vitor makes the Monk matter in this matchup. I mean, the biggest thing... Wow, look at that prediction on top of the Archers. Still stays alive, but really nicely played there by Mo, and this would be a huge Gold Knight ability.
Oh my goodness, you're so right. I thought... I mean, just great plays all around. The prediction, Bar Barrel, followed by the quick reaction by Vitor to protect, and then the Gold Knight dash. Oh my gosh, but the Gold Knight makes it. Barbarian Barrel played one tile too far onto Mohamed Light's side of the board.
Dude, and Mo with the prediction Bar Barrel on top of the Inferno. I mean, this is why we love watching this guy play. You know, they're just really fancy predictive plays that they're not trying to win the game. They're just trying to make your opponent play uncomfortable. And Mo Light doing that wonderfully.
Man, it's so tough for Vitor to break through. He's doing everything in his power, and on the counter push, once again, Gold Knight and a Fireball coming through, increasing the damage lead even more. And this is the Mohamed Light playstyle. Get the damage lead, hold on to it, perfect defense, win the bridge battles. It's going to be tough. Vitor does have Evo Inferno Drag for last card. Maybe, just maybe, if you can get that locked on the tower for 1 second, you can make something happen.
Here comes the Ram Rider. You know that another hut is coming down. There it is. The Monk deflection on all of them, plus the Fireball. Now the Ram Rider, wow. I mean, Evo Ice Spirit, Goblins to catch, double stun, beautifully played.
Evo Inferno one-shots the Ice Wiz. Another Ram Rider in cycle. Mo's a little bit
low. It's going to take out the building. That's huge.
The Ram Rider connects. Gold Knight down, but the Evo Archers are sniping. Oh my gosh, Andrew, I cannot believe this.
Wow. Oh the Inferno. I mean, that's what we were talking about. The Evo Inferno. It becomes such a problem to hit Mo with his hands over his face. He recognizes this game was just stolen from him by the newest Evo in the game.
He's going for the counter push, though. He's trying to make something happen. He's switching lanes with the Evo Drill, the Golden Knight, but a nice bar barrel up high from Vitor, preventing the Gold Knight from dashing. Fireball comes through, but he still has to defend.
The dash! The dash!
Wait, the dash!
Now we got Monk back in, tanking for that. Not enough elixir for the hut. There's the hut coming down last second. Fireball on top of the hut. Ram Rider still pretty healthy. Fireball defensively from Mo, 437. Vitor should be able to steal this best of 2.
The Ice Spear drops for the Goblins. The Ram Rider is still healthy. Not another Goblin in cycle, and he doesn't have log. He has to drop Goblins.
There it is!
But the Ram Rider connects, and Vitor with the upset 2-1 in the best of 3 versus Mohamed Lights.
Wow. Vitor taking the best of 3, and you can see Mo not happy about that. And, you know, we have tried for years to find the one thing that bothers Mohamed Light, and the only thing that we've ever been able to land on is that with the newest evolutions, he can kind of struggle with controlling them. I don't know if that's what this was, or if it's just going to add to that narrative, but that Inferno Dragon just changed the game, and you love to see this celebration on Vitor. You know he was devastated about 2024, and here he goes and does it against the best in the world. Love to see it.
Oh my gosh, this is making me smile, man. The hug.
I know, it's so sweet. It's so wholesome.
Oh my gosh. And he's so happy. This is not only huge just for beating our current world champion, but also that's going to really put him in a really good spot, not only for points, but also for a chance to win the golden ticket for this monthly finals. Actually insane gameplay from Vitor75.
Dude, you're so right. His dad coming in. As I've gotten older, I've gotten more emotional. I'm telling you, man. And that was really some sweet stuff there. You love it because you know Mo's not going anywhere. He's not even out of this tournament yet. But for Vitor, this was a really big moment in his career. You know, it's really hard as a great player when you miss the biggest competition that you were at the prior year, right? If you have a good 2023 and then you have a down 2024, we've talked about this with Lucas in the past too. You know, we were really proud of what he did in 2025. You have that down year, you need moments like this. And that was just so well done by both these guys. Vitor coming out with a W. And this is why we love CRL, man. This is why we love being here.
Wow. I mean, I don't know. That was just an amazing match. I love the Evo Inferno drag play. It melts the Ice Wizard. It melted the Gob Hut. And then seemingly Mo was straight back into it. He got the Gold Knight dash. He got the Goblin Drill connection on the left-hand side. But Vitor didn't let that get to him. He continued to apply pressure and also used the Evo Archers fantastically in that match. Despite the bar barrel predictions from Mo, he did a great job of using those Eve Archers to break through and get damage on the tower.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a great display of just like never giving up, just like what you're talking about. You know, there was so many fancy and good plays and early damage made from Mo, and it's also Mo that it's so easy to get in your head and just be like, oh man, if he's making plays like that, I'm not going to win this game. Or, oh man, I got predicted again. Like, how is he doing that? Or just like what you said, oh wow, I got damage. Now he just got a massive connection. Vitor just stayed strong, believed, and here we are. Mohamed Light going down to the lower bracket. He's been there 100 times before. He's won tournaments from the lower bracket, so we'll see if he could do his signature lower bracket run as Vitor stays alive. Let's take a look here at where we're at in the tournament because juicy, a bit of an upset. Talk to me about our day, brother.
Oh my goodness. So, wow, we just seen a crazy upset in our second game of the second round of the upper bracket. Mo going down to Vitor. We will see Vitor versus Adriel for our third match, or for our third round tomorrow. But next up, we have Ian77 versus Sub. We have not yet seen Ian play today. He did get that first round bye. Sub beating Kitashiyan in the first match of our first round here. Talk to me about a little, sorry to put you on the hot seat, but give me a prediction on this match, Ian versus Sub.
Well, you know, it's so tough because what I was just thinking when we were talking about it was, I mean, you got to give the nod to Sub, but Ian is just so much more popular, right? He's one of the biggest content creators in the game.
I agree.
Even though Sub has been more successful competitively, Ian has always seemed like the better player out in the world. And honestly, I still don't even know like I said, I think I still have to give the nod to Sub because of what he's done at the highest level. Like, I think that the popularity factor goes to Ian. I think probably more people out there, because of the number of fans, probably want Ian to win, but I'm going to have to go with Sub's experience here. He did a really good job in his first set of the day. You know, he did a great job getting to World Finals and being there, getting 4th place, like, or excuse me, in that 5th, 6th spot. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, Juicy. What about you? I mean, this, you know, it's obviously different. I know that you are buddies with Ian. I'm sure that you play against these guys, you know, obviously a lot more than I do. Ian looking like he's here to play in you know, 2025, whether he's deadlifting like 400 plus pounds or getting a 100% win rate in the group stage. What are your thoughts here? Oh wow, and also going with, is that a bunk bed next to his bed? What am I looking at?
This is what you call the Clash corner, okay? This is a specifically designed, comfortable, yet tactically advantageous corner of your room where you play only Clash Royale. So when you're in the corner, you know that it is time to play Clash. He's locked in 100% win rate in the qualifier for this tournament. But like you said, Sub, on the other hand, a little bit more competitive experience, finishing number 4 last year's World Final, where Ian, unfortunately, very, very close, but did not qualify. We'll see. We'll see what's happening here. I think another thing here is that Sub, once again, made 2 big mistakes in his first match of the day.
Yeah.
He was still able to win the best of 3, but he really needs to clean those up, especially playing against a player of Ian's caliber.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that goes with this is because I think the Ian is the favorite because of what he does in the space, and then you look at that 100% win rate. It's going to be really, really interesting to see if Ian can kind of put the pedal to the metal here when he really needs to. So there we go. Ian, top of your screen. Valk, Fire Spirit, Snowball. Sub coming out with Evo, Snowball, and Drill already.
Poison drop it down
on
the
left
honestly,
side. It looks like Ian is a little sick, Juice. You know, I saw him blow his nose there.
Oh, that's true.
Being in bed. So I do wonder if that's going to affect his, you know, his mental state at all.
Huh. I would not have put that together with my eyeballs, but yeah, maybe sick, maybe some allergies, but I'm sure I mean, maybe it'll be like the flu. Maybe it'll be like a flu game. Maybe he's going to play even better now. Either way, we have ourselves a drill mirror matchup, it seems. Valkyrie for Ian. We'll see if Sub has either poison or log as well. That could be a big difference maker here.
So they both have Fire Spirit, which is great. Valkyrie obviously going to be a little bit better at cleanup than the Mighty Miner, but Mighty Miner comes in for that 3-card cycle, so you give some, you win some, you lose some, if you will. And yeah, I mean, Juicy, when you look at this matchup, which deck would you rather have?
Good question. Obviously, my first thought is the fact that the Valkyrie is really strong versus Drill. Both players have the Fire Spirit, which is also great versus the Goblins. Evo Snowball is strong. Very similar cycle, but Sub has the Evo Dark Gob, which usually wouldn't be great in this matchup, but Ian doesn't have a log or good way to take it out. Overall, I would give Ian a slight advantage, mainly just because of the Valk.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking too. I just wasn't sure if there was more layers to it. And Tesla here to not get Evo Snowballed off the board, but the guards do. 2294 is the weakest tower for Sub. 2468, the weakest tower for Ian.
Another thing to note, though, is Sub does have the Mighty Miner. That 3-card cycle could allow for more Evo Snowballs, more drills, more poisons in the tower, especially once we get to that triple elixir time.
And already playing double Tesla plus a Fire Spirit. And that's something that Ian's going to have to kind of think about as this game goes on. You know, Evo Snowball all of a sudden becomes much less effective against Teslas being played defensively. So there you go, a little bit of a change. Now we see Snowball plus Poison instantly on the tower just to get damage in. Guards go down 1764, 2112 as Sub gets back on offense. And just eats the Fire Spirit.
Ooh. And the Evo Snowball takes the Ice Wiz and the Valkyrie off the board, allowing for a lot of Goblins.
Wow.
Super close match here. Super close. Dark Gob once again getting ready to defend and also trying to get the Evo back in cycle.
And there's the Tesla up front. So we see the drill going off to the side, and that's a good adjustment there by Ian, not playing the drill up front to get caught by the Tesla.
Big push on the right. He's got guards and Dark Goblin offense. Valkyrie might actually be forced up high here instead of on the drill. Iceman's doing a good job, but an Evo Snowball forced on defense for the Goblins. That's not good, and Sub's going to keep applying pressure, knowing that was maybe a slight mistake.
Yeah, and then he has to go Goblin Hut for just the Fire Spirit, which is a massive negative trade, or at least being out of position. And as you said, Sub, pedal to the metal at the bridge, now 9-12 to 10-53. Sub in the lead by just over 100 HP with just over 1 minute remaining here in overtime.
Mighty Miner to the back, activate 3-card cycle. Tesla and Fire Spirit on defense from Sub is very strong, making the Snowball not able to knock anything away. Ian is going to have a big defense ahead of him.
Ian keeps going, you know, he's moved it a couple times, but he keeps going drill to the front of the tower when Sub is playing his Tesla there like 95% of the time. I mean, isn't it just safer to go to a different spot just to get the Goblin on?
Different spot with the Snowball, but it doesn't connect once again. He needs to play a little bit lower. 30 seconds on the clock. Evo Dart forced on defense. Snowball pushes that away. Guards are poison value. Sub's just up a solid damage. There's only 20 seconds left.
Yeah. He's just like one cycle ahead of Ian right now, and there's the Tesla. It does get the Fire Spirit. It does. It get the Fire Spirit just enough. It got it just enough so the guards are not in the way. And a beautiful connection there from Ian that brings him back to life as you see him sit up there feeling good about game one.
I mean, wow. Once again, we see Sub with just one mistake. I mean, he's just playing great all game. I don't know if it's the nerves. I don't know what it is, but he plays the Dark Gob too far to the middle. The Fire Spirit ignores it, jumps on the tower. That's a fireball's worth of damage for only 1 elixir. That is not something you can afford this late into the match.
Yeah, such a good call there on that Dark Goblin. Just not where it needs to be. You know the Evo Snowball is going to come in. The guards come down just a step late. I mean, trying to figure out that timing is so difficult, from when the drill comes in to the Snowball coming down to getting your Fire Spirit out and then your guards in. So just the sequencing there from Sub just barely off. And yeah, great plays there by Ian. And I think the biggest thing here, Juicy, is it not only was it a win on paper, but it really felt like a big emotional win for both of them. You know, you saw Ian shoot up out of bed, but mainly you saw Sub just pretty tilted at how the end of that game went. I think he did a really good job of coming back into it and then kind of stealing the lead, and then what felt like stealing the game. And then, as you've been pointing out for his gameplay all day today, just one big mistake is all it takes.
Yeah. And once again, a lot of the times he ends up bouncing back and staying focused after that mistake, which is always impressive. But this time, that one big mistake was at the very end of the match with only just a few seconds left. And also when his tower is a little bit too low from a nice Evo Snowball from Ian there as well. So it's not just the mistake. I mean, Ian had a great few plays with the drill, switching up the placement, like you said, with that Evo Snowball, getting the Goblins to connect. And that one Fire Spirit jump is just a little extra shove that it took to take the tower all the way down to 0.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, you know, when Sub had his big offensive onslaught that actually gave him the lead and felt like he was going to take the game, he ate another Fire Spirit in that moment. And I was like, okay, well, he's going to eat the Fire Spirit to kind of turn, you know, all of that damage and, you know, saved elixir into offense to win the game. But, you know, like you're pointing out at the end of the game, that's just something that cannot happen. You know, a fireball for free, as they say.
Yeah.
And, here we go, going on to game number 2. Ian looking good in game number 1. You know, maybe he's under the weather. Maybe he's just in his comfortable Clash corner, but all things working out for the American here. And, yeah, you know, it's really exciting to see Ian having that 100% win rate, because I'm a big fan of Ian. I like his content. I like him as a person. I'd love to see him at the World Finals as well. I think it's good for the game. But it's just all about, can you keep it together throughout the whole year? And so far, a great start.
Yeah, I think that with this win for Ian, it's also just going to give him a lot of confidence. I'd be pretty scared to go against a confident Ian in this situation if you're Sub.
And Ian doing something that I really love to see players do when they're either newer or they're up a game, is just, all right, cool. Either game 1 didn't go well, or I'm just starting out my tournament. Let me go to comfort. And Ian is known as one of the best Hog EQ players in the world, and Sub going to the skies. We've already seen this matchup once today, Molite and Vitor, or a similar type of matchup where it's Hog versus Lava, and Vitor was able to come out on top of that one. We'll see if Ian can do the same as Vitor.
Yeah, I think he definitely will, as long as he has the Tesla. I said it earlier, I'll say it again. He needs a Tesla. If he doesn't, the Firecracker on its own is not enough, but I would say most likely Ian is going to have another air defense in this deck just to ensure, to be ready versus any Lava Hound.
Jamal in the chat saying, I need a comfortable Clash corner. Yes, you do, Jamal. Yes, you do.
We all do. We really all do.
And Hog damage in, and now Sub is already in that situation of, all right, I need to figure out where to get a Lava Hound down. I need to figure out where I'm going to sacrifice damage. Does he just go same lane now? Does he just go Lava into the Hog because there's already so much damage done?
Yeah, I think that you do go same lane in this matchup as Lava player. He's going to go from the Inferno Drag right there, kind of blocking this lane, but also getting the Evo in cycle. Ian, on the other hand, Mighty Mine to the back. He's not applying pressure right away, but he's going to try to activate that 3-card cycle to spam as many Firecrackers on defense as possible.
And there you go. Tesla is in play right on top of that Inferno. Skellies to Kite. Perfectly played.
All come through, but the Evo Valk is in cycle. Can do a pretty good job of preventing any damage from either of the main cards there. But there it is. Firecracker already set up on defense, and it's also going to help out versus the Evo Valk as well.
I don't know why the sound effects of the Inferno Dragon are still taking me a little bit to get used to. It almost sounds like it's like a different game.
Yeah, it's kind of scary too. He drops down. It's like a, I don't know. It's like a battle cry where it's like, I'm going to destroy your entire tower.
And that might be happening here as it is all charged up. Lightning does come in. Nice distraction there from Ian. Inferno does get on top of the Tesla, but not after a lot of defense is done. But that gap has just gotten narrowed by quite a bit. 914 to 1139. The lane change from Sub working out thus far.
Okay, 755 to 1,139. Sub's going to keep stacking the lane here. Ian's back to another Hog already. Valkyrie on defense. Firecracker at the bridge to try to connect. Hog is on tower. Earthquake isn't enough right now. He needs to get a Lava Hound down because another Earthquake log will do the trick.
That's it. He knows the cycle is there, Juice. The cycle is real.
Yep. Yeah,
and Sub throws up the white flag.
Wow. GG's. GG's. Ian going to be taking a 2-0 sweep versus Sub, proving both of us wrong as we pick Sub as a little bit of a more veteran player when it comes to actual competitive Clash. As you mentioned, Ian might be known for his like individual skill when it comes to like ladder, global tournaments, seemingly always at the top of the leaderboard. He's able to convert that this time in the duels formatting to a very clean win versus our 4th place finisher on last year's World Finals.
Yeah, man, I'm happy to be wrong about it, right? Like, I know you and I are both big fans of Ian, and I think that's something that we were hoping that we could see him do this year. Obviously, Sub has already had a great run, and, you know, we expect to see more of him. He's already been at World Finals, so Ian doing exactly what he's hoping to do here in 2025. He told me in person last year his goal is to be at World Finals in 2025, and you know, so far off to a very, very good start there against an exceptional player. And yeah, getting to do it with his comfort deck. And he did it absolutely correctly. He did, you know, all the things you need, although it did get a little bit closer there at the end than you might have anticipated. But Ian had all the tools. He played things correctly. You know, the Tesla was obviously really great to have in there. The double spell, the lightning plus the arrows looked like it could maybe be a problem. There was one really nice breakthrough there from Sub. But the biggest problem with Lava is that if you break through that one time, but if you're already getting close to your tower being down or the end of the game, there's really not a great opportunity for you to set up a big Lava push again. You know, that's why a lot of times, at least back in the day, you'd see Lava players like sacrifice a tower early on or sacrifice a ton of damage to make sure they could. Unfortunately for Sub, that damage that was sacrificed early didn't actually come with him gaining any offense from all the damage he had lost. It was just Ian playing very well in single.
Wow, I mean, you said everything that I was thinking of. That's an amazing breakdown from Andrew here. Yeah, great game all around. I think. Wait, yeah, we do have one more upper bracket match in our second round here before we do go to our elimination matches. That is going to be LucasXGamer versus Ta. Whoever wins that will continue on to play against Ian tomorrow, and whoever loses will go to that lower bracket. This is another big powerhouse matchup I'm excited for. Looking at the lower bracket here, we do have almost everything filled out now. We just have the loser of our next match going against xopxsam. We have Sub versus Rooney, Mohamed Light versus Kit, and Baton versus Hazard. We're going to be going through all these matches today. Make sure you guys subscribe or follow, turn the notifications on as well, because we will finish out this tournament tomorrow, starting at the same time, same place. I believe 9 a.m. Central Time. Sorry, I don't know the other time zones.
7 a.m. Pacific. Yeah, there's a lot of them. CEST is like 3 p.m. UTC is like, I don't know. So just come back at the exact same time that you were here today. And obviously we have the, the stream is always there for you guys to turn notifications on. And then looking at, last year's World Finals, where we did see Ta and Lucas there, they never actually were able to play one another. Ta just had a really, really rough World Finals. That's just kind of how it went. I think it was surprising for all of us. He came out and got 2-0'd by Riley. That was something that we were like, oh, okay, all right. So Riley is here to play. Obviously, when we saw all things said and done, Riley finished in second place, having an absolutely dominant showing for his first ever World Finals. After Ta lost match number 1, he sent down to the lower bracket where he faced off against Pedro. Pedro went 2-0 against Ta, and that was it for Ta's 2024 World Finals run. Lucas, on the other side of it, had a much better run. Lucas goes 2-1 against Garrico, then gets 0-2 by Mohamed Light, then gets sent down to the lower bracket. Lucas then goes 2-1 against Pedro, 2-0 over Sub, and then finally got eliminated in the lower bracket final by Riley. So that was our number 1, 2, and 3 was Mohamed Light, Riley, and Lucas respectively. So here we are. Lucas, early in the year, he's back. Last year was different. He was one of the last people to qualify for World Finals, which we were all very excited about, because he did have a, it was just not exactly what I think he expected out of his career in 2024 until the end of it, when he really kind of brought things together. Juice, how do you feel about this matchup? Obviously, we haven't seen Lucas yet today, but he clearly had a great qualifying run. We did see Ta play a really, really good best of 3. What are your thoughts?
Good question. So even, honestly. I mean, both these players are super high caliber. Maybe I give it to Lucas just because he has that first round bye. He might have a little bit extra information on what Ta is trying to do in this final of the Dragon League Golden Edition. The other thing is, I mean, once again, I think that when Lucas is hot, he's hot, like he's always playing better, and it seems to be like he's feeling good since he's in that first round bye here.
So here we go, joining just a step late. Our apologies for that. They were just so enthralled by what we were talking about. We're about 1 minute late into the gameplay here. RG at the bridge with a much more traditional look here from Ta.
Tesla and a bomber on defense. A good drill control, maybe minor control, but most likely drill. There it is, drill. A lot of the time, if you see your opponent has the bomber, it's gonna be a drill deck, because the bomber plus drill is a good combo. Because the bomber a lot of the time can get splash damage when your opponent tries to defend the drill. If you see wall breakers, it's more likely gonna be the miner.
And Evo Hunter, we'll see. Earlier we talked about how the Evo Hunter did not do the work that it needed, and Lucas happy to take the -2 trade and the tower damage there with the rocket in. Rocket plus drill. Juicy, how are you feeling about that combo there? You think it'll be good in this matchup, looking at the cards that, Ta might play to defend against the drill, or do you think it's just kind of a worrying factor because of the monk?
Yeah, I would say worrying more than anything. Ta, he's going to be able to play the monk pretty well. He's always going to be ready. If he's able to defend with the monk, the reaction time can be good enough to stop the drill. On the other hand, I mean, look at for Lucas. Defending here versus the double RGs is already seemingly very difficult. Tesla is going to stop the Evo RG, and a log comes through to help on the left, but a lot of damage already for Ta here as Lucas shakes his head. Not sure what to do on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Lucas ended up doing a better job than I thought he might initially when we saw those 2 RGs come down and only like 4.5 elixir in the tank. Misses the rocket there with the ability from the monk, and you know, you've said it before, Juicy. If you're pushing it as it's in the air, it's already too late. It's really one of the most, like, you've got to basically predict exactly when it's going to come out or else it's going to connect, and that was just a step late for Ta.
Yeah, especially when it's close to the bridge. The rocket is much quicker than meets the eye.
Yes.
Great play by Lucas there. I mean, a lot of the time you have to make that play, but still the defense is tough. The RGs are connecting on both lanes, but more importantly on this left side, every damage on that weak side tower is just something that Lucas can't really afford.
I mean, he's only got 2 units that are really doing damage that can't just get taken off the board immediately, right? It's just like the bomber and you know, the mighty miner. Everything else is just like, it's loggable or it's just skeletons, and obviously the Tesla is a building, but just needing a little bit more DPS is Lucas, because it's you know, RGs are they're pretty beefy, and especially when you're going for double lane pressure, you need that mighty miner in both lanes.
Mighty miner ability here. Monk at the bridge to try to apply pressure. The hunter does go in front. Lucas might have found an opportunity to attack here, but the skeletons are in cycle. Evil hunter's in cycle, and he's got a log as well. Wait, he played the log too early. Goblins might connect another drill here.
Yeah.
Oh my. Okay.
Just I mean, I was going to say a small mental mistake that turns into a massive mental mistake. Not only was it just a mistake, but Lucas takes the lead because of that just early log.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that damage lead is huge here, and looks like he's going to be able to hold on to it with yet another solid defense.
Wow.
Only 30 seconds left on the clock, and remember, Lucas has the rocket in hand. That puts even more pressure on Ta. He goes to the RG of the bridge. He knows he needs to connect.
Goes drill first. Now the fisherman is pulled into range, so now when the second building comes down, the fishboy will be less effective as there's units right up on top of it. And somehow, Oh, he goes to the outside. I love it. Oh, I love it.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Ta with the prediction, Monk in the back to predict the rocket that had to come through for Lucas to win the game. But Lucas with the prediction of where the Monk was going to be placed, plays the rocket on the other side of the tower, and he wins the game. Unbelievable finish to the first game of this best of 3.
Oh, I love Clash Royale, man. I love this game. I love the fact that there was a way for Ta to steal it at the end. The log gets reflected back, but not the rocket. And as you said, Juice, the predictions on the predictions on the predictions, that's the only way to be the best. And Lucas seeing it written out in front of him, sees the writing on the wall. He goes rocket to the outside in the weirdest spot, and a beautiful taking of game number 1. Just amazing. I mean, literally all that was just the missed log, Juicy. That's insane. It was just the missed log, and then it was all downhill from there.
I've done that so many times too, where you're taking goblin drill damage and you want to play the log to prevent that one goblin from continually hitting you, but you also need to wait and be patient for the goblin drill to get low enough on HP to not only kill the one goblin on your tower, but the 2 that will spawn later. The other thing that happened there is Lucas was so good at continuing to apply pressure after the mistake that his drill was able to get there. I think tank for one of the goblins actually. That had survived from the initial drill. So almost like 2 goblin drills in very quick succession, getting a massive amount of damage. And then once again at the end there, Ta playing the monk in the area where the rocket is most likely to be played on the inside corner of the tower. When you play the rocket on that spot, since it is the closest part of the tower to your own king, it makes it so the rocket has the quickest time frame of getting to the tower. So a lot of times players will play it there instinctively, and Ta knew that. That's why he played the monk there. But Lucas, just on another level of thinking ahead in this situation, makes it work even with the outside placement, with enough time for the rocket to get there.
So cool. You love to see it. Lucas is dialed in. Saw someone in the chat asking about Lucas's World Finals run. asking if it was 2022 or 2023 when he got third place. It was last year he got third place, and then back in 2022, Lucas got in that 9th to 12th place position with KK, Dominic, and Sweep. Some guys that we love in the Clash Royale community. Dominic, obviously a caster now. Sweep, just living with that glorious hair somewhere, probably on a boat.
Okay, wait. First, okay, we have to talk about it. First log bait deck of the day from Lucas with a bomb tower as well. Maybe kind of expecting this mortar deck here. He's got the Valk for the Skeleton King. He's got the bomb tower. Even has Fire Spirit for the Evo Bats. Very nice plays.
Yeah, really interesting there. And like you said, a first bait of the day going up against the Cannoneers. So, you know, that's something that Lucas can at least be happy about. But we'll see about how he faces off against this pretty unsuccessful mortar deck today. Wow, Cannon Cart already on tower. And this is just a rough start for Lucas, who is already going to take a shot from the Skeleton King as well. So 1707 on one, 2287 on the other. And Taw's tower is basically healthy, 2269, the lowest for him.
Okay. So a good damage lead for Taw here. Question is, what does Lucas need to do to make this comeback? Goblin Barrel Evo obviously going to be very strong. Wow, the pre-snowball for the gang there. Great try. Goblin Gang just played a little bit later though. Yeah, like I was saying, the Evo, I think the Evo Barrel, the more Evo Barrels Lucas can get on the board, the better. It's super good versus the Cannoneer tower.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking Evo Barrels plus the predictive snowballs is going to be the best way for him to get damage out there, because he's got to try to find that Goblin Gang on one of the lanes.
Wow, defensive mortar helping on offense a lot more than I ever would have expected. But there comes the Evo Barrel. Cannon Cart plus Skeleton King on one side and letting the Cannoneer deal with the left. That's why the Cannoneer really struggles versus this sort of thing.
Yeah, so much damage done already. 1674 to 1707. Only separated by 33 HP are these two.
Nice queen,
and
nice
the
ability.
AQ.
Ooh, the Fire Spear is going to deal with the Evo Bats quite well also. Another bomb tower. Wait, this Evo Mortar is still alive, Andrew.
Yeah, the Evo Mortar's still healthy, yeah.
Miner gets chip damage. Gob Gang's going to help out. And a Mother Witch, okay. Mother Witch could actually be really helpful in this match. Not only versus the gang, but versus the Evo Barrel too. That kind of changes my opinion in this matchup. I think that Taw has a really good chance now.
1674 to 1707. Not a lot of damage done for the last little bit here. Mother Witch connects on the right-hand side. And that mortar is going to get a shot, and it does.
Mortar gets a hit. A lot of pressure right side. Snowball plus Fire Spirit cleaning up nicely. Miner's going unchecked, though, getting a lot of damage as Lucas decides to use his Elixir on offense, but arrows in cycle for Taw. And once again, this Evo Mortar. This Evo Mortar is really solid on defense in this situation, especially since Lucas has no big spell to deal with it.
Yeah, I really like the mortar coming out defensively here for Taw, just recognizing exactly what you're talking about. I need more, you know, I need more on the board. I need more defense in general, and it's actually pretty easy to get to 2 mortars, as you guys can see right now. So arrows come out there, a little bit of damage in, 1507 to 1335. Evo Mortar will just get on top of that bomb tower.
Wait, Lucas is making quite the play here. Evo Barrel and Cycle with Princess on the board, applying pressure.
Oh, the damage on the left!
The goblins on the left-hand lane are absolutely swarming. Towers down to 150 HP, but it is not over. Lucas does not have a big spell. Let's see if Taw can make the craziest comeback of the day.
150, 1335. Barrel comes in. There's the gang. Played perfectly. Don't have to play arrows if you have a Goblin Gang and a Cannoneer. You just got to play it in the right spot.
Right, mortar at the bridge, and another barrel in cycle. Arrows might be in cycle this time, but the princess is locked. Played. It's over. It's over.
Yep. I mean, that was perfect from Lucas. There was just not enough responses in the deck to deal with all of those things at once. The barrel plus the princess played perfectly after baiting out the Skeleton King earlier. Just really, really well done by Lucas. And man, Evo Barrel is still so strong, especially against Cannoneer.
Yeah. I mean, Lucas, first game of the day, we've seen log bait. and is going to come out and do a great job versus Evil Barrel. He's trying to get someone to come on the camera. He's like, bro, come on, man. All right, now I'm locked in for my next match.
Which is, unfortunately for us, tomorrow for Lucas, after having all 4, Juicy, of our first round bye players, all of our top seeds. They showed up, they showed out, and they're staying alive in that upper bracket. The biggest surprise probably was Vitor being able to pull off that win over Mohamed Light. I think that was the biggest upset, even though he did have a first round bye. Still beating Mohamed Light is always an upset. So all 4 get the bye, all 4 stay alive, as now we finally get into the nitty gritty of our day number 1 here at the Dragon League Golden Edition. It's time to say goodbye to players, give away points, give away money. It all sounds pretty fun, but unfortunately for these players, this is not the money or the points that they want. They want to stay alive in day number 2, so we will get into the eliminations. Remember, we'll be back, guys, same time, same place tomorrow, so make sure you're subscribed here on YouTube, following along on Twitch, and of course, check in on social media platforms, whichever one that you prefer. You can find Clash Royale Esports on all of them, and they will always keep you up to date on where to qualify, how to qualify, who's holding the competition, what the days are, all those great details that you guys need. And also you can find on there, and you can find online, is the rule book for 2025. I saw some people in the chat asking about, you know, what does this mean? What are golden tickets? So just to give you guys a really quick rundown, there's going to be 4 golden ticket events this year, and we're in the middle of one right now. And there will be 6 players that get golden tickets for the 6 highest players on the leaderboard. There'll be an LCQ, and then there'll be 1 player from another region that is joining us, just as last year we had a couple from other regions joining us. The other thing to note is that LCQ, if you get 2nd place in a monthly final, you are invited to the last chance qualifier.
Okay.
Right? So that's a cool little thing that you got to think about, is even if you don't take home the golden ticket, you at least have guaranteed yourself a spot in that last chance qualifier if you get 2nd place. And of course, as more information unfolds, we might see if there's an added bonus for being one of the 4 original golden ticket holders. So I know that was a lot of information for you guys. You can listen to it back on VOD. You can just keep tuning in for the rest of CRL, but we have a little bit of a break right now in between our upper and lower bracket. Not a break enough for you guys to walk away or anything, but just to give our players time to pick their decks. So, Juicy, did I miss anything? I think I did pretty good on the housekeeping there.
Yeah, I mean, you covered a lot. The only thing I'll say is I saw some of the chat. It says, okay, what's next for this broadcast? Next up, guys, we're going over our lower bracket matches. Everyone is walking home with at least $1,000 today, but obviously these players are going to want to take the win, not only for the money. There's $50,000 on the line. They're going to get more cash accumulated for every win, but also for that golden ticket at the end. So here's our lower bracket. We have Ta versus xopxsam. We have Sub versus Rooney, Mohamed Light and Kitashiyan, and a Baton versus Khazardy. And I believe, if I remember correctly, we're going from bottom up here for our order of matches.
Absolutely, you are 100% correct. So we'll be starting with Baton and Igor, or Khazardy. And, you know, just looking at these 4 matchups, Juicy, obviously you go Mohamed Light. I think you probably go with Sub over Rooney. But the other 2, Baton and Igor, and Ta and Sam, are really interesting because, you know, Ta and Sam, it's one of those like recency biases plus like recent, you know, success in Ta. But then there's like that love that you have for Sam and kind of like what he's done for CRL. I still think Ta takes the edge there. And then at the bottom of your screen, I think what's interesting there is that I was actually pretty impressed with what we saw out of Baton today. You know, it might seem like at first glance, it's automatically going to go to the more seasoned player, but I will say Baton played pretty well today. Rooney kind of ran into Mo, so that's tough to say.
Yeah, I agree. I was actually very happy with how he played. Igor, on the other hand, he definitely played well, especially with his mortar deck. I remember him really dominating there. But if I had to pick someone here, I think I gotta go Igor, just because of all of that experience. I mean, that has to mean something. It definitely does, especially in Clash Royale, where keeping a hold of your nerves. I mean, Jinxie, he said it the other day, made me laugh so hard, but he said, you have to turn yourself into a robot, an emotionless robot, in order to play this game perfectly. Yep. And it's so true. And I think that Igor just has a little bit more experience in doing that.
Yeah, I mean, in most competitive venues, when you find yourself making emotional decisions as opposed to practical or logical decisions, it just doesn't work out, you know, and that's something we've seen in this game for years and years. And that's actually one thing, as you were talking, that I was just like, you know, it is, again, it's so cool to see these guys grow up, because I think, you know, Igor obviously came into CRL at the most perfect moment. There's no way that you consider showing up for the first time at a live event and then winning World Finals. It doesn't get any better than that. But what I will say is, in what I said at the top of the show, is just that it feels like Igor's a little bit more mature now. And I think in this single, you know, in this single person format as opposed to teams, in dual format where you can't repeat decks, I think all of these things plus the time really actually makes Igor maybe even more of a threat than he used to be. Now it just comes down to repetition, right? And consistency with practice. That's one thing we've talked about with Samuel Basoto for years. The guy is one of the most naturally gifted players on the planet. When you put that together with an insane work ethic, then we get the Samuel that we've seen year after year. So excited to see if Igor can do that. And I'm also really curious to see a guy like Baton, who has been pretty dialed in, Juicy. I don't think he's made a lot of like nervous mistakes. I'm curious to see if he actually feels the pressure of what it feels like to be in an elimination game in CRL.
Yeah, when I see him on cam, he looks like he's a veteran. It looks like he's been here before. Obviously, he's been playing Clash Royale for a while, and he has a lot of experience playing at high levels here. But it's really cool to see that stoicness come out and show itself in some success. This is the lower bracket, so maybe even more nerves will be affecting here, because, you know, if you lose at this point, you are out of the tournament. You no longer have the chance to get that golden ticket. But the other thing to mention once again is every single win that you get, not only for extra money, but for extra points. Those points are going to become into a big effect once we get to the later stages of the qualifiers this year, to see who is going to qualify through sheer consistency rather than winning that one ticket.
And I just saw someone in the chat ask, does anyone know who these guys commentating are? Well, my name is Andrew Guy. I've been commentating here for quite some time, and that's Juicy J. Jackson Wall. He's been a former pro turned commentator, now one of the, if not the biggest English streamer in the world for Clash Royale. So that's who we are. We also have Joshua AC Sharon and Rich Slayton. Rich and I have been doing this for 8 years together as commentators, and Josh is a former pro. Yeah, the OGs, if you will, but thank goodness we have you and Josh to help us dial in the gameplay. Baton, I was just going to say, he goes, to start his day, he goes drill, then graveyard, then he goes to mortar, then he goes to ram rider. So definitely diversifying his decks. Looks like he's going to go back to RG, where he started his day. Or excuse me, not where he started his day, where he hasn't been yet.
Interesting. Yeah, so yeah, like you said, a lot of different decks here. Showing, I mean, deck diversity is just something that's so important at the high level. Hazard on the Igor / Hazard on the other hand, going once again towards the comfort that he knows of a minor quick cycle. We'll see which is going to be more prevalent in this match.
Yeah, it was a really wonderful time when you had Lopakati and Igor both in CRL, because you had two of the best mortar players ever, and then you had two of the best quick cycle minor players as well. So yeah, always happy to see Igor back in it. And you know, it's pretty cool, because even though we keep saying he's going back to comfort, which he is, it's just been so long since he's competed that it doesn't feel tired. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, there's so, I don't know, there's just so much to love in this game, whether it comes to work ethic, emotions, mind games, deck picking. And it's just so cool to see players like, I mean, Igor, that's been doing it for so long, it's still succeeding at the highest level. Just great stuff. I just love to see it.
Oh, man, and you can see how much he wanted to get that King Tower activation from the Bomber there, and it looked like it wasn't going to happen, and looked like he might be able to finagle it, but then misses it just by a tile there, takes some damage on tower, uses the Skellies to try to get the Spears to try to get the King Tower, but does not get it there from the Bomber. Would have liked that, but still getting decent damage in here. And just staying heavy pressure. Nice predictive log there, and it does get one connection. He is just going pedal to the metal, which you got to do in this matchup in single, don't you, Juice?
Yeah, I mean, he does a great job of applying pressure early, getting some damage in. He might struggle to defend versus the RGs later in the match, but that's why he's able to be so aggressive here. The other thing is, once again, these Evo bats. Like, every time you have the bat... Wait a second, I have to highlight this miner. This miner to pull the monk backwards makes the RG so much easier to be defended. And the monk is getting no value. Once again, these Evo bats are the X factor for Igor. When they're in cycle, Baton has seemingly nothing to deal with them, while applying even more pressure with another set of bats and wall breakers. So much damage. What a defense turned into an amazing, even better counter push from Igor.
You know what I didn't have on my bingo card in 2025 was Evo bats tanking for regular bats at the bridge. I mean, that was such a great aggressive play there from Igor. And again, man, he just looks like terrifyingly calm. You know what I'm saying? Like, he is so dialed right now.
Yeah, it looks like he's just scrolling TikTok on his day off from work, you know? But instead, he is just absolutely locked in, already with another round of Evo bats at the bridge, with the miner to tank, playing in the inside tile, trying to keep everything distracted, so the bats continue to get even more value. Evo wall breakers in cycle, and they do connect along with the poison. Meanwhile, he has yet to take almost any damage on any of his princess towers.
Yeah, I mean, playing at the highest level and just being a force. And you can see right there, you go, okay, great. Game's over. Finally, I'm bored. It's just unbelievable stuff there. And, I mean, that is exactly why I love that deck. I mean, it's basically that deck is exactly the other deck I've been playing on ladder. Actually, it is that deck.
Yeah.
It's just so fun, and it's so relentless. And also, when you're someone that's as good as Igor is in recognizing when things are out of cycle or when your opponent has overspent, you see how much he can punish with cheap cards. Again, like, I know we're all laughing and having a good time, but like Evo bats tanking for regular bats at the bridge is just such a brilliant display of recognition of what your opponent has in response.
Yeah, so true. So true. I mean, great gameplay there, but like we saw earlier, we did see Igor win his game number 1 with a comfort deck, and then kind of struggle a little bit later in the second and maybe even third match. I like Baton's demeanor here. He knows he's not quite out yet. He's trying not to let the nerves get to him as he studies to figure out what his next deck for this best of 3 should be.
And, you know, it's I'm sure sometimes you guys at home listen to us talk about just the body language and the facial expressions of players. But when you've done this, and as long as we have at this level, it's a really impactful factor. And I do think that Baton is doing all the correct things that you're talking about, Juicy. I mean, I'm sure he feels the pressure. I'm sure he knows he's about to be eliminated. I'm sure he knows he's going up against a world champion. But like you said, he's trying to stay emotionless. He's trying to stay locked in. And honestly, if I'm him, I'm going, dude, this is the first event of the year, and I'm already here playing against some of the biggest names in the game, and I'm doing a decent job. So he's just got to get back to the basics. I mean, maybe he needs to take a page out of Igor's book and just go to comfort, right? He's a guy that we don't know a lot about, so his comfort could be unpredictable.
Yeah, that's a good call. I mean, that's what we talked about at the beginning of that match, right? We have a comfort versus someone who's switching their deck every single game, trying to not be predicted. But Igor, I mean, he just did what he did best. He went in with the correct pushes. He kept track of his opponent's cycle. He applied insurmountable amounts of pressure. We'll see what we have for game number 2. Obviously, we have a couple Evos out from Igor in terms of the Evo bats, and also he did use the poison and log as well. Baton with a few more options when it comes to some better Evos, as well as some spells. He didn't use much spell power in this game 1.
So a couple things I'm seeing here in the chat. They said Worlds is going to be in Sweden. We did not say that. Do not say that, because we didn't say that. But what I did say is that if you guys watch all of the broadcasts today and tomorrow, you might figure out something about Worlds. That's all I'm going to tell you. That's all I'm going to say, just so I can keep my job, right? and then the other thing that I actually think is a really cool question, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts, Juicy. This is from Solidaire. Looks like Solitaire, but with a D. If a quote-unquote new player qualifies for the monthly final, does that make him a pro? What do you think about that?
That's a good question. People ask me that a lot, or just like questions like that a lot. In my book, a professional player in anything is someone that is able to make their living based on playing that game or that sport in a competitive scene. So if you're able to, participate in the monthly finals every month, win and make enough money in order for that to literally be your job, I think in my mind that is your a pro. Just to keep it more simple though, usually I would say like a true pro Clash player is someone that does make it to the World Finals.
Yeah. I mean, I think you hit the nail pretty well on the head there. I think obviously there's asterisks and caveats to all of those conversations, but in general, I think I tend to agree with everything that you're saying there. So, it could be you. You could be a Clash Royale pro very soon, as we've seen, very soon. It's going to take years of work and thousands of hours of gameplay. But that being said, you could become a pro in just a year or two and make a good amount of your money doing that. So here we go. Igor, bottom of your screen, running an old school-ish mortar deck, right? It's kind of like a mortar control deck with NATO and most likely Rocket as the last card. I guess he probably doesn't have Miner, right? Because he ran it in game number 1. And then on the other side of it, we see Baton going to a drill deck. And I think that AQ is going to be a bit of a nuisance in this matchup, Juicy.
That's a good call. I think so, too. I think Archer Queen is definitely up there, maybe alongside the Monk as one of the best, if not the best champion right now. I think this might be the first, maybe second game we've seen with the Archer Queen so far today. I think it's our second, and she's already applying lots of value there, allowing the mortar to connect.
So that's where you put the ranking of champions right now, is you put AQ and Monk up at the highest. Would you put like Boss Bandit and Skeleton King and Golden Knight in the next tier, or does it kind of all sequence down?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I think the Boss Bandit is definitely up there too. I do think Boss Bandit's a very strong card. I would probably, if I had to rank them quickly, I would probably say Boss Bandit maybe actually above the Queen. Maybe go Boss Bandit, Queen, Monk, Golden Knight, Skelly King, Goblinstein, then Little Prince last probably.
Oh, our poor little Prince. So strong for a while there. And
I know.
Igor doing a great job. Just tons of pressure. Good value from the AQ. Using that 3-card cycle. Gets another mortar down. Goes for the prediction on the Skellies, but misses it. And activates King, which not really the end of the world because all of his damage is going to come from spells or from mortar locks. But would have been really pretty to see him pull that off.
Man, this is so fascinating to see Igor use basically his best win condition game 1. He used Miner. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to use my best win condition game 2 and just use mortar without Miner. And yeah, we just have a mortar non-miner, both a Rocket here as he continues to apply pressure with the mortar, preventing Baton from attacking. And then he's got the Rocket in the back pocket too. So Baton really needs to find a way to connect like ASAP if he wants to have any chance of winning this.
Yeah, and right now, Baton is just spending so much elixir to defend that even if Igor doesn't get any damage, it doesn't even matter because it's just like the nightmare starts all over again. Baton spends so much elixir to finally take out the first mortar, and then before you know it, the second mortar and a new Archer Queen is on the board. So now he finds a good moment to attack. Valkyrie is up high. Evo Snowball comes in early. Bar Barrel late. Jeez. Igor just kind of reading Baton like a book, Juice. That was beautiful.
I know. The Valkyrie played late, the Bar Barrel as well. A Rocket on defense just for fun for the Gob Demolisher because he knows that's one of the only cards that can actually pose a threat to him at this point because Baton doesn't even have a big spell. So as long as he stops the Golden Knight from connecting, the Drill from connecting, and the Demolisher from connecting, I know it sounds crazy, but he's able to do all of those very easily with the cards that he has ready to go. And look at him, man. He's just chilling in bed. He's locked in. Perfect defense, perfect micro on all sides of the map.
Yes. I know. I mean, it's so funny because listening to you, it does sound like a joke. You're like, he just needs every single one of these things to happen, and he makes every single one of them happen. Yeah. And that's one of those games when you lose. I mean, obviously for Baton, I'm sure it's frustrating. But it's one of those games that you lose and you're just like, you know what? I got outplayed. That guy was on his game for that 5 minutes, and I just got straight outplayed, and that was just a beautiful, beautiful run by Igor. Man, he's doing it to me again, Juicy. He did it to me in 2021 also, where I was like, oh, he's back. I mean, I'm such an Igor fanboy, and right now he is looking like a force to be reckoned with.
He might be back, just like E-Giant, you know, he just might be back. But hopefully this time it's true. Yeah, I don't know. Rip E-Giant. Anyway,
E-Giant did win, man. It did win.
It did win a game today. But no, yeah, Igor played very well. The deck pool seems a little bit limited for what he's able to accomplish, but I like what he did there. He just played 2 really solid comfort decks. I feel like the whole match we were just yapping, talking about like macro stuff. We weren't even really going to the play-by-play because there was nothing crazy happening in the exchanges. It was just complete utter dominance from Igor on offense and on defense.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta, if you guys want, I mean, we've said this so many times about a lot of the best players, whether it's, you know, someone playing Bait or like Ian playing Hog or Mo playing anything, Moogie playing RG, is like, if you want a masterclass on how to win a mortar game without a minor, and you want to just see like what that looks like when you have a champion and abusing the 3-card cycle and recognizing what your opponent has. And again, that's why it was like I was laughing, but I loved what you were saying, is because it's like, if I can prevent this from happening and this from happening and this from happening and this from happening and then get a mortar out, then I'm going to win. And it's like, it sounds hilarious, but that's exactly what he did. He had exactly the card he needed, the defensive response for every offensive push. He kept the mortar up to keep the pressure up. And again, you just always have that rocket as the ace up your sleeve, whether it's defensive, like you were saying, Juicy, or if you want to send it at the very end of the game to steal it, as we've seen other players do today, like Adriel, I believe. So actually, Adriel didn't even send the rocket. He just defended. So great stuff from guys at the highest level. Honestly, it's so fun to see. We still have a couple more matches to go here today, a couple more players to eliminate. But as of right now, that is our first elimination game. Let's take a look here at the bracket. And Juicy, I'm going to let you take the bracket here because I have to switch out my headphones. I'm so sad about it. So I'm going to do that while you talk.
Yes, sir. Next up, guys, we do have Mohamed Light versus Kitashiyan. Big match here. Big match. Mohamed Light, obviously the favorite here. But Kit, a very strong player. Never count him out. After that, we will have Sub versus Tim Rooney. Sub, probably a bit of a favorite here once again.
Yeah.
But Rooney... I mean, once again, we saw some good stuff from him in his first round. Then we'll have Ta versus Sam to end the first day of this tournament. Ta versus Sam, that is a tough one. We have a OG pro with a lot of experience versus Ta, who has really shown up time and time again in this last year or two. So very, very exciting 3 matches coming right up.
And just a quick shout out here to Bradley Barahel in the chat, who has said hi casters a couple times, and now he's saying how much he loves you specifically, Juicy. So I'll try not to take that too personally, but hello, Bradley, from both of us. I do agree. I do agree that Ta and xopxsam is probably the hardest one to call here, man. There's something about that matchup. I think it's really tough because Sam did have such an abrupt start and finish to his day, right? It's like the first time back being in a CRL monthly final in a while. You know, it's the first match of the day. I don't know what time it was for him, but it was very early for me. And then it ends up being a very quick 2-0 against a guy, or an 0-2, I should say, against a guy that he hasn't really played against before. So I'm very curious there. I think you really did kind of draw it up perfectly, though, for Ta. I mean, he's been so strong the last couple of years. He's been so consistent. And even today, I think he played very, very well. He just lost the best of 3. I mean, it was still a very good set. But going to our next matchup here between Light and Kitashiyan, I mean, this again feels like one of those 80-20, 75-25 plus, maybe all the way up to 90-10. Nothing to really being said about Kitashiyan in that. It's just more about how dominant we expect Mohamed Light to be, although he did lose his first best of 3. So looking at what these guys ran, it was Kitashiyan who ran into Sub. It was a best of 3. They went the distance. Kitashiyan lost game number 1 playing that mortar deck that we saw a lot of at the beginning of the day, but he had skeleton dragons in there. He loses to Sub's RG, Evo Witch, Fireball, Dark Prince deck. So that's where we started. Then Kitashiyan bounces back and takes game number 2 in that very interesting mirror drill matchup. And then you called it out, Juicy. It was Sub that hit that ability on the Mighty Miner that then left him wanting for a ground tank on the right lane. And then Kitashiyan just goes pedal to the metal, magic archer piercing damage, golden knight connection, yada, 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 game over. Then we get to game number 3, and that's when Sub runs P.E.K.K.A. or Evo P.E.K.K.A, Evo Executioner, and that goes against Kitashiyan's Evo Wizard and RG Monk deck that Mohamed Light ran. So that's how the best of 3 started for Kitashiyan today. So it was actually a really good best of 3. It goes the distance. So maybe we're not giving him quite the credit that he deserves.
Yeah, I was happy with how he played, and Mo, he is known for his lower bracket run, but I mean, even Mo has got to feel a little bit of nerves here. He's got a lot on his shoulders. Heavy lies the crown. This is an elimination match in our first monthly finals. I'm sure Mo wants to go all the way and really just continue to crown himself as the best with a golden ticket win here. But Kit is standing in his way. Kitashiyan has a great chance to really shock the world with this best of 3.
Shout out to Rich Slayton in the chat on Daddy Duty here today. Looks like he's showing up. People very excited to see Rich. Rich will be here tomorrow commentating. Obviously going to be very happy to be back in the booth with him. CRL has missed Rich Slayton here in 2025. Here we go. Kita, bottom of your screen. Mohamed Light with an early Ice Spirit connection based off of that high bar barrel. And a snowball's worth of damage goes in Mo's direction. 288 to 229.98. The best to ever do it. Going up against one of the best of the olden days. Evo Evolutioner is the funniest thing I've heard in CRL. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you say like 10,000 words over the span of a couple hours, and you're bound to mess up a few of them, so... No Evo Evolutioner in this game, unfortunately, as we do go to a drill matchup once again. Evo Snowball, Evo Valk, Evo Tesla, Evo Snowball. And this really is the deck, right? This is the deck / archetype of the weekend so far. Everyone has been running Evo Snowball with drill. We see right there Evo Snowball coming in, Bar Barrel out, Ice Spirit out. And you wonder, as the weekend kind of progresses and evolves, will we see a lot more Spirits plus Bar Barrels and Valkyries in general, just because we've seen so many drills, Juice?
Yeah. I mean, it's a great point. I mean, the Valk, the Bar Barrel. I mean, there's just so many counters to drill here. Probably because of that reason. I think that drill, Evo Snowball. I actually said this at the beginning of the season. I was like, you know what? I mean, it makes sense after this Evo Snowball. It got a couple buffs that drill would continue to become more and more popular. And it's cool to see that drill is just, once again, becoming super strong in the CRL meta.
Yeah, and it doesn't quite feel the same as it did when Evo Drill was everywhere. I don't know if you remember that meta where it felt like there was almost like there's something wrong. Yeah. Like it was too strong.
Right.
Whereas this, I think, is a great call, Juice. I think it does feel absolutely correct. And right there is what we were talking about earlier today. I was saying that Berserker feels like a little Prince defensively, and that little Prince charged up. We love to see it there. Finally showing up for the first time here today. Mohamed Light has actually always been a big champion of the Little Prince. He's been using it, or he's used it even when no one else does. So good to see that here.
Yeah, I always have liked watching Mo play the Little Prince for that reason. Like, I put it at like the bottom of my not my Evos, but my champion tier list that I just made real quick impromptu on stream here, and but despite that, it's still strong as the cheapest champion. Just being able to activate 3-card cycle for only 3 elixir, it makes a lot of sense.
And also, again, just because I hear you say this, and this is what I was talking about today, is like its defensive capability also makes that even better, because then you're not really ever cycling it out of place when you don't have a position for it, because you're getting it into that 3-card cycle, and then the worst case scenario is that it ends up playing a little bit of defense for you. So Little Prince in for Mo, and the lead is in hand of Kitashiyan at the moment, 2172 to 2308 as Mo sends in a drill here to the bottom left. That Valkyrie doing a very, very good job. I mean, the really nice thing, as you can see, and actually Kitashiyan actually kind of messed it up there as I was talking about it, is that he has 3 ways to defend the drill, Juicy, which would actually make him pretty impervious to the snowball, but he keeps messing it up.
Yeah, Mo just kept applying so much pressure, forcing out mistakes, using the Little Prince 3-card cycle, and I'm sure we'll see another Goblin drill very soon. Kit actually realized that as well, played the Valkyrie preparing, but Mo going to be doing another drill now away from the Goblin, away from the Valk, with the Evo Snowball and cycle. Kitashiyan trying to get damage too, but Mo's just got this defense way more locked down.
Man, and the log value that Mo keeps getting because of the spears and the guards and everything, even the Ice Wizard, he's just able to throw in a log and just clean everything up.
And another login cycle for the drill Evo, and that is the play you need to make. You defend the drill, wait for the Evo Snowball, then log everything away. Perfect gameplay from Mo right now. This is what we're used to seeing watching our world champ play this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. I've heard you say it on broadcast. I've heard you say it on stream. It's just when Mo abuses that 3-card cycle, he does it like no one else.
I know. Just so many drills, so many logs, so many snowballs. He uses the 3-card cycle, or he basically figures out what cards are most valuable in the matchup. He identifies that fact, and then uses 3-card cycle to abuse it even further. Kit, on the other hand, despite having, like you said, so many good drill answers, he still had no way of matching the absurdity that is the cycle of Mo's deck there.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just going to say, and I think you summed it up perfectly. And I think one of the examples was on broadcast when I was exactly that moment of being like, oh, he's got all these answers, and then it was, oh, but he's not using them correctly, is because, you get the Valkyrie up high, then you get the barrel down low, then you get the Ice Spirit to catch, but then all that has happened, and then all of a sudden another drill is on the board. So then now your way to defend is with an Ice Wizard, and then the late drill because of elixir, or excuse me, the late barrel because you're low on elixir, and then you get the Valkyrie down as kind of a desperation move. So Mo, like you said, Juice, he recognizes which cards are causing problems. He recognizes which cards of yours are maybe not doing the job you need, and then just absolute domination. So Mo Light, drill, 3-card cycle, match made in heaven as Kita loses game number 1 here. And yeah, that was just, I think it's just, you see someone get outclassed again, even though Kita is one of the best to do it.
I know. There's so much talk about, like, okay, what is the difference in skill level between a top 10K player and a top 1,000 player to qualify for CRL? And then there's the talk of, okay, what is the difference in skill level between a top 1,000 player and Mo Light, the #1 player in the world? And it's so interesting how many levels there are to Clash Royale. Just because you qualify for that first stage doesn't mean that you can make it to this event. And even if you make it to this event, it doesn't mean you can match up against Mo. And that's the situation we're seeing right here. I mean, like you said, nothing against Kitashiyan. Obviously a fantastic player, but there's just simply more levels to this game than meets the eye.
Totally. And just to kind of expand on that, like talking to Josh, and I'm curious to hear your opinion on this, is like, I remember talking to Josh years ago about, like, when is someone actually considered in the conversation for being a good pro? And he was like, unless you're in the top 100 consistently, you're not even in that conversation. And then he was like, I'd probably even argue maybe the top 50 regularly, because like what you're talking about, Juice, is you might be able to qualify regularly for stuff, and you might be in that top several hundred, you might be in the top 300, but unless you're in that like top 100 regularly, it doesn't seem like you could even be in this conversation. I don't know. How do you feel about that? Am I speaking out of turn, or do you agree?
I agree.
Or do you think it's even more narrow?
I think, I don't know. It's really interesting because you do have the players that are always top 200 or always top 1,000, but then you have like the Mo's, the Rileys, and the Ians that are like, and even Morton recently. You look at the leaderboard and it seems like they're just #1 every single day.
Yeah.
And it's like, how? Like, how are you doing this? Especially on ladder where there's so much like matchup variance too. It's always really impressive to see.
Yeah, and then the other thing that people don't even talk about is like the marathon that it actually is to get to number 1 on ladder. It's not just about winning games. It's about sitting there for hours and maybe staying up late to catch season end. And, you know, there's just so much more that goes into it than I think people think of. So here we go. It looks like Mohamed Light is going to a facelifted version of Valkyrie Magic Archer plus NATO Wall Breakers. So, you know, kind of a new look of something of old, and then kind of the same thing at the bottom of your screen. We're seeing, you know, some of what Bait looks like a lot these days, with 2 of those cards in the Princess and the Dark Goblin that are, you know, ranged units that do a ton of damage. Then you have 2 cards that are super baity that will demand responses, like the Barrel and the Suspicious Bush. And then, of course, you have the Champion in there in the Mighty Miner for the 3-card cycles. So this is really kind of what Bait looks like a lot of the time in 2025. And it's nice that it's a little different. I still don't like playing against it.
No one does, Andrew. No one does. The Dargob and Princess with the Evo Dargob, too. I think Evo Dargob, in my opinion, might be the strongest Evo in the game currently. It's just so good. It gets 1 hit, and that poison will stay on whatever it hits until that unit is gone.
Yeah, and then that like, you know, mistakes beget mistakes. That Dark Goblin's a great example of that, because it's like all of a sudden you try to drop something and the cloud's still there, and then you've wasted, you know, swarm units, and you've just thrown elixir away, and yeah, it's very punishing. So Suspicious Bush going in the left lane, also a card that is sneaky strong, right? If you ignore a Suspicious Bush, you got to be willing to take a few hundred damage, and I actually think that's a great design for it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's a strong card, fairly balanced, but it really does well in decks like this, especially when you get to like double elixir, where it just seems like there's always one on the board, always like pulling your attention and your elixir away from where you want to use it.
Yeah, and the fact that there's always one on the board, I think, is just a testament to that being how you need to play if this is, you know, a deck that you're interested in. You know, I think sometimes people later in double and triple elixir, they start to get more sheepish about using their Suspicious Bush because it's so easy to respond to, but it's about baiting out responses. Like right there, you saw the delivery comes down to clean everything up, but it's really about the Fire Spirit getting damage for Kita there. So 2149 to 2236. Nice play there by the Japanese player.
I also love Kid just keeping princesses on the board. We talked about the Dargob and Suspicious Bush always being on the board, but this princess is just chilling in the middle of the map, sniping away at everything, chipping down, but also the fact that it's the only card in Clash Royale that will stay on your side of the map without slowly dying, like a building might, for example. It just is always annoying to deal with, forcing Mo to find different ways to try and take it off the board here and there.
Yeah, and you can see Kita there, you know, because Mo has sent the Miner to the Princess a handful of times, then overprotects the Princess, and then Miner gets on top of tower. So Mo Light doing a good job playing mind games, but is still down by 500 damage with no spell. They can, I mean, yes, there's the NATO, but no one's looking to steal a game with NATO damage.
So true. Gob getting up high, trying to take out the Marcher. Marcher does hit the tower once.
Ooh.
The wall breaker
What a
is
NATO
as well. Wade Mo might be back in this game all of a sudden. Never count him out. Delivery is in cycle for defense. Only 34 seconds left on the clock, Andrew. It's anyone's match.
Such a brilliant NATO there by Mo. There you go. Suspicious Bush on the right-hand side. Fire Spirit connects again. Barrel to the left. 1366 to 1270. Mohamed Light just barely in the lead by under 100 HP here. Another princess on the board. 2 princesses on the left side for Kita as wall breakers go down the right-hand side for Mohamed Light.
Goblin Barrel does get cleaned up just barely in time by the delivery once again. Mo is in the damage lead by about 100 HP. Will the Goblin Barrel be able to make something happen? Spear Gobs and a Tornado prevents.
Wow.
And Mohamed Light wins the match by just 94 HP.
A beautiful 2-0 there from Mo Light. And man, for some reason I felt like we were back in game 1 just because this was such a great chess match. But that is going to eliminate Kita. Mohamed Light with that smile on his face that did disappear after we saw him lose to Vitor, feeling good about his lower bracket run. And man, I mean, Mo's his just like his calm and his demeanor and his recognition of the macro of the situation he's in has been really impressive all day today. I mean, obviously he lost that best of 3 earlier from Vitor, but as we saw in his opening set and in this set, and honestly still in his set against Vitor, he's just got this great patience about him today that is really kind of scary to play against.
I know. Yeah, I mean, it's always fun watching him play. Like, I don't care what anyone says. I think a lot of people throughout the years have been like, man, when's the next king going to show up? When is the next person going to show up to take Mo off the podium? But I don't care. I just love watching him. I never get bored of his gameplay. And I also just think it's really cool, like how humble he is too. Like, I feel like that's also like part of his success. He never gets arrogant or too prideful to think that his opponent doesn't have a chance to win, and that's part of the reason he's always locked in every single match.
Definitely. I mean, I think Mohamed Light's, you know, one of, if not the best thing to happen to Clash Royale for many reasons, to make all the pros want to be better in game and out of game. You know, that's one of the reasons why you hear people talk about the greats of any sport. You know, like for some reason Roger Federer pops in my mind right off the bat. Like, they always call him the gentleman of tennis, and he was one of the best to ever do it, but he was also one of the great sportsmen of the game. And, you know, Mohamed Light, just like anyone that plays the game, will voice his concerns about balances or about cards or evolutions, but he's never been a guy that's been hamstrung by it. He's always voiced how he feels about it, and then he's like, well, now I need to adapt and play. So yeah, I don't know who the next Mohamed Light is going to be. He's in his prime. He's been in his prime, you know, for years and years. He's kind of found the game at the exact moment. He found CRL at the perfect moment in his life. So who knows? I really don't know. But as of right now, there's people like Riley out there. There's the Lucases of the world. There's people that have great showings and great moments, but now it's about the consistency. And really the only person I think that's shown even close to that level of consistency are Mugi and Morten. And Mo has clearly kind of eclipsed them.
Yeah, so true. The bracket's ready to be looked at once again as we have 2 more lower bracket matches to go through. Unfortunately, we have said goodbye to Kitashiyan and Baton so far. Each will make at least $1,000 and a few points for the leaderboard later. But next up, we have Sub and versus Rooney, and we have Ta versus Sam. Let me know your thoughts on these next upcoming matches, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I said kind of how I feel about Ta and Sam already. I think that's really going to be the biggest X factor here in the lower bracket. I'm just really curious to see who's going to take that one. It does feel like Ta has a slight advantage just based off how well today has gone for him in comparison to Sam, but Sam also didn't really get a great showing. He just had the first 2 games of the day and he hadn't been here in a while. So that one, I'm really curious to see. This next one, I feel like this is one that Sub has to win. Yeah. Right? It's not because Rooney's a bad player. He's obviously not a bad player or else he wouldn't be here. He's clearly a very good player, and hopefully we'll see more of him, or more of him this weekend, more of him throughout this year. But what this does for Sub is it's kind of a statement moment. I was at World Finals last year. I impressed everyone. I did better than anyone thought. I cannot come out in the first monthly final, make a bunch of mistakes through my first few sets, kind of stay alive throughout it, and then get eliminated by a guy that, no offense again to Rooney, but like someone that we don't really know very well. So while that could happen, and while it wouldn't be the end of Sub's career by any means, and while that still means Sub could show up at World Finals at the end of the year, I think for him and his momentum and for his confidence, he's got to win this one. Rooney on the other side of it, I think you're just along for the ride. I think you, at this point, if you're Baton or Rooney, it's just about getting the reps, because there's no way to practice that pressure, Juicy. I mean, you can speak of this from WCG being on that stage competing for 50 grand for one game, or in the team phase, but like, I know you playing at home, even when you're pushing top ladder on stream, it can't even compare to what that feels like when you're competing at the highest level in front of a crowd, right?
Absolutely not. I mean, there's something about the live aspect that is just so electric, you know. Whether you succeed under pressure or you crumble under pressure, like that definitely makes a big difference. at those live events, but also right here, you know, all the players, they're on camera. We have thousands of people watching right now across all the streaming platforms. There's a lot of pressure that goes into this. Rooney can't help but root for him a little bit, though. I mean, that wink to the camera, and also as a fellow content creator. Let's see what he's got. Let's see if he can make the upset here that no one expects for him to make.
Yeah, we do love a good upset.
Always. Okay. Maybe roll giant after seeing the E-Spirit. A lot of times when you see an E-Spirit, especially with the monk, you're going to be seeing RG. Sub with a barbarian barrel on the other hand. A cage as well for sub. So looks like to me, I mean, a lot of the time when you see the Evo cage, it's going to be either graveyard or it's going to be a royal, not royal giant, but royal recruits. After the baby drag, definitely graveyard. So splash yard versus RG. A lot of the time, splash yard can struggle versus RG. That's mainly because of the fact that the building is usually like a goblin hut, or even a tombstone's even worse. But the Evo cage is actually very strong versus royal giant, and I don't know. It's gonna be a pretty even matchup. I think it's really gonna come down to who can protect their Evo better. Can sub get value from that Evo cage, or will Rooney be successful in getting value from this Evo wizard? I think another big thing is the spell from Rooney, right? Like, if he has a fireball or even a lightning to help break through an offense, it could be really solid. But as we've seen more and more in CRL, we've seen a lot more royal giant paired with 2 small spells. Sometimes log rage, sometimes curse zap, sometimes even barbarian barrel rage. So if he doesn't have that fireball or lightning, it could be really tough to break through the Ice Wizard specifically. Ice Wiz does a great job of slowing down royal giant and becoming unkillable without the right cards in cycle. Big graveyard push inbound. E-Spirit gonna do a solid job of cleaning up a lot of the skeletons as well as the log. Not too bad, but still good damage for sub already as he continues to play same lane. I would not be surprised to see Rooney actually switch lanes at some point here. You never want to go same lane repeatedly versus the graveyard. Wow, what a tornado as well from sub. Tornado gonna pull the monk backwards, preventing that ability from deflecting the tower, and just a great cleanup all around.
Finally GY today, you know?
I know. Yeah, Graveyard doing well so far though. This is solid. This is solid stuff from sub. Evo Cage doing a great job of kind of preventing Rooney for even... He hasn't even played the RG yet.
It's funny because I've heard you talk about this on your stream a good amount. And just how weird it is to see Graveyard without NATO anymore.
I know.
You know, so it's kind of nice to see an old school version, but you know, will it be as strong as the Witch version?
Yep, it's definitely good versus RG though. Just be able to pull it back at least. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really wondering what Rooney has for his spell again. I don't know if he's got Fireball or Lightning, but he's gonna need one of those in order to break through this cage, this Ice Wiz.
So as of right now, Rooney not wanting to show his full hand with only 90 seconds remaining, probably because the damage is not so far in sub's favor, and he knows just a couple RG shots can even things out. 80 seconds remain here, and I mean, he's gonna have to play that win condition eventually.
I know. He's just down so much here. Wow, the skeletons are gonna even increase the damage lead more. Sub just always controlling the map. I mean, we talk about the necessary patience it takes to play royal giant decks, but in my opinion, this is too patient. The fact that he hasn't played it a single time, like, he's basically playing a match down in Evo.
And the biggest problem too, Juicy, is like RG needs the Evo. You need to be using that Evo, right? Like we saw Mo do that earlier. It's like you got to get it out. So yeah, I mean, I guess he's expecting to be able to get a second one down here, but when there's so little time left, there's no mystery for your opponent. Your opponent goes, okay, in the next 30 seconds, you're playing that RG. So boom, here it is.
Evo RG on the board, but the Evo Cage is in cycle. It's going to yoink the Royal Giant before it can even attack a single time. And look at that. The RG just banished to the Shadow Realm, as we say.
Cage still on the board. RG eaten. And a very nice win there for Sub. And that's exactly what we were kind of expecting for Sub to do in this matchup. He needed that.
Yeah. And once again, or maybe not once again, but as I didn't see a single mistake in this game. I think that Sub has struggled with that so far today.
Yeah.
But this game locked in, 0 mistakes, perfect gameplay, offensive sequence, defensive sequence, all around great. Rooney on the other hand, just, I don't know, seemingly too patient with that RG like we talked about.
Yeah, and that's kind of what, a great example of what we were talking about getting your reps in is Sub against the best competitors when he had a life to give. He was maybe playing just a little bit looser than he needed to. Maybe the pressure was getting to him with those mistakes. Even though this isn't against one of the best players in the world, it's still a CRL elimination game. So you're still getting that practice of making perfect plays even when the pressure's up. You see him take a huge kind of, I don't want to say like a huge breath of relief, but it just looked like his kind of demeanor drops and he was able to get calm finally after winning that game.
Yeah.
That's what he needs to do, man. He just needs more and more reps where he is feeling a ton of pressure and he cleans up his gameplay, because that's what we commend these other guys so much for doing.
Now it's on Rooney here. This is an elimination match. He's only 1 game away from losing it all. Let's see what he's going to bring. He's talking with his coach here. First match, you played with the RG, maybe not very comfortable with it. I mean, obviously a very tough matchup as well. We'll see, man. I'm not exactly sure what his comfort is, but I think this is one of those situations where you might have to bring it. We'll see. Maybe a cycle deck. I would like to see a good, maybe just a hog or pig cycle, or maybe even just a drill deck here versus Sub. Try and play a quick cycle deck. Maybe even log bait. We always talk about how log bait, especially with the Dark God plus Princess and the Evo Barrel, can really force out mistakes. Maybe you try and use that to your advantage. Seeing Sub making a few mistakes today, try and use a deck that can force those out.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And then if Rooney could find a little bit of comfort, right? Like maybe he is a log bait player. Again, if you guys in the chat know, or, I'm sure we'll figure this out eventually on Twitter, or Juicy, you'll probably get it in your chat, but we'll be able to figure out more of what he's known for. But again, he's not well known. I think that's a great point. I think you should go to comfort. I also like the idea of going to something like what you're saying that makes your opponent make a lot of mistakes. And even though bait is highly offensive, it can be a very good defensive deck too, especially with like the makeup that it has now with, the Princess and the Dark Goblin and, all the cards that we just talked about. So that could be nice. We have seen bait have pretty good success today. I don't want to see him do anything too cute, anything too fancy. I think all the things that you were talking about, I like the idea of going bait. I like the idea of going piggies or hog. I don't want to see any lava hound. I don't want to see, we didn't see it at all today, which I thought we might, but we never saw any of that goblin curse, goblin giant P.E.K.K.A deck.
Yeah.
Such a weird deck out there.
Oh, man. I've even seen, there's like the new version of that is with a rune giant too, where you just ditch the P.E.K.K.A.
What?
Rune giant.
Wow.
So you just ditch the P.E.K.K.A. You just have like a rune giant, goblin machine with the rune giant champion on your gob giant and gob machine. With the curse and the rage. It is disgusting.
Yeah,
gross. I pushed up like decently high the other day with it, and I am glad though that some gimmicky decks like that don't work well at the highest level, just because these players are so meticulous with their defense. They a lot of the time can prevent any sort of gimmick like that kind of getting too much value.
Yeah, it's like what we were talking about at the top of the day and what we've talked about for years with Expo, and I will always use Expo as the #1 example, just because it will be #1 on ladder 2 seasons in a row, and then you will not see it one time in competitive play anywhere, and it makes sense. And here we go. Players have finally picked their decks as we get into game #2 here. Rooney back up against the wall. Sub game in hand using Graveyard. Splash Yard, honestly, for the first time that we saw today, and probably the only time.
Archers from Rooney. Interesting. Archers in a Barbarian build. Maybe the Electro Giant we saw earlier. Sub with some Archers as well. And a Witch for Rooney. Interesting.
That almost looks like it could be Graveyard down at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, maybe just a reversal in a way. We have Graveyard versus Roll Giant at the top now. A little bit different though, because well, archers are a fantastic counter to graveyard.
Yeah, that's very true. Wishing he had them last game, but we'll see what he's got here. A little bit late on that ability, is he's probably trying to get that Fish Boy on top of one of the Skellies as opposed to the Skeleton King, and now having to spend a little bit more defensively. Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Gauntlet's just gonna get completely taken out there. Fireball comes through, using it as a elixir advantage to convert to one Fireball. Part of me thinks that Fireball was not a good play though. I mean, like you said, the Skelly King is sneaking through, taking out the Gauntlet. In that situation, maybe a Roll Giant the Bridge is the right play with Gauntlet out of cycle.
I agree. So I was saying that was a lot of damage with the Skeleton King getting on the hut, and then the Fireball came in, and I completely agree. I was thinking exactly what you're talking about of like, okay, now the defensive building is out of cycle, taking a lot more than it should have, but yeah, not capitalizing well. Great call.
But he is up a little bit of damage. You know, I don't completely hate this. It's not like he's made a mistake that's going to cost him a bunch of damage. It's just a little bit of a maybe a, I don't know, a ruined opportunity. But wow, a lot of Skellies, a lot of goblins. Like Rage does drop down, and he has the Mother Witch though as well for Graveyard. Wow. The
Mother Witch for GY. You see Rooney put his hand on his head, going, "What on earth is this deck?"
Now
and the Mother Witch.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you call a snipe. This is just a really good matchup for Sub here, ready for the Graveyard, the Mother Witch, and the Archers. Still,
Juicy, we got to turn on our we have to turn on our detective music and see if he's been running this or if he just switched to it because he's stream sniping.
If you know, you know. Wow, yeah, honestly hilarious. But I bet Rooney is not laughing right now. He's really struggling to get damage at this point versus the Mother Witch. At least he is cleaning up the roll hogs on the counter push well. But the other problem is Fireball just does more damage than poisons the tower, so he's going to struggle here for sure.
So Sub gets his RG down. Yeah, I mean, Archers, Tombstone, and Mother Witch all there, and even Skeleton King, right? I mean, even if it's not going to be there to defend, you're still going to stack souls for free. So just a lot working well here for Sub as we see that Skeleton King try to get in front of the RG. RG sneaks in front. Now the Evo Archers come out, but Fireball there to meet him as an Evo Witch works down the left-hand lane, but is met by a Mother Witch.
Wow. Great protection of the Evo Archer there.
Yeah.
And there's the Evo Royal Giant. Evo Royal Giant with an Evo Archer. Just an absolute cannon behind the RG is just helping clear up absolutely everything. And the poison is misclicked as well. The Evo Archer continues to stay alive. It does go down now, but it's already too late. This RG has done its worst on the tower, bringing it down to 1163.
Yeah, I mean, these matchups are just these last two, man, absolutely beautiful for Sub and brutal for Rooney when you talk about what he's ran into back-to-back games. And, you know, as we always love to say, you know, welcome to CRL, brother. It just gets harder from here.
Yeah, no kidding. Mother Witch continuing to spawn in roll hogs here. If there's any way that Rooney wins this, it's with a really good Evo Witch. But even that, I don't think is enough. There's just simply not enough time, and he's just down too much damage.
Evo Archers cycled in the opposite lane just to be on the board and help out if they can. They're going to go coast to coast here on top of that Witch that gets pulled across the board by the Fish Boy. Rooney just throwing everything at the wall. Can anything stick? Will anything stick? Two Mother Witches down. Jeez. One set of Archers, and everything that you need to destroy a Graveyard player's soul is in the hand of Sub. Beautifully played there.
Wow. I mean, Sub is the Graveyard Grim Reaper here. He's not only destroying the Roll Giant with it, but then switching the matchup. We have Graveyard versus RG. Rooney struggling to break through, and that will be a 2-0 sweep, sending Rooney out of the tournament. GG's.
Yeah, big time congrats to Rooney there going up against a world finalist. Not quite a world champion, but an incredible player in Sub. In Sub, you know, you can see on his face, he recognizes he's still got a lot of work to do by the end of tomorrow, right? Not the way he wanted today to go. I think I think the biggest thing is, I'm so glad that you pointed it out numerous times, and honestly, Sub should be happy you pointed it out too, is just some of those small mistakes. He's better than that, and he's got to clean them up if he wants to be at the top of the game, if he wants to be at the top of CRL. So luckily for him, he gets to practice today, sleep on it tonight, and come back tomorrow as he is still alive, getting a little bit more points, getting a little bit more cash. We have one more player to eliminate today. It's going to be either Ta or xopxsam. As soon as we can, we'll take a look here at the bracket, just to kind of talk about where we are at, what's left, what's been done. And like I said, there's really not a whole lot left. It's just one more match of the day, one more best of 3. So make sure you guys are back same time, same place tomorrow for our incredible finish here to the Dragon League Golden Edition. Of course, that's Juicy J. I'm Andrew Guy. Tomorrow, we're going to be giving away golden tickets, tens of thousands of dollars, CRL leader points, and as I pointed out before, second place gets an invite to the last chance qualifier. So that is one thing that you can hold on to, is I got a lot of points, I got a lot of cash, and I still have one more shot at winning that golden ticket. Let's take a look here at the bracket. Production is on top of everything. We love to see it. Everyone over there, I believe from QLASH, thank you guys so much. Juicy, I think when we got down to the lower bracket, things kind of looked exactly like what we thought they would.
Yeah, not too many upsets. Igor, OG player, takes down Baton, a little bit of a, not a new face in Clash Royale, but a new face at this level of competition. Yes. Mohamed Light, really, I mean, it very similar to the Sub and Rooney. Sub and Rooney and Mohamed Light, it just seemed like there was a little bit of outclass on both of these matches. Another clean 2-0 sweep. And we do have probably our closest lower bracket match of the day. I think both of us are trying to figure out who's going to come on top here. We have xopxsam versus Ta, our last elimination bracket for day 1 of the tournament. I think we both talked about it already today. Giving Ta a slight advantage, just because he's just been doing so well recently in the last year or two. Sam, though, a really OG player from the beginning of the Clash Royale League, showing lots of success as the mad scientist, as you and Rich have called him over the years.
Yeah, I've got a dumb smile on my face here, Juicy, because I think this will make you happy. The whole time that Ta has been offline, ever since his loss to Lucas, he has just been dominating a Mega Draft challenge.
Really?
Yeah. He has been absolutely wrecking Mega Draft 3-0, 1-0, 1-0, 3-1, 3-0. So he's been having a good time.
The Mega Draft Global Tournament started today. Excuse me, but Supercell added, or like for the first time in a long time, they changed global tourneys today. Top 25 starting today, I think going till maybe Tuesday. Top 25 will get an exclusive emote for just this global tourney, as well as 15,000 gems. So
wow,
a lot of competition there.
You're going to be all over that. You love Mega Draft. That's your #1 gameplay.
I'm really hoping I can get to top 25 on one of my free-to-play accounts. Dude, 15,000 gems for a free-to-play account would be crazy.
So if you guys see Juicy J in that Mega Draft challenge, don't let him win, because that's against the terms of service. Maybe you misclick or something. Let's get Juicy that badge. Honestly, one of the best Mega Draft players to ever do it is Juicy. He's got the world record in Mega Drafts 1 and consecutive Mega Draft challenges 1 in a row. I watch your stream. I know what's going on. And right now, you guys are wondering what's going on with us. What are these two idiots talking about? Well, we're talking about Clash Royale, but we're also mainly talking about Ta versus xopxsam. And
yes, sir.
Right now, you can see Sam probably feeling a bit of pressure. I mean, this is such a specific situation to be in, Juicy. So if you haven't been in it before, you know, obviously, it's, like I said, very specific. But to start the day and get 2-0'd and then be the last match of the day, I really don't, like, I would hate to be in that position. I wouldn't really wish that even on my enemies, because I feel like you don't get a time to warm up, and then you just have like 3 hours to think about the mistakes that you made.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's never good to, I don't know. They always say, remember the wins and have a bad memory of the losses, something like that. And I think that's what you have to do in Clash. I think both of these players are locked in for this match. Ta, I'm especially excited to see Ta in this match. It's always super fun to watch him play with his deck picks. But also, I feel like he's one of the only like pros in CR that you get a little bit of emoting here and there for the emotions.
Yeah, totally. I love the emotional response from Ta. I mean, I also remember last year in the monthly finals when it looked like he was that Ben Affleck meme of him like leaning and smoking a cigarette after he'd like lost. It was so good. He was so gassed. But that's why we love Ta. I mean, it's like what we saw with Vitor earlier today. The celebration between him and his dad. It's just it's again one of the reasons why we love Clash Royale. So for everyone watching, don't worry. We're not the reason that the game hasn't started. We're waiting on the players, and we are getting very, very close. Just to give you guys a little bit of history here, it was Ta that went 0-2 against Lucas in that second round. Obviously, Lucas having the first round bye. Lucas took game number 1 with a Rocket, Drill, and Mighty Miner deck with an Evo Tesla, Evo Ice Spirit. There was just incredible defense throughout, and that was when Ta was running the old school, not old school, but kind of like more tried and true Royal Giant deck with Evo Hunter, which, Juicy, as you talked about, and I think as we've seen today, Evo Hunter is just not really, it's just not really the card to be in the deck anymore. I mean, do you think it just needs to be replaced and just substituted for something else as of now?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen RG actually have a lot more success with the Evo Witch or even with Evo Archers, actually, which is interesting. I think that Evo Archers do have a little bit of synergy with RG, trying to make that dual lane RG pressure.
And then Sam on the other side of it, since it was so long ago when he started off our day, it was him going up against Baton or Baton to start. And it was a quick 0-2. Sam ran in game 1. He ran that mortar deck that we saw very little of as the day went on, but we saw a lot of at the top of the day with Skeleton King and Goblin Demolisher and Evo Mortar. And then it was game number 2 where he lost to Inferno Dragon, Evo Executioner, Graveyard against Sam's RG deck. So here we go. Sam looking like GY.
Yeah, Evo Witch, Evo Knight, Graveyard. Probably going to be with the Gob Hut, the Poison, the Barbell, and the Ice Wiz if I had to try to predict the entire rest of the deck. Nope, he's got a Goblinstein. Interesting.
Wow.
And it looks like Tom might be using Graveyard too, actually.
Yeah, definitely. And our first Goblinstein of the day. And does that bring in all of our champions finally? As our last match? I think so.
I think so.
And Inferno, okay. Not happy about the Inferno. And the Curse.
Wow. Yeah, that is tough. As a Splash Art player, the Inferno Tower does such a good job of blocking at the bridge, preventing a tank for the Graveyard, and then the Curse is just even worse. I mean, look at that. Every single skeleton of the Graveyard being turned into a Goblin. Todd does defend it well, but it's gotta hurt. Just seeing all of your troops, all of your soldiers, they're trying to storm the tower, just get turned into Goblins and then having to take them out, put them out of their misery.
It's crazy that the Curse is like better than Poison.
I know.
Right? It's like cheaper and almost more effective.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Curse is really solid versus Graveyard. It's also going to do a great job versus Sam's Evo Witch here. A lot of the time can just spawn a few goblins, take her out when then instead of it just continually healing itself over and over again.
And Evo Witch showing her strength there, allowing that one skeleton to get some damage on tower, taking the lead. And I'm seeing here someone called Your Name says, bro, why are there so many graveyard decks? It's actually crazy. We just kind of saw a graveyard deck to start the day, and then we didn't really see any until this last little bit, and now they've just been everywhere.
Yeah, I actually do think Graveyard is pretty solid in the meta right now. Mainly because, I want to say because of the Evo Witch, but also because of the Lightning nerf. The Lightning nerf, it's obviously it makes it good for the Evo Witch, but it's also good for Splash Art because of the Ice Fizz and the Baby Dragon, and even the Cage a lot of time just gives the Lightning a lot of value.
Yeah, it's one of those few instances where Lightning against the pileup at the bridge, you don't really have to be too precious with your aim, right? It's just take out any of those units.
Yep. Interesting. I never seen Evo Cage defend a Graveyard before, but it is kind of
doing a good job.
It's pulling in the skeletons one after another while the Ice Wiz deals with the ones on the back, and he's also going to allow him to just kind of stack up this Goblin Brawler and make another big push on the right-hand lane.
And just like you called out, Juicy, because I'm sure you've dealt with it many, many times in your history, is that high Inferno Tower stopping you at the bridge. Great play there from Sam.
Yep. He's trying to make a little bit of a push on the left side, but here comes another Graveyard for Sam. Sam just continually applying pressure over and over again, and Ta really not finding an opportunity to attack. mainly because
Wow.
of the Goblin Curse, because the Goblin Curse is ready for defense whenever Ta goes for it, as well as that Evo Witch just blocking the bridge. Nice tornado pulling it into his tower. That will take it out, but another Graveyard for Sam again.
Yeah, I really like that NATO there, and Sam did a really good job protecting his regular Witch before, but actually didn't end up getting... I mean, honestly, what's so great about this matchup so far is you are seeing both these guys play this insanely difficult speed chess match, but very little damage is coming in on both sides, and that's what we love about seeing these guys at the highest level.
Goblin Curse on defense once again, just cleaning up every single skeleton quite well and spawning more goblins to do so. Inferno, keep blocking the bridge. I mean, to his credit, he is really staying in this match despite the Inferno and Goblin Curse providing quite a bit of value.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, there's 30 seconds left. It's Graveyard. Anything could happen, but Sam might be able to just steal this one by just a few hundred damage in the lead, and by just, you know, around 1,000 damage dealt in the whole game. Ta kind of going for a last-ditch effort here to see if he can make something happen, and he does get some Whoa!
Wait a second.
Whoa!
The poison and a
Takes
couple
the lead.
skeletons do take the lead. Another Graveyard for both players. 10 seconds on the clock. Skeletons on defense. Baby Dragon. A Goblin Curse on offense. Plus an arrows. But the poison
Oh my
drops.
gosh.
It dropped.
Wow.
Last second comeback in the Graveyard mirror matchup. And then, of course, the sip of the water right after. That is pure and peak Ta gameplay right there.
Dude, that's so crazy how the curse, like, that time around just didn't do what Sam needed.
I know.
It had done such a good job defending for so long, and then all of a sudden that one comes in and just a bunch of damage comes down the lane, and wow, I mean, I think what's really tough for that one is, like, you talk about Sam and how long he was kind of sitting back and waiting, and then all of a sudden he finds himself in this great matchup, or at least it feels like a great matchup. I would be shocked if Sam was able to pull off the reverse sweep here, just because, like, when you talk about confidence, you talk about momentum, it feels like it is all in Ta's favor right now.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but I do think that Sam got a little bit unlucky there. I think that Graveyard it's the only card in Clash Royale that is purely based on RNG. And sometimes that is simply how the cookie crumbles. A couple skeletons sneaking through on the one side of the tower that there aren't any goblins yet, getting just one or two hits. And that's all it takes to win a Graveyard mirror matchup sometimes.
Such a good game between both of these guys. Sam going to have to reset mentally. He's had nothing but losses today. He's gone 0-3. Now coming up to what could be his fourth and final game of the day. Would love to see him be able to push this to a game number 3. A couple things in the chat that I'm seeing here. No, Sam and Morton are not brothers, although they might be spiritual brothers because they are best friends. And then the other thing I saw someone asking, a real question, is what does seed mean? So seeding in a tournament is essentially their ranking in the tournament based off of how they did in qualifiers or if they were invited. So the reason that we say seeding instead of ranking is because someone might be the #1 seed in the tournament based off of how well they did in the group stage, but they may not be the ranked #1 player in the world, right? It's not like, you know, for instance, like when you watch, I guess I'll just go to tennis again because I used it earlier, but like, you know, players are #1 in the world. Mohamed Light would be the clear #1 in the world. And then as the year goes on, you know, whoever's in front of the leaderboard, you know, that's how we would have like our CRL rankings. But for each individual tournament, it is a seeding system that is based off of how the qualifiers go. So I hope that answered your question.
And we are
here we go.
I was just going to say, and we are just waiting for these players to figure out what decks they're going to play. Looks like Ta is ready. Maybe he sent the battle request already, and he's just waiting for Sam to accept. Sam, this is an elimination match. I mean, I don't blame him for taking a couple extra seconds, maybe even a minute, to try and figure out exactly what deck he wants to play to give him the best chance to dodge elimination here, as Ta just needs one more win to send him out.
Yeah, this is a very, very tough spot for Sam to be in, but if you talk about practicing being in the worst situations to try to come out on top, it doesn't get much worse than this. You know, the mental game of having to go L03 to start the day. Also the pressure of being an old vet. I mean, luckily Ta is a very respected player, so it's not just like you're going up against someone that no one's ever heard of and you just had a really bad 04 day, but this is just, there's just a lot on the line here for Sam at this moment. Nice Monk, though, to get in front for the AQ.
Monk really drops now. Ta does take the opportunity to activate King with the log, purposely allowing the log to be deflected. And then one of your favorite cards, once again, with the Berserker here. It does die pretty quickly, unfortunately, but for only 2 elixir, it always seems to get a little bit of value.
Yeah, and Ta getting that King Tower activation is going to help quite a bit as this game goes on. And there you go. I mean, that's one of the problems with when you're feeling tilted. You know, not only do you see a bad matchup and you see Sam being frustrated, but you know the way he threw his head in the air, I think he feels like it's it. Like, what else am I supposed to do? He's got the thing. He's got the it factor.
Yeah, I find myself in that mentality so often. I got to work on that, but I think that Sam still has chances here. He has the recruits. It's a really crazy deck, but recruits RG, if anything can break through Inferno Tower with a Royal Giant, it would be that.
And an early barrel there from Sam, just really playing a bit tilted. But I completely agree, Juicy. I think the fact that he has the Rascals, or excuse me, the recruits to deal with the Inferno. He has the Skeleton Dragons that can be a nuisance without a big spell. And then you have the Monk to deal with the Archer Queen. It's not all said and done. It's just annoying.
So true. Yeah, I mean, wow, that was 3 amazing calls there. I think that Sam has a lot of chances here if you can utilize the units that you just mentioned. It looks like he's already going to do that with the Monk deflection onto the Queen here, trying to break through the recruits. Once it gets to triple elixir, if he can do that exact same thing, but get an RG in the mix, I think there's some crazy plays that can happen.
Yeah, and he's going to get, I was going to say he might get some damage here. Does get a little bit from the Monk, actually some good damage. 23-28 to 25-02. Sam in the lead now, and he just needs that little bit of lead, build a little bit of confidence, you know. There's a lot left to be played here. 40 seconds remain in regulation. Barrel at the bridge to pressure, pulls out the Inferno. Skelly Dragons over the middle are actually going to tank for the RG, at least for a moment.
Nice Queen ability timing, but wow, the Skelly Drag does take it out in time. Evo Snowball on offense, but it's late.
Yep.
Ta is very visibly frustrated with a late Snowball there. And that was his one opportunity to maybe get some damage back, despite not having a big spell. But the more we watch this game, the more I feel like that Sam just is in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, definitely. And this is exactly what he needs. This is exactly what he needs confidence-wise. You know, just as you said, Ta making that little mistake there, showing that he's a bit tilted. So Sam is in his head. RG does get targeted by the Inferno. Barrel just a step late, but now the Skeleton Dragon plus the Recruit plus the Barrel pulling out Ta's offensive response in the drill.
Skeleton's a little bit late. Skelly Drags does connect. That's solid damage. And Ta has yet to touch Sam's tower in the last 2 minutes. I mean, the only thing that's hit so far is drill spawn damage and a snowball here and there.
And once again, recruits up high. We see Sam starting to play his Archer Queen in more and more precarious situations. Excuse me, Ta playing that in more and more precarious situations to try to keep it away from the Monk. But now we see Sam going opposite lane with everything he's got.
Monk is trying to deflect, preventing the log from knocking RG back, forcing out an Inferno here. Archer Queen does get a little bit of damage left lane, and the defense is successful, but Ta is still down an increasingly more amount of damage the more this game goes on, and I don't think triple elixir is going to be any better for Ta.
No, I think it's going to get even worse. So here we go, AQ out early, which means you can imagine the Monk's going to come out up high. There it is. Sam making sure to cycle to make sure Monk is there. Now we should see a bar barrel. There's the bar barrel perfectly timed along with the Evo Snowball coming in. Sam doing exactly what he needed to do here, Juicy, and now it feels like it could be all said and done with this second set of recruits coming down.
So many recruits, this time Evo'd, Roll Giant and Skeleton Drags.
Wow.
The recruits are swarming every which way on both sides of the map, and the RG does break through the Inferno. Multiple Skeleton Drags making the tower. I don't know which tower is going to go down first. It's the left side. Sam taking game number 2, forcing this to a third match for our final elimination game of day number 1.
You love it. You love to see him come alive right when he needs it most. Final match of the day, final game of what could be his monthly final here in 2025, and he pushes it to game number 3. And I think it was so important for this game to be the way that it was. He was so tilted from game number 1, losing it in the final moments. As you said, RNG, graveyard, over the years from pros, there's few things that we see pros get more frustrated about because it's one of the only things they cannot control. So Sam there getting tilted by it, he's able to bounce back in game 2, and then you saw immediately when that Inferno Tower came down, it almost felt like Sam wanted to throw in the towel. But then as you and I both recognized, bro,
you're actually in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of great responses. He kind of calms down. And as you were saying, Juicy, as we get deeper in double and triple, I think Sam's going to run away with this. That's exactly what happened.
Wow. I mean, yeah, that push was just absolutely diabolical. Double recruits, roll giant, 2 sets of skeleton drags, and Todd didn't even have a fireball, poison, anything to deal with it. The snowball in the log was simply not enough. And once again, the mad scientist is back with the crazy decks. Once again, making some great plays with a really nice snipe on this drill deck.
I know you're looking at it, you're like, man, this deck is so heavy. It's a 4.3 to get all the way back around, but you throw the monk in the mix, you throw in double and triple elixir, and all of a sudden, not that bad. You know, as we've all learned from years and years of playing and watching, is when your deck is heavy, you've got to have the mental strength to take a lot of damage in single elixir without getting tilted. Ideally, you don't take that damage, but if you're gonna get a lot more damage than you're giving with a heavy deck, it's usually going to happen in single elixir. Sam did a good job of just kind of recognizing that, not getting too bothered by it, and then just being able to bounce back.
All right, we are waiting for our players to figure out exactly what deck to play here in Game 3. Once again, guys, duels formatting means none of the cards played in the first 2 matches can be repeated by each player, respectively. And I guess what that means is that they're going to be looking at their previous decks from their opponent, trying to figure out what they're going to play next, while also building the best possible deck that they can for their current allowed deck pool.
So Sam has used a lot of lightning bait cards in terms of like the Witch and the Goblinstein and the Inferno Tower. He's only used bar barrel, fireball, and arrows in terms of spells. So they've both done okay on their spells. Taz used a bit more: poison, NATO, bar barrel, log, and snowball. So maybe Sam, Sam is a great bait player. Maybe we could see him go to bait.
True. Yeah, he also has the log still available there, so a cycle deck is definitely a possibility.
No Inferno, no Skelly Drags, no Evo Witch. Could be an interesting thing for Ta to go to the skies, but I don't know if that's like reaching a little bit too far. Very curious.
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, we've seen Lava played twice today so far. Mainly just the lightning plus arrows version, maybe 2 or 3 times, but we've not seen it succeed at all. Actually, I think in both matches, it was just Hog Rider with lightning and firecracker, and despite, or sorry, not lightning and firecracker, but Tesla and firecracker, despite having the lightning arrows for the Tesla and the firecracker, it still wasn't enough going into quick cycle.
So Sam takes a huge breath as he gets ready for this final game. Looks like he's going to go log bait, or a version of not log bait, but like grid. I guess it's like spell bait, right? Because you have the wall breakers and the suspicious bush. I guess we'll see if there's anything else in there. Probably won't be though, like barrel wise, because you have the wall breakers. So Sam going with a version of bait, which is something that he used to like a lot, and then Ta going a little bit more control based.
I'm not gonna lie, I think this is gonna be really good for Sam here. I mean, only zap and arrows. I mean, arrows are good versus the Dark Gob, but he's just going to constantly apply pressure with the Suspicious Bush, the Wall Breakers, the Spear Gobs. Just going against a heavier deck, too, his Evo Dark Gob will get a lot of value. Even if Ta drops the arrows on the Evo Dark Gob, as long as it hits Ta's Roll Giant once, the poison will stay there. We might actually have to see Ta hit like a pre-arrows once the Evo Dark Gob's in cycle.
And it should be a Boss Bandit for Sam as the last card, right? Yeah,
Boss Bandit last card. I do wonder about the value of Boss Bandit in this match. I feel like the Tombstone Zappies can be decent, but paired with the log, I mean, the Boss Bandit can make decent work of both of those. We might see a lot of defense counter push with the Boss Bandit here.
It looks like Sam's kind of trying to figure out that equation as well, Juice, as he's yet to play his last card, and it's not the Boss Man. It's actually the Golden Knight, which I think is not at all what Ta was expecting, because that's why you play the Monk right there front and center, is because you're expecting it to catch the Boss Bandit. And instead, it's the Golden Knight. Golden Knight connection has to play the Tombstone as well. All of a sudden, Ta down in damage, down in cycle.
Really interesting. I think the Golden Knight is going to be a really fun utility for Sam's offense. Maybe his defense will struggle slightly, but if he can cycle now this double elixir, he's gonna always have that Evo Dargob and cycle for Taw's push. So he might just run away with this, Andrew.
Yeah, and we'll see here what Sam has got. I mean, like I said, he's been known as a very good bait player. This is a bit of his mad scientisting of the Golden Knight, which ends up being a great call, and also Taw visibly annoyed by the situation he's in is also something to note.
Yeah, I mean, he's defending well. He's trying to keep his tombstones alive. He's trying to abuse the Evil Wizard, but here goes this Golden Knight.
Wow.
Man. Look at that. Wizard taken out by the Dark Ob 2. It hits the tower. It hits the Fisherman. Ever since they made a change to Fisherman at some point, the Fisherman can no longer pull Golden Knight, Boss Bandit, or Bandit while they're in the dash mode. So that's a big difference maker here.
Yeah, and then also the the whole thing with the Golden Knight being able to dash backwards. It's been such an incredible change to the card that felt like it was very necessary since its inception. It took a while for us to get there, but I think it's found a great place finally. And yeah, that's a pretty healthy push. Luckily, the Monk is already pretty low, but doesn't have a good way to stop the RG, as it takes a couple shots there. Wow, nice shot there from Taw. I can't believe that. Sorry, Juice.
I know. I was going to say the same thing. I can't believe that actually connected despite the Evo Dark God poisoning the whole push. He did get 2 hits off of that. I guess that is one of the weaknesses of this deck. It does not run a building normally in order to get an even faster cycle. But now Taw actually in damage lead here. And remember, both of these players don't have much spell power. So a lot of the time, whoever is going to be like in the damage lead is simply just going to win.
Yeah, and this is another interesting spot because you need, I was just going to say, you cannot just have the spears and the Dark Goblin to defend. You need to have something else that can survive arrows, and you've got to have the Ice Spirit plus the log. So really tough spot there for Sam.
Oh my gosh. It's such a cool Evo Wizard here, just playing on top of everything, using the shield, and the Wizard even gets a hit on tower. Only 35 seconds left, and Sam has another tough defense ahead of him.
That was such a great recognition by Taw, just going, you have no tank on the ground. The only thing you have are spam cards. Evo Wizard at the bridge. Completely unorthodox. Great call out there, Juice. And honestly, Taw gonna come away with this one unless something miraculous happens in this final 14.
Evo Dargob on the board. He's going to make another play with the Golden Knight, maybe. I would have liked to see on the place on the right side, but another Evo Wizard the bridge, even if the Golden Knight came down, ready to block and take out everything with the explosion of that shield. And Taw takes game number 2 to advance to day 2 of our Dragon League Golden Edition.
Dude, I absolutely love a couple things. First of all, we see Taw's win condition coming out as the last card that he plays. I always love when players do that because it just means, they've recognized the matchup they're in. They recognize if they spend too much in single, they're going to get punished or what have you. And then the other thing is those aggressive Evo Wizards at the bridge. You called them out perfectly. That's such a great call when you know the only thing that can stop you or stop it is the Golden Knight, Juice. And then he goes back-to-back Evo Wizards at the bridge. Insane, brilliant plays there from Taw.
I mean, this is what I mean by just loving the creativity of different uses of Evos or champions to supplement the fact that you might not have a spell here or there when it gets late game in this best of 3. Like, he didn't have the log, he didn't have the barb barrel, but he brought the arrows, he brought the zap to be prepared for this match, but he even brought the Evo Wizard, which did a great job of just cleaning up everything with the splash damage. The Golden Knights, I'm not sure if I loved it. I do think the Boss Bandit could have provided at least more defensive value. It seemed like every time Taw went for the RG, there was just something missing for Sam to be able to defend against the RG.
Yeah, and we saw it, I think, in 3 different games of Sam's where he just gave away way too much spell value when he couldn't afford it. In the very first game of the day, we saw it with the Snowball when he was playing that Mortar deck. I think it happened in the second game as well. And then as we just saw in this game, if your Golden Knight's out on the left-hand side and the only thing you have to defend are Dark Goblin and Spear Goblins, you can't put them. I mean, it's almost impossible to play them where they both can't be arrowed when they're defending like that. But it's just something you kind of have to be cognizant of. And Sam gave away a lot of good spell value today. But that's it. That's all sewn up for him. We are so happy to see xopxsam back in the mix, of course. And as we take a look here at the bracket, we're also very excited about all the other players here that are still in the mix. World champions, world finalists, and some new faces that showed up today that were sent home. But Juicy, an incredible run so far here at the Dragon League. Talk to me about our day. Talk to me about what we got going on tomorrow, brother.
Going from the top, we're looking at the upper brackets. We have Baton versus Sam. Baton had a very surprising 2-0 sweep. Sam really seemed to struggle today. Mohamed Light versus Rooney. Another solid match where Mo really kind of showed his dominance. Sub versus Kitashiyan. Really good stuff from Sub. Played well. Same thing with Ta. Looking at the second round, we had Adriel, Vitor, Ian, and Lucas have a first round bye. But Baton struggled yet again. Yet again, but despite a good first round, really struggled versus Adriel. Vitor, actually with a massive upset, biggest upset of the day, maybe. And that's saying a lot because Vitor is still such a great player, but he was able to take down Mohamed Light. Love the celebration with his dad after. Ian was able to actually beat Sub. We thought that would be a little bit closer than we thought. Yeah. And then we have Lucas versus Todd. Lucas really showing up here today. Go ahead and walk me through what we're seeing tomorrow for upper round and maybe the rest of our lower bracket as well.
Yeah, really excited here. You know, Adriel and Vitor, Ian and Lucas. I mean, that's why we are here. That's why these guys have earned those names. When you see, as we get deeper into upper brackets towards the finals, you see some of the biggest names in the game. That's exactly what you've got with the 4 in our upper bracket. Really exciting stuff there. No way to tell where it's going to go. And as we look at the lower bracket, you know, we say goodbye to the players that were eliminated today. Obviously, the first showing for both Rooney and Baton, you know, really happy for them. Glad they were able to make it out. Glad they were able to experience CRL. They both got 2-0'd in the lower bracket by Igor and Sub, respectively. And then it was Mo Light coming out and doing what he does in the lower bracket, taking down an old school FAV gaming player in Kitashiyan. And of course, xopxsam from SK Gaming, still rocking that SK tag. Still happy to see the mad scientist in play. He ends up going 2-1 against Ta. So we'll see Ta versus Sub. 2 world finalists. And then a really, really exciting one. 2 world champions, Mohamed Light going up against Igor, one of the best of the old, going up the best ever. And that's a really, really exciting one. And of course, we will be back same time, same place tomorrow, 2 p.m. UTC, 4 p.m. CEST. Juicy will not be here with me tomorrow, but we will have Rich Slayton here instead. And as I said, moving forward, we have the boys back in town. Me, Josh, Juicy, and Rich. We should all be here in 2025 casting CRL with you guys. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel, following along on all the platforms. Go follow Esports Royale EN on Twitter so you can figure out how you could be here so we can commentate your matches. As Juicy said, join Path of Legends so you can get in that top 1,000. Juicy, anything you'd like to say today before we say goodbye to the people at home?
Nothing much. All I gotta say is I'm so happy to be back casting monthly finals here. It's so fun every single year to see the Clash Royale esports continue to thrive, and I cannot wait to see who wins that golden ticket tomorrow.
That's right. Day 1 in the books of the Dragon League Gold Edition. Almost $50,000 to give away tomorrow. A golden ticket. And, of course, those leaderboard points for everyone at QLASH. And, of course, everyone on the CR team. I'm Andrew Guy. That's Jackson Juicy J Wall. And we will see you right here tomorrow for more Clash Royale League action.